A very merry Draftmas to all of you. It is day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. We're here again at Kingdom Bar and Grill hanging out, celebrating the final day of the 2022 Draft. It's crazy. The Chiefs have six picks. They've left. They've already made 5. So theoretically, there's a chance that today they could take more players than they did for the first 2 days of the draft. I'm joined by my pals, Maddie Lane and Craig Stout here. Matthew, hello. How are you today? How are you feeling after 2 days of the draft?
I mean, listen, these first 2 days have been a lot of fun. The Chiefs have been absolutely killing it so far. I think everybody kind of in the kingdom has been pretty happy about this. We're rolling into day 3. I mean, they have the opportunity to take 6 guys. I don't think we anticipate that, but I mean, like, we got to see what happens, right? Like, there was a lot of moves yesterday from the Chiefs and every other team. Day 3 could even be crazier.
Yeah, it really could. Brett Veach talked a little bit about the ability to move up with, that 5th round pick that they got for trading back with Sky Moore, maybe staying put with it a little bit. Did mention, all those 7th round draft picks that teams don't really value those. They don't have a high value. So like throwing them in for trades doesn't necessarily, grant you a whole lot, but we'll see what happens. I'm excited because there's a lot of guys that I still like on the board. And a lot of guys that we've talked to at the Shrine game, a lot of guys that we are fans of, just from watching film. Like, there's a lot of exciting players still on the board in day 3.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, there's a lot of good football players, and there's potential value, I think, throughout the rounds. And, it was interesting listening back to Brett Veach's post-game or post-draft press conference for Friday. And, he's kind of talking about, the trade back that they made, getting an extra pick in today's draft, kind of in like to Maddie's, like exactly what Maddie said, kind of, adding a pick in between that gap, going from 135 all the way into the, to round 7. They've added an extra pick in there. And, Brett Veach alluded to if they feel conviction moving up and utilizing that to move up potentially, or just, sitting there and having an extra, a little bit of extra value. So it's going to be very interesting to see how many picks this team makes. I think you've got to be on alert immediately with this draft. You've got to be on alert as soon as the 110-ish.
Yeah,
that's where the Chiefs could start potentially moving up.
Absolutely,
they could. Listening to Brett Veach talk, though, I think he actually really likes that 5th round pick. Like, he did.
I do too.
He referenced the ability to use it to move up. So if there is a crazy value that they've kind of talked about and they see, okay, that's absolutely fine. It's possible. I think he actually likes some of the value they pegged for round 5. I mean, we've all made the connection now. He talked a lot about running backs, and he specifically mentioned round 5 in his pre-draft presser. Now, he mentioned round 5, 6, 7.
He said he thinks there's a 1,000-yard running back in the 7th round this year.
He did, but he started that talk with round 5.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think he likes some of the value in this class that he sees there. He talked a lot about how they're turning over that special teams unit a lot and how the floor of their special teams unit had dropped off, and now they're trying to build it back up. He then talked about how at day 3, special teams play is, elevated in terms of importance. It goes from being a bonus to being one of the more important factors. I just wonder if they see some guys that they really peg for that special team spot or running back in round 5. I think they want to hold on to it. I don't think they want to go from pick 135 to pick like 208,000 million for their round 7 picks.
I do think that makes sense. I think that, especially with the board the way that it is, let's talk a little bit about Veach's pressers the past 2 nights. I think it's very important, very relaxed, very open presser yesterday. Kind of indicated they were trying to attack maybe some mentality guys, and like you said, raising the floor of special teams, but a very relaxed presser contrasted with day 1, you coming off of that, and the Chiefs are obviously very happy with Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis, but it felt a little bit, a little bit more stressed, a little more tense from Brett Veach. And he spoke about Trent McDuffie and how they didn't expect him to be there and, kind of didn't have a scenario to add him at this point. So maybe Brett Veach at the end of day 1 is looking at it and going, listen, this wasn't one of our scenarios. This may have thrown a wrench into our draft strategy a little bit by trading up for Trent McDuffie, a very good player that they're very happy to add. But I think you could kind of see the contrast between those two. Maybe at the end of day 1, he was going, I really hope the guys that we are expecting to fall in day 2 actually do fall, because it's so important to not mess up this draft strategy. And then day 2, obviously they fell. Hit it out of the park.
You could have fooled me.
Yeah, I know. But
the way that he's knocked this thing absolutely out of the park.
Absolutely.
it's been unbelievable. And if maybe they obviously weren't planning for Trent McDuffie to be there. It's clear. I mean, he's flat out said it.
Yeah.
But the fact that they've been able to navigate everything since then it's been perfect. They've had I can't complain about what they've done in this draft. You might maybe nitpick a safety or two over Brian Cook, but at the same time, like Brian Cook brings to the table is a lot too.
Yeah, well, the thing with me is, like, if you start to look through some of the pressers and stuff like that, right, and see the phone calls and the videos, I think it's pretty clear. Steve Spagnuolo was all about George Karlaftis, right? He couldn't
called him his favorite player.
He couldn't hide how happy he was. Dave Merritt was really happy. They got him on the call with Brian Cook. You just see different people when they talk to different guys who kind of has a little bit more of that connection to the pull. When you watch Trent McDuffie, going back to kind of Craig's point, not that nobody was excited.
They were all excited.
They were excited, but you couldn't draw that instant connection. That one to me felt, again, this is to Craig's point, I think that they didn't anticipate that. And Brett Veach was just like, wait, that guy's really good. I'm going to trade up and get him. And then when you watch his presser at the end of day one, I think he looks nervous. I mean, he just looks like a guy that like maybe just did something he wasn't expecting. This is something that like he's hoping works out. And I mean, it's also a stressful thing, right?
Yeah.
And right now, as we're playing, we got some Brian Cook highlights going on here as we go talk about this. So we can look at this pick too. I mean, here's a guy that I don't think Chiefs fans or fans of the NFL in general necessarily were. Nobody was pounding the table for Brian Cook, right? So he's a little bit not of a sleeper, but like an unknown kind of guy. So like, what did you see when we were watching some of them last night that you really like, Craig?
I really like the physicality. I really like the intelligence, the way that especially he sorts out stuff, out of stack formations, out of bunches. He is a really good run defender, a really high IQ guy that's got a quick trigger, and he's tough. This man played through some injuries last year. His availability was very important, and the high IQ, I just think he overall raises the floor of your secondary. Maybe not necessarily this big, splashy guy that's going to create a bunch of turnovers on the back end, but he's going to raise the overall floor of your secondary, significantly raise the floor of your special teams unit as well. I know that he is not the flashiest guy in the draft, but he's a day one guy. Like, he's going to come in and play immediately.
Well, and I didn't get to hang out with you guys at the Airbnb. I went home.
Imagine.
But I watched some Brian Cook last night too, and like I echo a lot of those sentiments. Like his ability to close on the football. I mean, he's not the best athlete at the safety position, but I thought he closed on the football extremely well, and he closed with conviction because he was confident in what his eyes were seeing.
Yeah.
And so you saw him, very assignment sound. I was watching a little bit of the Notre Dame game. There's just very assignment sound football player. And I talked about this yesterday on the show. It's, having a sure-handed tackler, having a guy that's going to be able to make all of the routine plays, be a consistent presence on the field. That kind of stuff matters when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. Like, if you force teams to play with little margin for error because you're not going to be the one making the mistake, you're going to be the one, if you look at the entirety of this group, physical, tone setting, I think there's just you take all these building blocks, and I think Brian Cook has all of these that we're talking about here. Add all that to a team terrified of Patrick Mahomes on the other side. It's just I think there's a lot of good that can come from this kind of approach. I think Brian Cook embodies a little bit of that approach that they're trying to take.
Well, and like one of the biggest things when we were watching them that I kind of saw, there's two things. One, as you're watching these highlights, is you get to some of these games later in the year, you're going to notice his left shoulder is going to have quite a big sleeve on it. Yes. And that's a shoulder injury that kept him out of their final game, I do believe, and then through testing, right? And so this is something that's worth noting because you're going to see him. I think right here you start to see it showing up. I believe this is the SMU game.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is in the highlight video. And when you look at this, he's a guy that's still delivering big hits. He's still making contact despite the fact that he's got a hurt shoulder. So like that's some toughness that you like to see. But one of my other big takeaways, since he played this guy as a deep center fielder a lot of slot corner reps,
yep,
and then a lot as a deep safety, I don't know if either one of those are his best role.
Right.
His best role is going to be that deep half safety that's spinning down, that's flowing into the box at the snap, guy that's starting the rep in the box already. I think that's where he's at his best, not necessarily playing single high. So some of his production, some of the stuff that you don't see when you watch it, it kind of seems assignment sound, ho-hum until he's hitting guys. And it just kind of seems like a ho-hum quality player. A lot of that might be based on the usage that he was the guy they trusted to be the back line of the defense, to move all around, to make adjustments. And for the Chiefs, he might get a little bit more simplified role, or a role that better fits a 6'1", 210-pound safety that's willing to hit.
Absolutely. And I think the part about that for him was he did a very good job of staying on top. He never was the guy that was getting beat deep. He was deeper than the deepest, sometimes giving a little too much space or a little more space than we'd like underneath. But again, that may not be the role. Like in a split safety look where he's able to spin down, I think that's where, running that alley, like we talked about, as a run defender, patrolling the middle of the field, collapsing on some of these, crossing routes, these dig routes, things like that. I think that's where he's going to be at his highest usage for the Chiefs, for Steve Spagnuolo. And I think that's also aligning with his best usage.
We're at Kingdom Bar and Grill here in Overland Park, Kansas. If you're watching this, we'd appreciate, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Tell us who you want the Chiefs to take in the chat. This and it'll help us today. We're doing every pick of the draft. We're covering every single pick of the draft. We'd appreciate the support. And if you notice the shirts we're wearing today, it's our All Juice team shirts, which honors the legacy of Terez Paylor, a wonderful man, a wonderful journalist who has gone way too soon. We're trying to help continue his legacy with the raffle that we're doing at the KC Sports Network Venmo. For every $10 that you donate to the KC Sports Network Venmo, you get an entry into winning one of 3 prizes that we will be announcing today on the show. You have a chance to win a Nick Bolton jersey. You have a chance to win a Travis Kelce jersey. You have a chance to win a Patrick LaVon Mahomes signed mini football. So for every $10 you donate, it'll go towards one entry into this raffle. So we'd really appreciate your support. I think we've raised over $3,000. I don't know. It's probably even a little bit more than that at this point. So yeah, we'd really appreciate the support as we continue to try to honor our friend Terez Paylor. All Juice forever. We are about 2 minutes away from the NFL draft starting.
So probably like 15 minutes from it starting.
Well, day 3 they just start, and then they just don't even tell anybody the picks.
No Chris Angel?
Well, no. This is when Chris Angel hits. This is when they do all kinds of stuff. They have
Chris Angel was yesterday though. They're bringing him back.
They'll probably will.
So this whole time you're telling me that Goodell was actually Chris Angel, and that was the magic trick.
I think Carrot Top is announcing every pick today.
Now, do you mean Carrot Top or Derek Carr's new haircut? Right. No. So to get back to the Chiefs real quick, because I do got something we got to talk about here while this draft starts up. I think this is important, guys. Rookie jersey numbers.
Oh, yeah.
This is something that matters. Matters. You can't go out there and look bad and play good. That's not allowed. The NFL doesn't allow it. So we're going to start looking through some of these numbers. We got Trent McDuffie. Looks like he's wearing number 21. So what do we think?
I love that number. It's a good DB number, good outside corner number.
It's the pick he was taking.
It was the pick he was taking.
I love it.
I think it's perfect.
I love it.
I'm always going to be the one to pound the table for single digits, especially on corners. But you want to go 21, the pick you're taking. Like, I get it. I fully understand. I think that's a quality one. Then we got George Karlaftis with 56. Where are we at?
Iffy. I mean, Derek Johnson, like, it's just you're gonna think Derek Johnson every time he's on the field.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna be. I mean, 56 just is ingrained in my memory, man. That's my 56 forever.
Mine too.
Exactly.
Mine too.
No, it is, but I don't think you're going to confuse them. You're not going to confuse the two for one another. Here's the thing. I think this is the worst decision the Chiefs have made. It's not just their decision. This is their worst draft decision so far is 56. That's not a defensive end number for a big defensive end. You want to put an outside rusher, a speed rusher in 56, I could live with that. You're going to put a defensive end, a big body defensive end that might kick inside some. A 3-tech playing with the 56.
I wish he would have gotten a number like in the 70s.
I wish he would have won pick 69 or 2 a single digit. Karlaftis in number 3.
The single digit number, he would have had to be classified as a linebacker. Do you want to limit my man's earning potential
to look better? Yes. Look better, play better, get paid more. So
I think you could have thrown like 00 on George Karlaftis and he wouldn't have cared. He's just here to eat nails and play football.
I do think he cares a little bit about what he wore, and he probably picked 56. Maybe it means something to him. So this is mostly a joke. It's just that would not have been a number that I put out there. I just don't think that for a 3-down, bigger defensive end, that is my favorite aesthetic for a defensive end. Maybe he'll pull it off, right? Maybe he'll come out there.
Mhm.
He'll become the next 56 in Craig's heart, and Craig can do, talk to him in the upcoming season and a couple years after when he's done playing too.
Wow, that'll be awesome. We'll just have the DJ and Karloftis podcast on the KC Sports Network eventually here.
Right.
Let's talk about 24.
Oh, the best.
The best. Sky Moore, a wide receiver wearing 24. I absolutely love this. I think that this is awesome. When you watch Sky Moore's tape, when you see him out there and he's wearing the number 24, I think a lot of people look at him and it's just like, wow, that's different. And now he gets to embrace it at the NFL level.
Right.
I think that's really, really awesome that you get to do that. Like,
no, it is. That's again, I'm always going to pound the table for single digits. I was telling you guys, if you could give Sky Moore a 0, a 1, something like that, I would have loved it. I think that would have been the best choice. But to go with this college number, which clearly means something to him because he used it in college, no problem. And 24 for a wide receiver, it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing right away because you haven't seen it. But in 3 years from now, when every kid coming out of college starts picking out 20 numbers because Sky Moore's balling out with the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, then you're going to be first. You're the first team. You're the first person to do that. It's a number that stands out. You're going to notice them. So, I love that number for him. I think that's a good choice. I know Chiefs fans are a little split on that one.
Oh, I love it.
And there's some traditionalists that don't like it.
It raises my grade to an A++.
Sky Moore is going for 2,424 yards, 24 touchdowns on 224 receptions.
Whoa.
No, I would say it's 24 receptions.
Wait, what happened to Travis Kelce in that scenario?
8,700 catches,
Oh,
87
okay.
touchdowns.
My goodness.
Yeah, I love the Sky Moore number. I don't know if we have any of the other numbers.
I don't
yet,
think we have any others yet. Do you have them? Just Brian Cook, Leo Chanel. Do you have a number you would love to see either one of them in?
I mean, I want to see Leo Chanel in a single-digit number again. Like, I think that was really fun for Wisconsin, and he can back it up. They like that sort of thing, the physicality that he plays with, the way that he moves. I think it's a very aesthetically pleasing number, and to see him flashing into the background wearing a single digit. I mean, we talked a little bit about this morning. Willie Gay Jr. wore a single digit number in college, and obviously came into the Chiefs wearing number 50. Now that the jersey rules have, kind of restricted a little bit or loosened some of the restrictions a little bit, they can actually change it without having to buy up a lot of their jerseys. I personally would love to see both the outside linebackers in single-digit numbers. Give me 5 and 6 on the outside.
Can we get more single-digit numbers?
Guys,
Can we get more than 9 single-digit numbers?
Here's the problem. Tommy Townsend's number 5 right now.
That's okay.
And Shane Bichel's number 6.
Well, I mean,
so you're kind of at a disadvantage there.
So QB3 and QB4 currently have the
QB2.
numbers.
QB2.
There's other single digits. He can rock 1. I think Ronald Jones is looking at 2. He could go 3. 8 might be Aaron Gordon or Alex. Aaron Gordon, yeah.
Anthony Gordon.
Anthony. See, it's an A name. He might be 8. I don't know if that counts. You could get a single digit, right? You could get a single digit for Leo Chanel. That'd be my preference. I would also accept. I've seen some people suggest when I asked about this 44. I like 44 for Leo Chanel.
Like
that's a pretty
44.
good linebacker number.
Mm-hmm.
And then 50, oh no, you know what? We talked about 59 this morning, but that's taken. That's Kando's numbers. Like you can't get 59. So like 44 single digit is kind of my preference.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I would love it to be 5, but it's not going to happen.
Probably
Leo
not.
Chanel in 5 would be pretty dope.
He might be able to buy it out. Who knows? Then Brian Cook. I think 6 is available. If he could just go get 6, that's what he wore at Cincinnati.
Shane Bichel 6.
I think 6 is available, so he could just go get 6. Like he did at Cincinnati. I think 23 would look good on him, just kind of that Armani Watts number. Like there's options there. I don't know if I have as much connection to any of that, but like I would like 6. 23 would be good, but Leo Chanel in a single digit's the one that we kind of got to have.
Yeah. Okay. Let's refocus here on round 3.
I was
Do we
focused.
have to?
I was very focused.
I was very focused on that.
This was the important stuff.
What's the position with most value right now? The position that you look at right now, because I know what mine is. I think it's
there's
interior defensive line.
There's
Like we were talking about a little bit at the end of last night's live stream. There's only been a handful of interior defensive linemen that have come off the board. Now, it's not a particularly good class, but this is where a lot of these guys were expected to go. And there's a couple more guys. Perry and Winfrey out of Oklahoma. You've got, Matthew Butler, you've got Thomas Booker, you've got Marquand McCall. There's a whole bunch of guys that I'm very big fans of, I think would fit well within the Chiefs scheme. I think that you can address defensive line in a way that get snaps in day 3. I know we talked a lot about special teams, but I actually think that this is a way that you can get snaps out of an interior defensive lineman and get play on the defense in day 3.
I just think some of these, and I think there will be a run on interior defensive lineman
There
here
should be.
before the Chiefs pick at 135, which could
I'm not
be where,
surprised how it's gone though. Like Perion Winfrey's a surprise not being there, but like if you look at the KCS and draft guide, I'm looking at kind of my board right now. I have nobody with a round 3 grade. Winfrey's the only guy above that's still available, and everybody else is round 4 or later. Like I think it makes sense.
I think there's a lot of good football players left. I mean,
corner for me is the value.
I think,
right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're looking at your boy Jalen Armour Davis. You're looking at Tariq Woolen. You're looking at Kobe Bryant. Why don't you just go grab another Cincinnati Bearcat in Cincy cornerback Kobe Bryant, Caleb Evans out of Missouri. You've got him. Jack Jones, slot guy. Jalen Watson. Out of Washington State, Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State, like
Zion McCollum,
Damari Mathis. You got a lot of names.
Good
here.
night.
All of the tier 1 CBAT guys are still on the board.
Why don't you tell us about CBAT again, and especially kind of how these guys that are tier one CBATs?
Tier 1 CBATs.
What does that do?
Basically, cornerback athletic testing, for those of you that don't know, is a metric that I came up with that is a fairly predictive thing over the past over decade plus here. Since 2010, these guys that are these tier 1 testers, and again, athletic testing isn't everything, the film matters, but these tier 1 testers, it does not matter where they've been drafted in the NFL, they have been contributors at a 77% rate. No matter where they've been drafted. You drafted in 7th round, you got a over 3/4 chance to be a contributor during your rookie contract. Contrast that to the rest of the cornerbacks drafted in the NFL, it's around 35%. So you over double your chance to get a contributor at the rookie level. Last year, there were 8 of them. 6 of them immediate contributors. Nate Hobbs for the Raiders was a guy that they picked up in round 5 and ended up being a significant contributor for them. And the other 2 guys played over 50% of the snaps, just shy of that contributor status.
It was Isaiah Rochelle. Not Isaiah. Robert Rochelle. Yeah. Robert Rochelle, another guy. He went in round 7.
Absolutely.
A tier 1 CBAT player. I mean, that's a very predictive. Salute, Craig. That's a predictive metric right there.
Marco
Wilson was a day 3 guy.
136.
Yes.
Right after where the Chiefs are picking this year.
Absolutely.
And he's a guy that played for the Cardinals, right?
A lot.
And like you could see the athleticism on the field, but there was clearly issues why he went pick 136.
Sure, absolutely.
He's throwing shoes. He's the guy that gives up every third down completion.
Every third down. Awesome on first and second downs. Terrible on third downs. But this is kind of a little bit of a predictive measure. This is the latest that it has been for a tier 1 CBAT to come off the board. Typically, there are round 1 guys. Typically, there are players that you're going to see get drafted before this. So
assumption JT Woods isn't playing corner for the Chargers.
Hard assumption that too. Yes, absolutely. But guys that have tested as cornerbacks, that's what it is. And now the Chiefs have a tier 1 CBAT on their roster in L'Jarius Sneed. L'Jarius Sneed was a guy that they picked up a little bit later. Again, a safety. Lukeman Barku, a little bit of a lottery ticket, also a tier 1 CBAT.
Now, where does Trent McDuffie fall kind of on this list? Explain the Trent McDuffie CBAT kind of arc that he's gone through.
Trent McDuffie is a tier 2 guy. Just below that tier 1. They have a pretty high hit rate as well. Obviously not to the point, where you're doubling your chances there, but arm length factors into this formula. And so he got major docked for that and still is a tier 2 guy. So
that tells you something.
That tells you about his athletic profile. It tells you about his ability to play. And so you see those types of guys, but all of the tier 1 guys that we have seen for this year are still on the board. So you are going to have a chance, if you are a Chiefs fan, to draft one of these guys and try and get a contributor on the rookie contract in day 3.
The Buccaneers have made the first pick in day 3, and it is not a tier 1 cornerback.
But it's a good one.
Which is not a kiss. I'm just glad that the Craig Stout kiss of death didn't take one of these tier 1 CBAT guys off the board. With the first pick in day 3, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected tight end Cade Otton out of Washington. This is an outstanding pick to start day 3. Mm-hmm. I think this is great value. I think you wound up like tight end 3 in the KCSN draft guide. Maybe not the most complete receiver, but I think he's a guy that is. I think he's pretty well rounded. I think he's a capable blocker. He's a seam runner. He's a really talented guy. And I mean, I would have been thrilled to see the Chiefs maybe get him, at some point in day 3. But obviously, I think everybody realized he's a pretty good football player here.
Yeah, he should have gone a lot earlier. But I mean, a blocking tight end, that's what he's known for. A blocking tight end that's kind of a safety net. I mean, we're speaking Tom Brady's language, right? So it's a good pick for them.
Yeah.
There was a lot of buzz that the Buccaneers kind of like the Trey McBride, and he might be one guy in contention for their pick at 28, or then when they had pick 33 to start the second round. So this makes a lot of sense for them. I think it's a good pick. I mean, it's a very good pick for them. It's going to make a lot of sense. He's a guy I would have liked to see the Chiefs get, but if we're going to look at tight end, I like Cade Otton. I would have liked that pick. If we want to say the Chiefs are interested in tight end, though, you still got like a Charlie Kolar out of Iowa State. You have Isaiah Likely out of Coastal Carolina. I think those are the two kind of guys left that you maybe target if you're the Chiefs.
I like Daniel Bellinger a little bit. I think he can inline a little bit more than Matty does.
No, I think Bellinger can. It's Jake Ferguson that I don't think can inline that well.
That's right.
It's Bellinger, but the problem is with a Ferguson, a Bellinger, or even a little bit. Oh, here we got some Charlie Kolar reps coming up here. And so this is what I like. So guys like Kolar, guys like Isaiah Likely, where I think that they kind of make sense is there might be some value in terms of them developing into a true tight end 1. I don't see that for Ferguson. I don't see that for Bellinger. They might be really good tight end 2s, but Kolar, you're seeing he has the speed, the size to stretch the seams vertically. He's got really good hands. He's a capable enough blocker that you can get by with him. Like that's why just him and Likely, I think, have the best upside that are left. So those are the kind of 2 guys that I would be leaning into if I were looking for a tight end, if I were the Chiefs.
I am very much on board with a Charlie Kolar ad here in round 4, round 5, whenever the Chiefs come around to do that. I think at this point, adding value and just taking a pick, again, not looking at your depth chart, just take the best guy on the board. I think Charlie Kolar is up there on my board.
I'm team draft good football players today.
Absolutely.
I think that's just a smart approach. I think
Brett Veach has been team draft good football players all
today
weekend.
too.
It's awesome.
They've been killing it, and that's why I'm just curious to see their approach the rest of this draft. I mean, one thing I did think that was kind of interesting when you were listening to Brett Veach's press conference yesterday is he did mention something about the return game. He did say that that maybe they have we got day 3 picks here, like they might add something in the return game because Sky Moore might be somebody that they were asked about Sky Moore's return ability. Here's a little look at Isaiah Likely. Definitely not an inline tight end, but definitely an intriguing one in his own right.
Well, and here's my point with Likely too, and why I kind of like him. You want to find coming out of college a tight end that compares very favorable to Travis Kelce coming out of Cincinnati, not his NFL career, but coming out where it's mostly a yak threat. You're just getting the ball in his hands and letting him be a football player and letting him be an athlete. That's Isaiah Likely. He's a good blocker in space. He's a guy that shows up and has some wide receiver-like traits as a tight end. That's why I think I'd lean into him. Now, he ran a 4.8 at his pro day, which shocked me because he pulls away. And I know it's not the highest level of competition for Coastal, but it's still, an FBS program. They're still playing real teams, and he just pulls away from guys. So he would be my option. We got another pick. The Houston Texans came up. They come up at 107, and they select Dameon Pierce, running back out of Florida.
That's a good pick.
Fantastic pick.
That's another great pick. If he had snuck into the end of day 2, I wouldn't have been surprised, and he almost did. If you look at where he was drafted, there's a lot to like about him from a pass protection standpoint. I think there's a ton of upside there as a runner. Really quality runner, big, dense, powerful back, low center of gravity, pretty good vision. He does a lot of things well. He's a decent pass catcher, decent route runner. He just doesn't have the top gear. Like that's the big thing for him. He really doesn't have that gear to run away from people. But everything outside of that explosive home run hitting potential, you've got to really like. He's enough burst to get through the line, density, power. He's a really quality rotational piece.
He reminds me a lot of Darrell Williams, but I think he runs a little bit more powerful.
Like I think he's got more lateral agility than Darrell too.
Yeah. It's just like a Darrell Williams plus. Here's another tight end we kind of like. We got to talk to him down at the East-West Shrine game. Garrett Prince,
Shawnee Mission Northwest, stand up.
So here we are. We get some highlights here, and here's another athletic tight end that he might be a little bit later today than the other 2 guys you mentioned, or maybe not because somebody might be trading for the athleticism. And here's a guy that ran a 4.58, I believe it was, on a hurt hamstring. Like his hamstring's still recovering, and I think he said that he probably shouldn't have ran. He just got out there and wanted to. But you want the fastest tight end, the guy that's going to give you the most vertical threat. Here's a guy you look at that could kind of come into the NFL, spend a year or two learning, and actually kind of surprise people as he goes forward and what he might develop into. It's like Garrett Prince, another tight end to kind of keep your eyes on as this day 3 starts going on.
We're at Kingdom Bar and Grill here in Overland Park, Kansas, hanging out for day 3 of the draft, starting to get some people rolling in here to celebrate Draftmas with us, the final day of Draftmas. If you're watching, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, and tell us how sad you are that the Cleveland Browns have just taken defensive tackle Perrion Winfrey out of Oklahoma off the board.
I am very sad. I can lead with that. I am very, very sad. Now, not that I expected him to last long enough for the Chiefs to draft him today. As we've seen, teams come into day 3, they reset their boards, they reallocate things, and they see guys that they look at and they're like, man, we can't believe that he's here either. Cleveland Browns obviously add another good defensive lineman to their rotation. They got a lot of production out of Malik McDowell last year. I think this is a guy that can slot in, play some 3-tech for him, and play it at an effective level immediately. We were big fans of Perrion Winfrey.
Oh, I mean, they had Malik McDowell last year after he was out of football for a little bit. And I mean, he was good for them. He was really good. And you could see the flashes and you could see the explosion. Perrion Winfrey,
he's got
flashes, explosion, violence. He's a guy that can be used in a lot of the same ways as he develops a more complete game, kind of coming from JUCO to that Alex Grinch system at OU, which probably misused him pretty wildly. And then now he's going to a team that might be able to work. They're building a pretty good pass rush there with Myles Garrett. Then they drafted Alex Wright. Now you get Perrion Winfrey with them.
Oh, man.
That's some size and some physicality and length. I think that's a lot of 34, 35-inch arm dudes on that defensive line.
For sure.
We saw Perrion Winfrey, too. He had a really, really, really good Senior Bowl.
I think he was the MVP, wasn't he?
He might have been the
MVP.
MVP
And then
of
somebody
the Senior Bowl.
stole like his shoulder pads and helmet when he was flying back through Dallas or something like that. I just remember. Hopefully he ever got him back. But yeah, somebody stole his Senior Bowl equipment.
Good night. Come on,
yeah,
man.
it was ridiculous.
He had a great Senior Bowl, dominant in some of those one-on-one reps. He's really flashing. I remember we were sitting in Vegas watching some of the tape of the Senior Bowl, and he was really flashing. So this is a quality pick, and I know Maddie's really sad because this is a guy that maybe the Chiefs would have taken a look at. But maybe he's gone. I don't know. There's some interior defensive linemen. Maybe they look more at another 1-tech type guy.
Is this where we start to see the defensive line come off the board?
I think so.
Are we going to see teams look at that and go, okay, we missed out on Winfrey, obviously the best of the bunch here, but maybe we start seeing some of these guys come off the board a little bit.
Maybe I'll play devil's advocate and say no, because I just don't think it's a good unit. I really don't think it's that particularly good, right?
That's a good point.
I just don't think they're good. I don't think there's a reason to be. I think going to get Perrion Winfrey here makes sense because he's clearly above everybody else. What's the difference between drafting your number 1 D tackle right now and like the number 10 D tackle right now?
Definitely there was a cliff after Perrion Winfrey. I just, we see little runs. Even in day 3, we see little runs go as, some of these teams, especially at the start, we see some of that coming.
And is there really going to be a run? Like, are you going to get a run on day 3? I feel like people are kind of operating off their own board now. Yeah. No one's focused on that. I think the Seattle Seahawks pick is in. They finally do address corner, a guy we talked about already. It looks like Kobe Bryant, the cornerback out of Cincinnati, is off the board.
Quality pick.
It's a good pick for them. He makes a lot of sense in what they've traditionally done for their scheme. You put him in that cover 3 scheme, you let him press, he bails out. You're not exactly worried about him having to run with everyone vertical, and that's where he gets struggles. When he feels threatened by speed, that's where he gets beatable. But if you put him in that system where it's like, hey, you're only going to operate on this straight line and use your ability to feel for routes and your playmaking ability and length. Perfect scheme fit for him.
Good instincts, and good route recognition like you're talking about. Yeah, this is a good situation for him and not one of the top tier athletes necessarily. That was one of the knocks on him. And you're right, that the ability to run vertically, but there's a lot of components about him that are really quality that, I think he'll be able to contribute in a real way sooner rather than later because he does have such high football IQ, football instincts, football character. Just like all those Cincinnati guys.
I was going to say, they're all like that. You get these guys that, come out and they've got such high football IQ and especially these DBs, the route recognition. Like Kobe Bryant falls just right in line with Sauce Gardner, falls right in line with Brian Cook. Like these guys that can process at a high level, diagnose things quickly. It's a well-coached unit. They're coming out, obviously, NFL ready. The NFL loves these guys. Makes sense. They were a really good defense last year, and they're relying on a lot of those high IQ type players to really be studs and create a good defense.
That's Kobe Bryant, C-O-B-Y.
The
cornerback out of Cincinnati, another really solid pick. We talked about him a little bit off the top. of the board. But yeah, good football player. Maybe not the best athlete, but I think an overall good football player.
This start to this round makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah,
I think these are all guys that we didn't talk about the running back position much, but Dameon Pierce is a guy that had a lot of buzz coming from the Senior Bowl, and everybody watching Florida and be like, wait, why aren't they using like their best running back ever, right? So like here's these 3 picks right off the top make a lot of sense. These are guys that should have been the top of a lot of guys' boards. So this is a good start to day 3 for the teams picking. I did see a funny tweet at one point in time, but I've now lost it, so this is completely useless. You guys can continue. This is good. This is good content.
Day 3 content, right?
We spent 3 of the 4, and like we had discussions before the draft started about 3 of the 4 guys that are already absolutely, and we aren't spending a ton of time talking about running backs because
Isaiah Spiller's still available, and I don't care what you say. The Chiefs draft Isaiah Spiller in round 4. That's another home run of a pick.
Oh, I'm totally fine with that.
It's not fine. It's ecstatic. That's a good football player. He was the best running back in the SEC 2 years ago. For probably 2 straight years, he was one of the best running backs in the SEC, and you're going to get him in round 4 without him being run into the dirt because he's only played it through 3 years. I think that's a great pick. I don't think he'll make it to the Chiefs pick. I think this is a good spot for teams to start taking running backs, but I mean, that's a guy that if the Chiefs take him, you get a 3-down back. Like that's the thing. You get a 3-down guy.
Maybe it starts with the Ravens here. I don't think the Ravens have taken a running back yet.
No, and the Ravens reportedly here, the rumor is Falele is off the board. A massive tackle off the board to the Ravens.
That is just Daniel Falele, the right tackle out of Minnesota.
Unless somebody can prove me wrong.
Is the Baltimore Ravens pick in the 110th pick. And that's just an extremely Ravens pick to make right there. I mean, I know where you're going with this, I think.
The confusion between drafting Tyler Linderbaum early on and then Daniel Falele here is interesting to me. Like, that's 2 opposite directions. One guy's a pure zone center or a zone scheme center only prospect. The other guy, Falele, he can do zone stuff a little bit. It's not like he's unathletic, but he's a big dude. You're not going to get him out into space a ton. I mean, he lumbers a little bit. He's a 400-pounder. He lumbers, right? So it's interesting, but he doesn't have to start right away. He used to get in that room, get the same coaching that Ronnie Stanley, Orlando Brown Jr. going through. He gets to sit behind Morgan Moses.
I have another pick too. Continue to talk. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And Morgan, so he's got time, right? Like it's not a bad pick. It's just I'm confused by their plan to get one of the smallest centers like that has ever come into the NFL.
He's a really good player, though. I understand it, but
he's going to stand next to Daniel Falele, and you're going to have a guy 6'7".
It's going to be like the movie Twins.
Never seen it. 400 pounds, and Tyler Linderbaum is like my size.
Yeah.
With the 111th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets have selected offensive tackle Max Mitchell.
Oh, that one, R.I.P. That was a guy that we liked. I
was really like, I like the idea of he's a guy. I think if he'd fallen to 135, maybe the Chiefs could have put him at right tackle and potentially competed in year 1. I think that highly of him. I don't think he's the best athlete, but he's a good football player and a good run blocker and quality pass protector.
He is. I was a little concerned at the Senior Bowl. He looked overwhelmed at the competition he saw at the Senior Bowl, right? And like that's fine. That doesn't rule him out.
Athleticism popping
right. And that doesn't rule him out by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that one made me the most inkling bit of a little nervous just from the aspect that, is he going to be overwhelmed at the NFL level? But I do like him. Quality player. There's still some other offensive tackles I still like. We got the Matt Waletzkos that we've talked about. Rasheed Walker's still there. Dare Rosenthal is a transfer into Kentucky, I believe it was, and he played pretty good for a year, but he's a raw and developmental guy. Like, there's still some tackles left if that's what you're going to go after. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much of our missing out on Max Mitchell, although I agree he could have been ready earlier than some of the others. The athletic profile and what he looked like in a step up in competition did make me nervous.
I mean, yeah, but we're now seeing back-to-back tackles come off the board here. I think we would all be fine with the Chiefs addressing the tackle position. We see a lot of that in the chat right now. So if you are watching, go ahead and put how you feel about the Chiefs tackle position down there. Give us a comment, hit the like button on the way down to hit that comment, share it with everybody. We're doing this. We're live all day today, but I think we all would have been very, very happy with the Chiefs drafting a tackle at this point, even if it's just a depth guy, give you a little more insurance. I don't hate the Chiefs offensive line depth right now, but they could definitely add another guy to that room, specifically on the edge, add some length, and give yourself a little insurance out there, in case you go through a little attrition like we saw 2 years ago.
Yeah, we have the next pick, and it's another guy I brought up.
We've talked about, yeah.
Yeah, they're falling off the board. Between last night's preview show and today when we started talking about some of these players, with the 112th pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the New York Giants draft tight end Daniel Bellinger out of San Diego State. I really liked him. I was pretty high on him. And I think, actually, if I remember correctly, Daniel Jeremiah is pretty high on him too. Really good inline blocker. I think he's a quality inline blocker. Showed some promise there, some ability to run up the seam. Not like the most comfortable, fluid receiver, but I think a quality, capable hands as a pass catcher.
When he runs kind of like he's got to go to the bathroom, right? Like that's what he looks like when he runs. Good play. He tested really athletically. No, he's a really good athlete, which shocked me. But we watched him at the Senior Bowl. We watched him at the Senior Bowl. His 3-cone drill was 75th percentile for tight ends. Broad jump, 94th percentile, 69th, nice for vertical jump, 83rd percentile for 40-yard dash. Like good athlete. It's just when you watch him, he looked like a guy that didn't look comfortable out in space, but I like it. I think he might have got overdrafted a little bit by the George Kittle connection of quality blocker that tested well, right? And I don't think anyone's saying he's George Kittle. I just wonder if that plays into the role of him, because I think his college production's very, very minimal.
It is, but you wonder how much of that is the offense he was in San Diego State, and kind of what he's going through. And in the KCSN draft guide, we comped him to Big Bomb Tanyan out of Green Bay a little bit. It's size, ability to get vertical a little bit, but maybe not the most fluid guy. I think that they're looking at this from the Giants' perspective and saying, let's go get just a big target and a guy that can come in and block, but a big target.
Yeah, it's a nice move. It's a nice pick. I really liked him. Guys we kept talking about are falling off the board. Like everyone,
we gotta quit talking about them.
Round 4 guys are taking. All right, so Matt Araiza, the punter, Jordan Stout, the punter.
Hey,
look,
ease up off of Jordan Stout. I'm fine with using a 7th pick.
Manifesting Sam Howell right now. Manifesting Sam Howell.
If the Chiefs take Jordan Stout, we might free up number 5 for Leo Chanel. Like I'm just saying. There's levels here.
Yeah, but we might free up Tucker Franklin too.
Oh yeah, he might quit.
He can find a new punter. They're a dime a dozen, literally.
I will say this: Jordan Stout does not have the arm that Tommy Townsend does.
You know this?
I do know.
Did you scout?
I did. I wrote the punters and kickers.
I didn't know if Penn State let their punter throw, but then I realized who their quarterbacks were. So
yeah, part of our grading system for punters is arm talent. So here's some Leo Chanel highlights if you want to take a look at some of these really quick.
And I've seen some comments. Yes, he wore number 45 2 years ago at Wisconsin. He switched to number 5 his junior year. So a number like 45 when we were doing the number discussion is clearly in realm. But yeah, we're seeing what he brings here. Downhill sledgehammer. I think that's about the best way to do it. An agile sledgehammer, though. So I don't even know what we're getting into. This comparison's getting out of hand.
An agile sledgehammer. I mean, that's
sledgehammer that can bend?
The agile sledgehammer kind of sounds like what we should be calling this man now. I mean,
I thought it was Karlaftis Jr.
He just loves to fill the interior A gap. I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. A round 1 player, and Tyler Linderbaum absolutely hated this man lining up. And he's an A gap mugger.
He's as big as Tyler Linderbaum.
I mean, but he's an A gap mugger. Like he would line up completely opposite of Linderbaum and beat him in close quarters, play with physicality, play with agility, and knife into the backfield, creating tackles for loss, creating pressures, sacks, things like that. Like he's a really fun player that you get to line up in a lot of different places. I love the way that Wisconsin used him, aligned him along the line of scrimmage and was able to take advantage of him as a blitzer in that way.
You know what we got to do? We got to get Jeff Allen's take on Leo Chanel because he watched it. He watched all the Illinois games.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. So, okay. Would you be fine grabbing Dontario Drummond? I like him. Big guy, good blocker. He kind of comes from that system that gets the ball out in his hands a lot. So, he would make some sense.
Round 7, probably.
Yeah, I think if he's a guy that I would look at if you miss out on Eric Easy.
Ezukama.
No, we're just calling him Easy, though. I think it's a better name.
Easy E.
Yeah, but I think if you miss out on him, I think Drummond can give you some of the similar stuff. I'm not as excited, but you get him in round 7. I think he does make a lot of sense. I didn't want to say, I want to get Jeff Allen's take on Leo Chanel. I bet as an offensive lineman, I bet he's the kind of linebacker that he would probably hate to see across from him.
Oh, absolutely.
We have some picks to announce here. The Washington Commanders at pick 113 select safety Percy Butler.
Special team stud.
And then the New York Giants draft safety Dane Belton.
special team stud.
Back-to-back safeties.
I think both of those guys I've heard have some of the highest amount of special team snaps of their college career out of anybody in this draft class. I think both of those names, I've heard exactly those exact words, which where are we at in the draft?
Absolutely. I mean, Brett Veach spoke about how, day 3 is when you address some of those positions. Like you can find that sort of value. You can rely on your day 3 guys to be your studs, your special team studs. Guys, you were just talking about how we need to talk to Jeff Allen about, linebackers. I just realized how fun sitting and talking with Derek Johnson is going to be this season, talking to him about linebacker play. I mean, they've completely overhauled the position in the last couple years, 2-3 years, with speed, athleticism, blitzing ability. Like, I'm thrilled to get to talk to DJ about linebackers this season.
Yeah, rightfully so. It's going to be fun to talk to him about this in defense in its entirety because a lot has changed since the last time you got to talk to Derek Johnson, getting his eyes on some of these guys. I can't wait to get out to camp. I can't wait to overanalyze.
Camp's going to be so loud with the hitting too. Like even if they don't mean to, it's just going to be loud.
They got some dog in them.
I mean, they're gonna have to have a conversation with a lot of these rookies before they go out there, based on the way that we see them play. Like, talk to Leo Chanel. Like, put it like a harness or something on him, and have one of the other linebackers stand behind him, make sure he doesn't hit somebody too hard.
The first time Trey Smith and Leo Chanel come in contact with one another.
I just saw the Broncos pick, and now I'm sad.
Don't read it out.
With the 115th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select cornerback Damari Mathis.
That's a good pick.
That's a really good pick.
That is the first tier 1 CBAT off the board. Pittsburgh cornerback Damari Mathis. Are you guys a little surprised that this was not Tariq Woolen? I think that Tariq Woolen, everybody kind of consensusly had as, if of those really super athletic guys, that he would be the first one. He had day 2 hype, and here Damari Mathis comes off the board before him.
A little bit. I mean, Tariq Woolen's grade is higher, so I thought he was a better prospect, but I think so much of that was Damari Mathis was a little bit more complete in his game, right? Like you could see a little bit more of what he had developed into, where he still needed to grow, and where you or how you might not get there, right? Damari Mathis, I think, is a really good athlete. So is Tariq Woolen. As of right now, Damari Mathis is a better player, bar none. Yeah. So like you see their athletic testing. I'm not surprised a team would like Mathis' physicality more. I'm not surprised they would like his ability to come up and play hard once you see the testing. I understand Tariq Woolen's fall. I really do. I get the testing. His tape is just bad. It's just not good. So, like, I get it. I get why he would fall.
It was the Senior Bowl aspect of that with Tariq Woolen, though, that you kind of looked at and was like, all right. Like, you saw improvement as the week went along in the Senior Bowl. And then to couple it with that absolutely insane athletic testing, the length, he struggles to turn. Like, that is one of the things, he is a little bit stiffer prospect. But the length and the speed, we have seen guys not overdrafted, but drafted very high based on those two things alone at the cornerback position. So I'm a little surprised that he's still here.
I feel like a guy with those kind of measurables goes earlier than this, though.
Typically,
but there's a lot of guys with those measurables still left. That's the point.
Yeah, I think he hears his name calling around for.
He should. He should. That kind of athleticism shouldn't keep waiting. It's just if you were basing it on trusting the tape, if you're basing it on the film, I very easily can see this. Pretty poor tackler, whether he's willing to or not.
I think he's willing. I'll fight y'all online. We've had the debate.
Poor tackler, whether it's technique, his actual physicality, because he's a relatively skinny guy, or his strength to bring guys down. Poor tackler, a guy that doesn't understand how to read routes yet. He's new to the position. I get it. I didn't understand.
He's a project.
I didn't understand Perion Winfrey's fall. Yeah. I understand Tariq Woolen's fall.
That's understand. Hey, just want to say here, Damari Mathis, Chiefs receiver Sky Moore, went for 124 and a touchdown with Damari Mathis in that secondary. Sky Moore got the better of him a couple times.
Pretty sure I have a clip of him pushing Damari Mathis onto the ground on a slant before he takes it. It might have been a touchdown, or it could have just been a good first down kind of gain. But I'm pretty sure he got into his chest and actually ended up stepping on his toes figuratively and then getting him on the ground.
Looks like Boye Mafe will be wearing. Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, it looked like Boye Mafe was wearing number 69, but. That's not true.
Okay.
So
we're nailing this day 3 right now, guys.
You know what? It's day 3. We're having fun. And if you see our shirts here, we're representing the All Juice team. We're representing Terez Paylor. a dear pal who suddenly passed away last year, and we're trying to continue his legacy and trying to honor his memory by doing a raffle this weekend. So we'll be announcing the winners of a Nick Bolton jersey, a Travis Kelce jersey, and a Patrick Mahomes signed football helmet. If you want entered into that, all you need to do is donate $10 to the KC Sports Network Venmo. For every $10 that you donate, you will get an entry into that raffle. We'll be announcing it later today. Appreciate y'all coming to hang out with us. If you are watching, hit the like, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, tell us who you think the Chiefs should pick. They're getting closer and closer to their selection in the 4th round. They've got about 20 picks left before they'll make their pick. The Denver Broncos are on the board again for the second time here, 115 and now 116 here. So
I saw something that I don't think we talked about, right? Sky Moore picked number 24. Do you know who wore 24 last year?
Who wore 24?
Melvin Ingram.
Yes, sir.
So do we just think, I'm not saying it means anything, but here's a guy that came over. He chose 24. A lot of Chiefs fans want him back. Just you think that, kind of the fact that was even an option, it has to make you think that the Chiefs aren't sitting there with some kind of verbal agreement that Ingram's coming back, right?
I mean, we talked a lot about that. I think you saw Melvin Ingram took a visit before, the draft started with Miami. We've talked a lot about Melvin Ingram, how he's a guy that's planning to come in, maybe, towards the end, right before training camp, basically get in there. He knows the scheme if they're going to add him. I don't think that this means anything specifically. I also don't think that you're reserving a number for that guy. Like, I mean, it's fine. Like, I would like Melvin Ingram on this team. Don't get me wrong. But if one of your future wide receivers and a guy that you believe in wants to wear that number over a guy that is looking to come in at training camp, maybe sign another 1-year deal and contribute just a little bit for this team, like, I am fine with telling Melvin Ingram, hey, buddy, it's going to be a different number this year, and you're just going to have to get used to it, I guess.
We have pick 16 or 116. Sorry, not pick 16. It's day 3.
We have that too.
We do have. We've had it for a while.
Yeah.
With pick 116 in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos have selected a Yoma Uwazurike. Look at me. I'm a professional. Defensive tackle out of Iowa State. And now I'm not a professional because I just got done calling myself a
Here's a defensive tackle run that Craig's maybe been talking about. This is not a guy that I would have pegged here, but I know he has some fans. He's a guy with rare length, if I remember's right. He's one of these
35 and an 1/8 inch arms.
Yeah, and he can play up and down the defensive line a little bit, so that kind of makes sense for their defensive scheme. You get a guy that can play a little 5 tech, a guy that can play a little 3 tech. You can put him on the end, inside. Like, he can move around, right? So I get the pick. I understand the appeal for the player. I mean, I'm not going to say any pick is bad at this point.
It's day 3. Yeah.
Right. It's day 3. It's just he's an interesting physical profile, so that kind of makes him fun at this point.
Yeah. Oh, go.
Yeah, I mean, that length, having that length on the interior, we talk a lot about, how Chris Jones and how, the length and the problems that he creates on the interior. I mean, this sort of length is what you're getting with this player out of Iowa State. I mean, I think he's still a project. He's still a guy that's got a lot to go. But you're gambling on traits in day 3, and it's a player that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm no comment. If the Chiefs came out and took him here with their pick, it wouldn't be an upset thing. Wouldn't be like my favorite pick, but it wouldn't be something I'm upset with. Yeah. It's a quality pick that I think you're betting on a rare body type. And at this point in time, you start betting on rare body types, singular traits, guys that move different. That's still where I'm at. Guys that move different. I don't know how many of those guys left there are. There's a couple guys I think you'd say move a little different. It's like that's what you bet on here. So the pick makes sense.
Hey, we're hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas. Starting to see some people trickle in. I just saw Jeff Allen rolling in as well here too. If you're liking what we're doing here on the KCSN channel here on YouTube, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Also, we're gonna have 15 shows a week of Chiefs-specific draft shows. So hit us up with there's a link to subscribe to our podcast channel. The Apple Podcast link is down there. So we've got a lot of shows, including us a couple of times a week, one-on-one with Jeff Allen, Mike DeVito. We've got a few shows going on every week.
BJ outside the trenches. That's BJ, Nick Lecky, Tucker D. Franklin. I mean, Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. We do have another special announcement. We got a new host, a new KCSN host that we're going to get to announce later today. So make sure you're checking things out.
And no, it's not BJ Kissel and Matt Lane talking about a soccer podcast. Just kick it. It's not coming up just yet, but
Just
soon.
yet.
We have a different announcement.
I think we need to get you on one of the Royals shows so you can talk about your 3 innings worth of baseball analysis
In half a decade. I've watched 3 innings of baseball in half a decade.
I think it just needs to be a segment called Matty Lane watches 3 innings of baseball and gives really hot takes.
What if it's various sports, not just baseball? Just like once a week, I watch 3 innings of baseball is like an hour and a half.
I'm here for the cricket podcast.
But like more exciting than baseball, I'm sure.
Just cricket.
Just cricket.
But yeah, no, I just watched like 30 minutes of a various sport and just give a bunch of takes. I did that for baseball, and can back me up. Decently accurate for watching no baseball.
He was giving me takes about the Royals, and he'd been watching 3 innings in the first and he was dead on. He was telling me about he's like, I'll just tease one. Michael A. Taylor. He's like,
I watched him field one fly ball,
and you're like, that guy can't hit. I was like, you're right, he can't hit. So I need to. We've got actually Joel Penfield, who hosts One Royal Way, is actually here. We gotta get you guys together, just so you can do.
So I can embarrass myself.
Your instant analysis on the 3 innings of baseball you've watched in the last decade. We are here at Kingdom Bar and Grill again, hanging out, watching the draft, waiting for some picks to kind of fall in here a little bit. We are through pick 116. We're gonna continue to look for pick 117, and we will leak it as soon as we see it.
Okay, so last year, 4th round, Chiefs add Joshua Kando. Athletic guy, former 5-star, a guy that you're betting on traits, as we talked about. You're betting on singular traits there. Do you see anybody, not necessarily at the edge position, but guys like that? We talked about Tariq Woolen a little bit, Zion McCollum a little bit. Guys,
Joshua Williams, a lot of corners. Right? Okay.
But do you see any other maybe positional guys, things like that have some traits that you would be willing to gamble on a little bit?
Isaiah Likely at tight end, I like, right? He didn't have the testing numbers. Okay. I'm not the biggest fan of this guy, but Calvin Austin III out of Memphis, you just want to get one of the fastest guys. It's got a legitimate good college level track athlete. I get the speed, right? So here's a guy that I think you could bet on that traits. And I don't know that Sky Moore needs insurance, but you get him and you have him and Sky Moore. I get they're both small.
It's fun.
But that's a lot of speed. That's a lot of stuff that you can do. So those are 2 guys. Mike,
you saw 117th pick.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and announce it then.
Okay.
Before I keep talking.
With the 117th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets have selected defensive end Michael Clemens out of Texas A&M.
I get it.
He is Craig's age, so there's that. At least he's, kind of an old, and so.
I mean, I get it though, but that's going to be a base down guy. He really is. He's going to play, I think, a lot of snaps. I'm a big Michael Clemens fan. I really have enjoyed watching him destroy SEC tackles for the majority of his time at Texas A&M. Just a very big physical guy with not a ton of explosion, not a ton of bend. He was a spagsy guy, super spagsy guy. I would have been completely fine with him before. I'm losing my voice. I'm losing my voice.
Tea or something.
It's been 3 days.
We have a trade. Just so you know, the Cleveland Browns traded pick 118 to the Minnesota Vikings for pick 156 and a 2023 4th round pick. So the Vikings are moving up for a very specific guy, and they give up a future pick. Okay, hold on. Did I see something?
See Michael Clemens coming off the board here.
Look,
I mean,
New York just won the Battle of New York. The Jets won the Battle of New York because Michael Clemens, when they scrimmage against the Giants, he's gonna work over Evan Neal like he did in college.
He really did.
So the Jets, this is clearly just a counter. This is to win the Big Apple. Right? This is to literally win the Apple. That's what they were going for.
I would be absolutely fine with counter programming. SEC offensive tackles with Michael Clemens just for 2-3 games a year.
I have something non-draft related that is Chiefs related that just happened. That's something pretty cool.
Is this a jersey number?
No. Oh, okay. Running back Kimball Anders has been inducted to the Chiefs Hall of Fame. The Chiefs Ring of Honor.
Well deserved.
Yeah, that's well deserved. And that's actually pretty personal for me. Kimball Anders was one of my coaches in college for my freshman year. And it was a surreal experience to be an 18-year-old kid who had a Kimball Anders little miniature action figure. And him getting to be one of your coaches. And I relished, the year I got to hang out with him. I would ask him all kinds of questions about the Chiefs and about his time. And like, it was like, I was like Chris Farley with Paul McCartney a little bit with him, because I really, like, he was one of my favorite players growing up. So congratulations to Coach Anders on that honor. That's really, really special. I'm really, really excited for him. That's really, really awesome. I'm very happy for him.
That is great. That is fantastic.
Awesome.
Well deserved. One of my favorite players growing up, like one of those guys that when you first kind of start watching football and getting into it, that doesn't get all of the buzz, but as you watch more, you really grow to appreciate guys like him. So that's a great one. We did get another pick. The Minnesota Vikings select Missouri Tigers cornerback and Tulsa cornerback, Caleb Evans. Good pick. He was close to a tier 1, correct? Just outside?
He was just outside, and it's largely to do with his length and his size.
Yeah.
He's a guy that last year we identified, coming out of Tulsa, him and Allie Green, 2 guys that we really liked, Tulsa corners. Caleb Evans comes over to Missouri and really plays well. I mean, I felt like he played pretty well. This was about his draft range, I feel like. They're obviously banking on some of the size that Caleb Evans has. So I think this is a good pick for the Vikings, who just continue to load up on the cornerback position. This is the team that I believe they've invested the most in the cornerback position, and especially high draft picks in the cornerback position of any team in the NFL. They just continue to build depth. They keep taking swings at one of the most important positions in the draft.
Yeah, so I think it's a good pick. You're getting a guy, good in press, good athlete for his length. Like his footwork, his ability to change directions for his length is pretty good. I think people wanted to see him take a little bit more of a step up at Missouri.
Correct.
I mean, his DB coach came with him. Very good at getting them. And we talked about, Allie Green. They had, I'm going to draw a blank on the name of somebody else that just came out of there, but another big, long, physical guy just the year or two before that we kind of liked. And so good program for getting big, physical corners and stuff like that. He looked like he belonged on the field with SEC guys, but we were kind of hoping to see that technical next step, and it maybe didn't come at Missouri. So that's why you see him in round 4 instead of round 2 with his size and athleticism.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings paid a pretty price to make sure that they went up and got this guy. They gave up a future 4th-round pick to secure him. And, the Vikings, I don't know how we feel about their hopes next season, but that could be a decent 4th-round pick in the 2022 draft. So,
and we've seen the way that guys have come off the board here early in the 4th round. A lot of guys that we like, a lot of guys we feel like are really good value. So yeah, if you are the Vikings, you are hoping that you're not giving up the chance, after you restack your board, to try and get and catch a value that maybe a guy that should have been in the 3rd round that you got in the 4th.
It looks like the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock.
Yes.
And also the Washington Commanders traded out of pick 120. So it looks like the Ravens probably already made the selection. It looks like. So we got a couple things we're kind of looking up at here. Oh, we have the pick for the Ravens. This is such a I hate the Ravens.
Do the Ravens ever make such a Ravens pick?
The Ravens have selected Alabama cornerback Jalen Armour Davis, because of course they have.
That one hurts.
That one hurts.
That one hurts. They love Bama.
They do.
They love corners.
They love good football players.
Yeah. The one thing that kind of interests me here, he's not the most physical tackler.
Yeah.
He's a guy that doesn't always like to get his nose dirty, so that fit with the Ravens, or even my hold up for my fit with him for the Chiefs, he doesn't like to tackle a ton. So you see that, but I mean, the man coverage, he's got the best step kick technique out of any corner in this class. His ability to stay patient, just slide out, use his length that isn't great. It just looks really good because of how well he uses it to jam, stay in phase. Love this pick for them. I think he's actually one of the most underrated corners in this class. Getting him in round 4 is a steal.
Yes, it absolutely is a steal.
Are the Ravens draft Twitter?
I mean,
the Chiefs are PFF draft boards right now. The Ravens.
Oh my goodness.
The Chiefs are KCSN draft guide boards right now.
Maddie draft guys.
Yes,
Maddie guys too.
I think it's funny that the Maddie draft is also the PFF draft this year.
Yeah, what is this nonsense?
Yeah, it's really aligning with the value, at least at these specific players here. But yeah, Jalen Armour Davis, big, long, he doesn't have huge, long arms, but running a 4.39, you've got some speed on the outside. You've got the ability to trust him a little bit on an island. Obviously, coming from Alabama, he is well-versed in, all kinds of different scheme looks, all kinds of different looks, and all kinds of different route distributions that he's seeing from SEC offenses. He's a guy that's going to come in and probably get some snaps for this team early. The Ravens, yet again, catch a guy late in the draft, that is going to be a really good player.
Baltimore, man, Baltimore. I mean, what can you say? They never draft bad, right?
Except,
I mean, you can pick out single picks, but they don't draft bad. They don't have bad drafts. They never have. They're probably never going to do it. It's frustrating seeing them in the AFC. Thankfully, they have a running back leading their team.
Just no rings.
No rings.
You hate to see it. Actively rooting against
the Panthers are the team that traded up. We talked about somebody trading out. The Panthers traded up. What would you guys think? They're the one team that got Matt Corral, correct?
That's correct.
What if they just came up and take Sam Howell and just tell the two to compete, and whoever wins
that would be the most Dave Tepper move ever.
But why? But now you're talking about a round 3 and round 4 pick. This isn't like This isn't like a team taking 2 round 1 quarterbacks or something to compete. You get 2 mid-round quarterbacks that one never hit anyway.
Right.
That mid-round quarterbacks never hit.
Rarely.
Put them both out there and say, one of you two or Sam Darnold is going to win this competition. Let's see who it is. Maybe the other one puts up some good tape, and you can flip them for essentially the same pick next year or a little better. I mean, it just.
And see, last night when we were kind of going through a lot of this stuff and the way that the draft was shaken out, and they obviously take Matt Corral, it was rumored that they were about to, have a deal for Baker Mayfield in place. So they were looking to add a quarterback at some point, and they were looking at potentially trading for Baker Mayfield. Couldn't agree on the split. How much of the contract that the Browns were going to take on and how much of the contract Panthers were going to take on. I can't believe that the Browns think that they have a better deal on the table, maybe, but we'll see here. But we'll see what the Panthers end up doing.
We have the 120th pick. The Carolina Panthers have selected linebacker Brandon Smith out of Penn State.
Ooh,
traded up for him.
That's a Matt Rule pick if I've ever seen one, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Extremely Matt Rule-ish.
There's a lot of Matt Rule action going on there. And then it's super athlete, teaching to play football. That's Matt Rule's bread and butter, right? That's what he says.
Great athletic profile, though.
Absolutely.
And
that's what it is. Yeah,
that's what Matt Rule. When Matt Rule built the Baylor program and brought it back, what he tried to do is, hey, we're gonna find rare athletic profiles. We're gonna coach them up. It's our job to coach them up. It's their job to be athletic, and that's how they develop some guys there. Do you have 121 already?
I do, but it was reported as Jackie Jones by somebody, so I had to laugh for a second.
I love Jack Jones, though.
The Patriots has selected Jack Jones with the 101st pick in the NFL draft. I like the pick, and it kind of makes sense for that team. It's one of those corners that we like, and you could also see not doing a lot because it's the Patriots. Like, it's such a wild hit and miss there.
Absolutely.
But I like the player. I like the attitude. I like his ability.
Yep.
And real quick, we do have a trade. The Vikings trade pick 122 and 250 to the Raiders for 126 and 227. Let's watch some Sky Moore highlights here.
Ooh.
We've got some Sky Moore highlights that y'all want to take a look at, just to remind you of some of the work that Brett Veach was able to do.
You want to stay on with Jeff this time?
Brett Veach was able to do.
Okay. So I know if you're making a mistake.
Are we off?
We'll switch it. I'm just going to say bye to Craig real quick.
Are we live? Are we supposed to be talking over this? Okay, so yeah, we're making some transitions here. We got to hug Craig Stout real quick before we get out of here, and then we will have a special guest, a dear pal, jumping on here in a second. But I got to hug my buddy Craig Stout because I love him so much, and yeah, hold on.
So while you're not listening to us, I guess you guys just get to watch Sky Moore. That's a good problem to have. Like, this is. We were kind of joking. We didn't have this Sky Moore highlight film right away, and we kind of got it late after the Chiefs took them. And this is a pretty much uncut, longer highlight video. But if you go over to the KC Sports Network YouTube page and you find these Sky Moore highlights, these things are great. Like, this is 6 minutes of just some of the most fun wide receiver play that you're going to see. So, like, we got our special guest back in now. So this, when these highlights kick off, you guys are going to hear them before then, I'm sure.
Sky's the limit, right?
Sky's the limit.
Jeff is back, guys.
Sky is the limit.
Oh man,
I'm excited about this kid.
Oh, yeah. I love him.
I didn't know much about him. I was hearing his name pre-draft. Then I started looking at his highlights after we drafted him. Such a smooth route runner.
Yeah.
Can beat man coverage. He's gonna be a good one.
Does he remind you of anybody that you've played with?
Anybody that I played with?
Or that you just seen around the league? Doesn't have to be a teammate specifically.
You know, I want to say he's like Jordy Nelson with speed.
Okay.
No,
We had we've thrown some names around. I think you threw Jeremy Macklin around. Did you play? Did you play with
Jeremy
Macklin?
play with Macklin. Yeah,
kind of shorter Macklin is kind of what it's.
He does like his movement off the line.
Yeah, just the way he moves. That was exactly what it was. I know a lot of people say Golden Tate. I think the size matchup of Golden Tate is what they see. Like those are some of the ones. But we can talk about Sky Moore all we want, but we got a guy we got to talk about. Big Ten guy. Chiefs come out and take Leo Chanel there at the end of round 3. I know you had to watch him go up against Illinois. What do you think about Leo Chanel?
I like him because he brings the juice.
Yeah,
for sure. He's violent, without a doubt. And I want to comp him to I'm surprised he lasted the third, but I understand why. Has some coverage issues here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But as far as the run game, first and second down, there's not a better linebacker in the draft, in my opinion.
Oh, easily. I mean, he's one of the run game, is getting slightly devalued as football goes on, whether it should or shouldn't be, right? We can talk about later, but
sorry,
it kind
Jeff.
of is. Yeah, sorry. But it
bro.
kind of is. But here's one of the few guys that, literally by himself can kind of change the outlook of your run defense. And then you put him with Nick Bolton, who was already starting to do that for the Chiefs. And then Willie Gay's size and speed, that's a nasty group of linebackers.
Exactly. I mean, you got to think about defensively what gave us the most issues last year, especially early on, was the run game. So we're definitely addressing that, and we addressed the secondary a little bit. I'm excited.
Well, and you can have the debate on how much teams should be focusing on stopping the run, but Steve Spagnuolo very much adheres to earning the right to rush the passer. In long situations, and so he's building this group. You see the linebacker investments that they've made. Add another guy to this group that gives them a little bit more flexibility or flexibility.
That is a word right there.
Is it? No.
No, it's not an actual word, but you just made
I just made it up.
Flexibility.
It's like strategery. Am I right?
It's like flexitarian. Sometimes I'm vegetarian. Sometimes I'm not.
Wasn't that?
Oh my God!
Was that Les Miles?
Yeah.
Oh my. I'm a flexitarian.
That's fantastic.
But they got that flexibility, and they're. But they talked about with Craig, if teams change the strength of the formation, you could just roll down. You don't have to flip sides with your linebackers because both Willie Gay and Leo Chanel can play that Sam linebacker in the base. And that's a big athletic group. They've added big, dense athletes. We were talking about Leo Chanel as kind of like a throwback body type, but the athleticism is undoubtedly not a throwback. He's got real athleticism.
He has no false steps. He triggers immediately.
Oh my God, yes.
As far as his reaction time in the run game, he reminds me of Luke Kuechly, the way he shoots the gap, the way he gets in the backfield. He's going to make a lot of TFLs, and he blitzes as well.
Oh, yeah. And you start looking at all these things, and something that caught my eye, too, is when he is shooting these gaps or blitzing offensive linemen, they're hitting him from the side. He just doesn't move. That contact balance and that just center of gravity that he has is so good that, he's hard to kind of knock off of his spot. Kent, what do we got here? What do we got over here? Producers are telling us something.
I was just, we're Jeff's here, one-on-one with Jeff every Tuesday night live.
Gotta check us out, man. Bring me some questions. I'm answering any and everything. I'm excited, man. I'm always going to touch on what's the hot topics, but I want to hear what you guys want to. I want to answer what you want to know.
Yeah. So if you guys are watching right now, here we go. We got questions coming right off the top.
Jeff, where did you get this shirt? This is Billionaires Boys Club, and it's Pharrell Williams line. I got it from I got it online at his website. And it has nothing to do with money. It's about, wealth is of the heart and the mind. That's why I love the movement. It's about, being true to yourself and being a kind and nice person.
That's awesome.
That's a cool shirt.
I like the shirt, and I actually go check that out because I like the message there. I have another. Oh, we got another questions here, so we'll let them get their questions in first.
Yeah, ask Jeffrey. Says Jerry. It's all good.
Jerry.
No. When Cookie Society story coming to Kansas City? I'm actually looking at sites this weekend. This was a dual trip. I came to be here with you guys. I came for barbecue, and I looked at some real estate to try to figure out how do I get Cookie Society in Kansas City area.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm actually kind of scared about that because if there's a Cookie Society in the area, I'm screwed, man. Those things are incredible.
We're still waiting on that. Mike's dealing with some things, but he'll be back at some point.
Yeah, he will be back. We got Tucker filling in for a lot of times right now and stuff, so we're doing good. Oh, we got another one. What was your favorite road atmosphere to play in for the NFL and college?
College, it was Penn State.
Oh, okay.
And I
during a whiteout?
I got an opportunity my freshman season to play in a whiteout game, and it was nuts. I was kind of jealous. I was like, man, I wish our crowd could get this loud. That's definitely a great experience. In the NFL, I would say the Raiders, just because the rivalry, and I love when fans talk crap. I would be on the sideline, trolling them right back. So that was awesome.
You've told me some Raiders stories about how disgusting that place was.
Oh my God! The worst part was the locker room. It was like the size of a tiny living room, and there was leakage from the ceiling.
Right.
It was right at the concession stands were right above us, so you smelled old grease.
Did you say something about like exposed wires too?
Exposed pipes, wires. You see rats at times. It was disgusting.
It was about like their team.
Yeah.
We like to make fun of the Raiders, and we should. But you get out. I'm glad they got out of that stadium. Like their new stadium right now is really, really nice. Like,
have you seen the new stadium? Have you been to Allegiant Stadium yet?
No, I haven't been there yet.
It's really nice.
I heard there's like DJs up in the
and they got like a Twitch TV like clubs and lounges. Like it's really nice.
Jeff, who do you want the Chiefs to take with their next pick? I'm gonna say the tackle from Illinois, Lowe. He's
let's go.
We need an offensive lineman, particular right tackle. And someone with some what do you call it? What was that?
Flexibility.
Someone with some flexibility.
Man, we do have a pick that's happened here. The Las Vegas Raiders, speaking of them, have selected running back Zamir White out of Georgia. Part of that rotation there for the national champions. I mean, Zamir White was a top tier recruit coming out of high school. He's a 5-star recruit. Had some injury issues. Maybe lost a little bit of juice. But still a really quality runner, smooth runner, good vision, good between the tackles.
That's a physical group with him and Jacobs back there. Like there's a lot of big guys coming at you.
What did the loudness at Arrowhead feel like when playing on the field? That was crazy. I didn't get the loudness too much on the offensive side of the ball because they kept everything intact. But being on the sideline, watching the opposing offense have to deal with the crowd, especially on third down, I felt bad. I remember playing the Raiders. I think this was back in 2013, Terrell Pryor was the quarterback, and there was like 5 straight false starts. They had like third and 48 or something like that. I was like, oh, this is crazy.
Can you just see when you're on the field when that noise starts to kind of get, this guy's face and stuff? Can you see when the noise gets to the opponents and stuff like that?
You can see, you can feel it. Like the benches, like we have those, we used to have like some metal benches. They would vibrate.
We have a couple more picks. Pick 123, Maddie. Pour one out. The Los Angeles Chargers have selected running back Isaiah Spiller out of Texas A&M.
Great pick.
That's a great pick.
That's one of his favorite running backs in this class. I think he was like he wound up like RB3 for us too. I think if I remember correctly.
You go back and watch him. Besides just this year, like this year, I know Texas A&M had some struggles along the offensive line and all together. But you look at last year, the year before, he looked like the next big thing at running back, right? It's like because he doesn't run a 4.4, he no longer is good or something at that position. I don't buy it. So I love that pick for them. Unfortunately, the Chiefs have to tackle another big physical running back in the AFC West. But hey, they planned for this, right?
That's why they drafted Leo Chenal right there.
Jeff, who was the hardest person you had to pass protect against? Aaron Donald.
That's probably tough.
I don't know. He might be the greatest defensive tackle of all time. Chris Jones is pretty tough. I faced him every day in practice. And J.J. Watt. But those 3 guys are generational guys that are tough to play against.
So I'm sure the answer is everything, but like what one specific thing about Aaron Donald makes him so good or so hard to like defend? Like, you look and you watch these guys and you get out there, just like, what's the one thing that makes him so darn good?
He has everything. Yeah. I know it sounds crazy, but because he literally has everything. And usually a guy that has that much juice that can set you up in so many different ways doesn't have a motor.
Oh yeah.
But he has a motor out of this world, and he's going to figure out a way to beat you. If you're a bigger guy that can stop his bull rush, he's going to beat you with speed. Can't handle his power, he's just gonna bull you to death. So he's just a unique guy.
You just come away amazed at some of the reps. Like, how did he do that? Like, is there any moments of that where you're just kind of like, how did that guy do this?
It's more like, how the hell did I block him? wow, I blocked him.
Can I get some help from both sides here? Like, we need to do something. Like, well, and the craziest thing, and like we've obviously seen it, and there's other guys in the league like this, but like you line up across me, 6'1", 285 pounds, right? And like, no, he's obviously huge and great shape and all that stuff. But like, you line up across him with all these guys, like there's absolute freaks in terms of size and stuff on the offensive line.
I'll tell you a funny story. This is a real story. So Aaron's rookie year, we played them in the preseason because we played the Rams in the preseason all the time. Yeah. And we don't have scouting reports in the preseason, especially the first game. You don't know anything about it. I knew he was a rookie, the 11th pick. That's all I knew about him. None of the skill set. And we ran an outside zone play. It was an inside zone play, which makes it worse, actually. And I didn't touch him.
Oh, no.
He was off the ball. Oh, no. I was like, okay, this is going to be a day right here.
What do you say when you get back to the huddle there?
I just was like, my bad. My bad. I'll get him next time.
Just how much you can say. I think at that point.
It's like, now you're going to go send the resume back. Like, look, guys, it's okay. I didn't do it. Look at who he became.
Exactly. It makes me feel better that he does it every once.
The receipt aged well.
Right. And along the same line, kind of like, and I want to kind of relate this back to Leo Chanel. What's it like when you're an offensive lineman that has these linebackers like a Dante Hightower, these big linebackers that come downhill and they can essentially play with the same physicality as a defensive lineman? Like, just what's that like as an offensive lineman? You're trying to work up to the second level or stop them. Like, that's got to be a different feeling than handling the 220-pound super athlete.
It's definitely a different feeling. For me, I actually enjoyed that, like meeting them with contact and stuff like that. But it can get overwhelming depending on who you are. Like that. Yeah. That physicality.
Oh, we're all over the place now.
Physicality.
But dealing with that type of force every single play, man, that makes you second guess what you want to do.
All right, we got a couple picks we got to update here. The Cleveland Browns with pick 124 took Cade York, the kicker. Let's see. I think I'm going to tell you pick 125. The Miami Dolphins select wide receiver Eric Ezekanma out of Texas Tech. Another one of those guys we're kind of keeping an eye on.
They have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Watson. That wide receiver room is a lot of fun now, though. I mean, here's another guy that's really good after the catch. Makes a lot of sense with Tua. I mean, a guy that likes to throw the ball short, get the ball in his playmaker's hands. Here's a bigger, more physical guy after the catch. Like,
run through contact.
Love that pick for them. I was hoping the Chiefs might have a chance here, but we're like 10 picks away now-ish, so we're getting close. That's a good pick for them. The Browns getting that first kicker off the board. The first specialist was, and not a punter. It wasn't a Rezus. That was an interesting one.
Yeah, that you thought the first specialist might be Matt Araiza, the guy that just he pins it inside the 5 and he's hitting 80-yard nukes.
Leg, right?
Yeah, I mean that dude is absolutely crazy. So I think Jeff, 10 picks away, Chiefs probably could look at offensive line here. Yeah. I wouldn't be stunned for that. So I want to talk about Andy Heck. Like what are the things that Andy Heck prefers out of his offensive line?
Flexibility. Yeah. A guy that can do everything and someone that's coachable. He's the perfect coach to bring in someone that needs to be coached up. Someone that's a diamond in the rough that needs a little bit of work. He does that. I mean, you remember LDT, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy didn't have he was physical. He had the traits to be a good football player, but he didn't have any of the foundation. And he helped him build to become a great player. So if you're a guy that's coachable and you have some type of foundation, some type of toughness, you're going to do well with him.
Yeah, we've seen that. I mean, I know Andy Heck, especially early on with his stint with the Chiefs, got a little bit of flack from Chiefs fans because it was a lot of development. I mean, even look at Eric Fisher, great talent.
Development.
Yeah, Eric Fisher, great talent, but his rookie year, especially playing on the right side with the shoulder injury, wasn't great. But you go through and you see the technical development from him, LDT, all these different guys throughout that maybe didn't come in the most refined. It's like he's a really good offensive line coach. He's super well respected when you start looking around the league and stuff like that.
I'll tell you this: I've had a couple of not so good offensive line coaches, and it made me realize how good of a coach he is. He's going to get the most out of all of his players. If you're a C player, he's going to make you a B player. Yeah, he's that type of coach. And he's a good asset for the Kansas City Chiefs.
I love watching him coach. His quick sets, I think he calls them creep sets or something like that. Yeah. I love watching just anytime you can see kind of those videos and stuff. It's like he coaches it really well, but it's just to see how he does it. And you see that on the field all the time with the Chiefs, a lot of vertical setting for their tackles. Yeah. But then you get those creep sets. I love those reps. And that's something he loves those guys.
Everything that he does translates to the game. Everything you do in practice, whether it be, something off to the side, something in individual, whether it be hand placement, whether it be, touching the toe, that's a drill he calls where you're backside trying to cut a defender off. Okay. Every single thing that he does translates to the game and makes you a better offensive lineman.
We're hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Jeff Allen, the Cookie King.
Cookie King. We got to get that on the screen.
I know, right?
Where's the producer?
Tucker's not here today.
Where's the producer?
I don't know if BJ can pull that one off. We're putting a lot of stress on BJ now.
I need a shirt that says that.
Are you like the first man in the cookie game? Because your wife really is the queen of this.
I wouldn't say I'm the first guy. And I think the guy who owns our competitor, I'm not going to say his name.
Yeah, no, we don't. We won't bleep it out if you
know. It's not nearly as good of a cookie as what y'all put together.
I
said it. You don't have to say it.
It's a smaller cookie too.
Listen, I'm gonna be humble, man. I'm gonna let the people decide that.
Yeah, you put in the work. Good things happen. Hey, Cookie Society puts in the work, and they are the best cookie I've ever had in my life. And I'm a man that has had a lot of cookies in my life. But we're sitting here hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill. We're checking out the NFL draft. We have another pick. The Raiders traded up and selected Neil Farrell Jr.
out of LSU.
Defensive tackle out of LSU. What do you think about him, Maddie?
Run stuffer, good strength, kind of strong lower body. He's a guy's not going to move off his spot. He's going to give you some power through his hands. This is the perfect range for guys when you start to get this. Guys that play early downs, play nose tackle, line up across from Jeff, and just try to stop him from moving you around. Like this is the round where you start to see guys like this kind of come off the board, unless they're the Jordan Davis level freaks and stuff. I don't know. There's another question I want to ask you. Just Jordan Davis, I'm sure you've seen some of his highlights. You weren't here for day one. Just like, what do you think about him as a player?
I think he's a great player.
Yeah.
I think he's a first and second down guy.
Yeah.
Definitely in NFL, pass rush isn't going to be his thing. I mean, you can see even in his highlights, some of his reps, some of his knocks are sometimes he doesn't give great effort when rushing the passer.
Yeah.
But first and second down, he's going to make linebackers' jobs easy, and he's going to be tough to move.
Yeah. And so, again, this is where we were talking about earlier, the run on some defensive linemen might start to come off the board. Not the strongest class for that, but you've already seen a couple start to come off now. So this is the range that we're looking at. A lot of the guys that we've spoken at the top of the show starting to come off the board. So
we have another announcement. Yeah, another pick. Pick 127. The New England Patriots select running back Pierre Strong out of South Dakota State. One of the nastiest pass protectors.
Nice.
In football or in this draft, and he's one of the fastest running backs at the NFL Combine too. So that's a really unique combination: a guy that can pass protect, a guy that has that long speed to run away from guys. That's unique. When you see a running back pass protected, what does that say about that guy?
That means he loves the game, man.
Yo.
And we love him. That makes you want to go. Literally, seriously,
I'm sure.
It makes you want to go harder for a running back that's willing to put his head in there and make that critical block on third down. It also gives you confidence knowing that, he's going to do his job.
Yeah.
He's going to do his job. And you can respect that because sometimes some running backs don't feel like that's a part of their job description.
Right. And you don't have to obviously say any names or anything like that. But like you said, you want to go harder for a guy that's going to help you guys out in that regard. If you get a guy that's not, if you get a guy that's just going to step out of the way or not give any effort, I'm not saying you're not going to do your job, but like,
you're going to always do your job because you're a professional. But it's just more inspiring, man. It makes you feel good knowing that you're doing the very best that you can for a guy that gives it all for the team.
Yeah, and you might want to try to dig a little bit deeper for the guy that's doing the same for you. It's just like any position. It's not just running back. It's going to be any position out there. So, I absolutely understand that. And, I'd like that pick for the Patriots. Get them some more speed. I think that's kind of what they wanted with Sony Michel when they drafted him, 5 years ago now? Yeah. And just that knee injury zapped so much of his athleticism. So now they get that home run hitter to run behind that. Well, was great offensive line. We'll see what it looks like now after they lost, Shaq Mason and everybody else. But
and I mean, there's a lot to like about him, and we talked about him in the show last week. This was one of my guys, one of my favorite guys in this class, because I think you're right. If you're a pass protector, you love football.
Yeah.
If you're a running back and you're a pass protector, you love football. You think about Darrell Williams and the amount of effort and intensity he puts forth in every area of the of the game. Like, you can tell that guy loves football, right? And I think Pierre Strong is one of those guys, but he's also got some really unique skill sets with his long speed. So, he's a real interesting.
You mentioned
guy.
my guy Darrell. I'm an advocate for him. We gotta get this guy back in Kansas City or somewhere.
Yeah,
he's a hell of a football player. Anybody listening, you're going to get a good player with that guy.
I'm kind of surprised he's on the market still. And I'm surprised. I'm thinking, at this point, you're probably looking at a vet minimum contract for the running back position at this point, which means the Chiefs should have called him by now. And maybe they're just waiting until after the draft to not show their hand for draft weekend or something like that,
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens. The unfortunate thing for him is it's the running back position, right? Yeah. And you look at this draft class, Brett Veach, and I'm not sure everyone feels that way, but he talked about how he thinks this draft is really strong in rounds 5, 6, 7 at running back. Mm-hmm. So maybe you do have some teams kind of waiting to see where they come out of this draft. I'm shocked as hell. I mean, he should have a job by now. I love Darrell Williams. Teammates love Darrell Williams. I don't know why he does not on a roster right now, whether it's the Chiefs or somewhere else. Hopefully it happens soon. It's just the unfortunate thing is there's a lot of good running backs still on the board here in the draft too, and teams at this point kind of like these rookies that they're going to have more cost control over. That's the unfortunate part.
Yep. It's no different than what we're seeing with receivers right now.
Yeah.
The market on free agency is super high, so teams are like, we're going to draft receivers.
The Ravens coming at us again.
Yeah, the Ravens doing another Ravens thing, man.
The Ravens come up, draft tight end out of Iowa State. Charlie Kolar is another guy we talked off the top of the show. Good player. Interesting for them. He's similar to Mark Andrews, not the best blocker, right? He's more of a receiver, but he's got the size he can develop as a blocker. But Ravens continue to draft well year after year after year.
It just seems like the Ravens are draft Twitter. Like all the guys that draft Twitter loves it. It seems like the Ravens wind up drafting them
Only the good ones.
in the fourth round.
They don't draft the draft Twitter darlings that fail. They only draft the ones that
Maybe that's their strategy. They go on Twitter and they figure it out.
They crowdsource like Jerry Jones does. You know what I'm saying? But like it just seems like a lot of the guys that that the media loves wind up falling to the Ravens, like some of these day 4 type players. And like that's part of their strategy. They're a lottery ticket strategy. They're trying to get a lot of picks. They like a lot of picks in day 3. They just like a lot of picks, period, just trying to grab a bunch of them. And so that's kind of an approach that they take, and they've given themselves some quality swings, and maybe there's some medicals that some of these guys are falling. They're just taking some risks, but when you have that many picks, it doesn't matter.
Nope.
It doesn't matter. So we are here at Kingdom Bar and Grill hanging out. If you see the All Juice team shirts that we're wearing, we're trying to honor the memory of our friend Terez Paylor, who tragically passed away last year. And one of the things we're doing to honor his legacy is a raffle that we've been doing. We're raffling away a Nick Bolton jersey, a Travis Kelce jersey, and a signed Patrick Mahomes football helmet. And all the proceeds are going to the PowerMizzou.com scholarship and also the Howard University endowment, which is so cool. It turned into an endowment there. But we're splitting that money between those two. I think we've raised nearly $4,000 already. And if you want to be part of that, be part of the entry, get entrances to win that, win one of those prizes. Every $10 that you donate to the KC Sports Network Venmo gets you an entry into the raffle. So if you want to go ahead and take a second to do that, we'd really appreciate it. It's tough, and we think about him every day during draft season, but we're trying to honor him and honor his legacy. And it's a big legacy because, that man made a lasting impact in KC, and I'm not really sure anybody's ever going to be able to replace the hole that Terez Paylor left. But, yeah, I know. I know you kind of had a little bit of a relationship with him, too.
Yeah, he was one of those guys that that you respect as a player, because obviously being in the media is tough.
Yeah.
Because you got a job to do, and you have to tell the truth, and sometimes the truth is a hard truth, especially when you hear it as a player. But Terez had a unique way of just wording things and writing things, making sure that he told the truth, but he also kind of, laid it out like, so he wasn't just railing on guys. But he was one of those guys that personally, like, I was going through a rough patch one year where I wasn't playing. I came off an injury. I was getting injured a lot, and I wasn't playing. And, he just came up to me and said a few words of encouragement. Keep your head up, man. Your time's going to come. And obviously as a guy, wanting to be out there, mentally, you're drained. But just to hear someone, especially like Terez, come up to you and tell you, like, hey, it's going to be all right. Keep your head up. That meant a lot. That meant a lot to me. And that's why we kept the relationship even post-football. It was because of moments like that. And he didn't just do that for me. Unfortunately, after he passed away, you heard tons of stories about how great he was and how he did a good job of reaching out or encouraging someone. And he's going to be missed. That's why he's so special.
And the Kansas City, just sports media, just in general, like there's no way you're ever going to replace him for anybody like in that thing. And I'm not saying anyone's trying to, but just like the kind of void-ish that he left from being that connection point from fan to the guys in the locker room to media, he perfectly brought them all together in the most respectful and best way possible. And that's just a spot that's going to be really hard to ever fill. I mean, just in Kansas City or anywhere. Even now he moved on to the Yahoo to cover football nationally.
He moved to Yahoo and was still the number one on the Chiefs beat. Like that was just like he was still just killing it in the Chiefs beat. I've never heard anybody say a bad thing about Terez.
He was the first person to reach out to me after I got my new contract.
That's great.
And was genuinely happy for me, and I really felt the love.
Yeah, he was such a cool guy, and we all looked up to him. Before I was in media, I was just a fan, and I loved watching him, and I greatly admired him. And then when I made the transition into media, BJ actually introduced me to him at the NFL Combine one year, and it was like just one of the most surreal moments for me. And he just kind of sat back there, he kind of sized me up for a second, was having some but he gave me words of encouragement that I'll never forget. He talked about he respected that I put in the work, and he said, you put in the work, good things happen, and just that was something like if he saw you were putting in the work, he was gonna give you some time, and he always gave us time when we asked for it. We tried not to ask him too much, but he would always give us the time.
And it makes you wonder, like, what am I doing? Like, I can do more, because I don't know how in the world he made this much impact on so many different individuals, like, and took the time to make everyone feel like they were the most important person in his life. So I know I can do better with that. I've been working on it, but we should all strive to be like that.
It's a rare personality trait, right? Like, that's not something that anybody can do, and we can try. And I think he's a good person to inspire everyone to try to do that. But like, there's just some people he was just one of the few people in the world that just have that kind of just personality and aura about him. And that's part of what made him so special.
He just gave. He just gave, and he gave everything he had to everyone he could. And like, it's rare, man. He was a rare human, and we miss him a ton.
Yeah, so make sure you donate and support his cause. And, and this is what he would want. So
he was the gold standard, and there will never be anybody like him. And he was destined. He was destined for to be one of the greats. The Chiefs are. Hey, we're getting really close. The Chiefs are about 5 picks away. 4 picks remain between them and their next pick on the clock. Jake Ferguson, the tight end out of Wisconsin, has come off the board. For the Cowboys. And we have a punter.
Surprise pick.
And it's not Matt Araiza out of San Diego State. It's Jordan Stout out of Penn State.
So now I got to shout out Craig Stout, because this is something he said to me. He said for the Chiefs, he wouldn't be opposed to Stout being his number 1 punter for the Chiefs, because you're not punting from your 20-yard line, needing to reset field position if you're the Chiefs. When you're punting, it's from, the 40, the 50, you're trying to pin guys in, and he liked his directional punting better. It's like, this is why you guys, if you're watching right now, you look down, you hit like, you subscribe, because you get punter analysis on day 3 of the NFL draft. So this is why you're here. This is why you guys like and subscribe, because we can tell you what these punters are good at and which ones fit best for the Chiefs. I don't know where else you're getting that kind of content.
Exactly. This is why you watch the lab and not one-on-one. I know nothing about punters.
I was trying to get, we don't claim to know that. We also have a running back off the board. It's a Big Ten running back. The Tennessee Titans with pick 131 take Hassan Haskins out of Michigan. He had a really great year for the Wolverines behind that offensive line there.
Yeah, that'll be a good pickup for him. He'll be the number 2 behind Derek, obviously.
Yeah.
But he'll be able to give him a good
That's a battering ram. That's a that's a physical running back. That offensive line, they didn't get a ton of fanfare from like a draft perspective, but that Michigan offensive line really played at a pretty high level as a group, it felt like.
They always have a solid offensive line. I think it comes down to coaching and just the mentality that Harbaugh has up there. So you have no choice but to be tough there.
Just like, almost every Big Ten school, right? You're starting every scouting report, big, physical, mean, stuff like that. Like, that's every player that comes out of there besides Ohio State's wide receivers. Like, they don't count. We don't need to talk about Ohio State with stuff like that. But and that's what he is. And that fits in perfectly with the Tennessee Titans. So, whether or not, I think some people had him this high, but physical runner to back up Derrick Henry makes a lot of sense. And it's day 3. This is where the big physical running backs, like linebackers, like defensive tackles, really start to come off the board usually.
Jeff, so have you had a chance to talk to Brett Bielema at all since he's been hired?
Yeah. I actually spoke to him last year at some point. Looking forward to get up there. Been kind of busy, but this year I'm going to get up there. I didn't get to go to the spring game. I was at a wedding in Mexico.
Oh, no. Oh, well, okay. That'd be fun, though. So. I felt bad. So you said Mexico. I'm like, okay, wait a second.
But I'm definitely going to get up there this season for a couple of games. Heard tons of good things about him. Players love him. Good. Coaches love him. All the former alumni guys that have been up there have told me great things. So looking forward to it.
Wants to run the football.
And he wants to run the damn football. Like, if you want to make an offensive line happy, you run the football.
I'm just waiting for you to get like the Illinois offensive line on one of those NIL deals.
Oh, I do. I'm getting them on one, man. We're
okay.
Small. Yeah, we're gonna figure this out.
At least you're trying to hear the break news and stuff.
I didn't know.
We're gonna get them on one, man. And who doesn't love cookies?
Exactly,
especially big guys.
Exactly.
Especially big cookies for the big guys.
Big cookies for the big guys.
There you go.
I'm get them a shirt that says "Big Cookie."
Big cookie from the Cookie King.
From the Cookie King.
We got another pick from the Packers, a very Packers selection. They take Romeo Doubs, wide receiver out of Nevada, big vertical threat. You're going to pair him with Christian Watson, similar type of player, vertical guy from the outside. This is a Packers choice 101. Yeah. Hey, Chiefs are 3 picks away.
The Chiefs are 3 picks away.
Excited for that.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. If you are watching us here on the KCSN live draft coverage, we're here hanging out at Kingdom Bar celebrating the third day of the draft. And I mean, you're a special human. If you're watching this, because you love draft as much as we do. So shout out to all y'all. We're hanging out here with Jeff Allen, the Cookie King. I really need that 101 cartoon picture of you with like a crown. Now is what we need. We got to get that going.
We got a question coming up.
We got a question
for Jeff. What made you pick Illinois?
Ooh.
Oh man, this is easy. Nobody else wanted me.
Oh,
No, I'm serious, man. In high school, I wasn't the highly touted guy. I had 0 stars. So,
Oh, no. Okay.
I didn't get ranked until they found out Illinois gave me an offer, which I earned going into my senior season after going to a one-day camp and busted my ass. And the coaches liked me because I didn't give up. Not because, I looked incredible. I was kind of out of shape. They're like, I thought you were going to die and you never stopped. You can't coach that. We can work with that. So they gave me a scholarship and I took it, right on the spot. And the rest is history.
So you were from Chicago.
I'm from
originally.
Chicago. I'm from Chicago. Had a couple of people that I knew that was there. Coaches said that they wanted to see a few things out of me. My sophomore year, I was like, no, I want a scholarship. They're like, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I did it.
Perfect.
Well, so what's the best pizza in Chicago?
Best pizza in Chicago. I mean, it depends on what you want. So as locals, deep dish isn't our thing. So
yeah,
I like this place called Pequod's.
Okay.
It's pretty good. If you're going deep dish, I'm going to say Luminati's.
Luminati's?
Get the butter crust. Everyone's going to tell you Giordano's, but that's like the tourist spot. You want to get a good, kind of local spot. They've kind of expanded now. They're more like a chain.
Yeah.
Locally, it was Luminati's.
We had Giordano's in Vegas. It was still pretty good.
No,
to be honest with you.
It's really good. I'm not going to hate it.
Right.
It's not disgusting or anything.
Right.
But if you want the best.
I like the thin crust. They had the deep dish and the thin crust. I like the thin crust better. So what's you said your favorite place in Chicago was what?
Pequod's or Home Run Inn Pizza.
Okay, what's your
I've had Home Run Inn
So they
pizza.
have the freezer section that you see all across the country, but they have actual restaurants in Chicago, and they're unbelievable.
What's the pizza order, though? Like, what do you get?
I'm getting the meat lovers thin crust.
Okay.
I'm talking bacon, Canadian bacon, sausage.
Whatever's going to be on
everything,
there. Right?
every piece of meat that you can think of.
We have another pick here. It's a shocker.
A bigger shock.
133. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected punter Jake Camarda out of Georgia. Matt Araiza is falling. Are we having punter character concerns? Like, what is happening?
Craig Stout didn't leave us notes in this one, so I guess we're going to throw our punter breakdown to Jeff now.
Hey, listen.
Can you just make one up and just try?
I'm going to make one. I like a lot about this kid. He has a leg. I think he kicks with his right foot. I'm pretty sure he does. And it's got to be good to get drafted this high as a player.
I'm going to laugh. So I'm looking right now.
If he's a left-footed punter, that's going to be great.
If he's a left-handed punter,
oh, man.
I'm going to die.
All right, so the Chiefs are 2 picks away. I'm looking up. The 49ers pick is in, so we're really close to the Chiefs being officially. 49ers pick is coming across right now. San Francisco 49ers, right before the Kansas City Chiefs, are selecting, and we're waiting. The drop is not coming. They came out a little early here on the television broadcast.
Good news.
I was right.
He's right.
A defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle out of UTSA, Spencer Burford.
Wow, going before his teammate Tariq Woolen out of UTSA. That's kind of a surprise. But the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock.
Tackle out of
okay,
UTSA.
I'm excited about this. This is going to be my last pick of the day.
Okay.
I got to get to the airport.
Hey, do we want to make the pick when we get it?
Yeah,
yes,
I'll announce the pick.
All right.
I hope it's an offensive lineman while we got
I hope it's an offensive lineman.
I hope it's Vidarian Lowe, man.
That
would be too much karma and too awesome for that to happen. And I mean, I know, I thought I saw the pick for a second. I didn't.
No.
I lied.
Not quite yet.
I lied, but the Chiefs are on the clock at pick 135. Their first pick in day 3. Thank you all for hanging out with us at Kingdom. We're at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Thank you to everybody watching right now. If you are watching, hit the like, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Tell us who you want the Chiefs to pick with this last pick. I want to go around the board. So just give me a position, Jeff. I wonder what you're wanting.
I said O-line, man. I want left tackle.
Left tackle?
Right tackle.
Oh, right tackle?
Not left tackle.
Listen, I love some of the tackles left, so I'm not going to be upset, but I'm still looking at some of the value in the athleticism in the corner. Like, I think there's a lot of value to double dip at the corner spot, get some of that length of a Joshua Williams or, even at this point in time, Tariq Woolen, another back-to-back UTSA picks would be fun. So I'm going to lean into corner, but there's a lot of offensive tackles actually I really like that are on the board.
Jeff, you talked about how Andy Heck likes guys that are coachable with some good physical traits. There's a guy out there named Matt Willetsko out of North Dakota, had a nice Senior Bowl.
He's got the long arms. That's the big connection.
Long arms.
I'm gonna have to lean on you for the eval.
Oh yeah, it's fine. But that's just a guy I'd really like to see the Chiefs take.
The pick is in, so we're waiting for it right now. The pick is in. We will probably see it on Twitter before, but you don't know. You never know right now. So we're waiting. We will tip the pick before the broadcast. If you're listening, if we see it, we will let Jeff is going to announce this pick here in a second. So right now we're just waiting to see if it comes across at the top on the screen. We get it on the computer, but we're waiting right now.
I'm looking right now.
You're looking right now? I think we're all just kind of waiting. It's one of those. It's day 3. Everything's a little bit more relaxed. We might be a second behind some of you guys, but
I mean, Maddie's wearing flip-flops today.
These are not flip-flops. These are slides. Thank you very much. Don't. Big difference, Kent. Big difference.
I'm seeing some people want them to take Isaiah Likely. Some people want to see them take.
I've seen a lot of Darian Kennard's, the right tackle out of Kentucky that's come across.
Man.
Another long arm.
I actually know that guy. That's a good football player.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised he's still on the board, which would, honestly, that'd be a very Veach pick right now too, because Veach has just been killing it. He's been taking great value up and down the board every pick. I mean,
shout out to Veach. Definitely having the best value draft.
Oh, I have the pick. Okay. And Maddie, I don't want you to look.
Okay, I'm not looking.
I want Jeff. This
is my raw reaction.
Chiefs are picking Joshua Williams.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That is one of Matthew's favorite players in this draft. Cornerback Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State.
Let's go.
Out by me. He's out by me in North Carolina. Didn't get to see him a lick until he gets to the Senior Bowl, but this is one of the biggest, most physical corners. You find very little tape of Fayetteville State. That's the very little out there, but you watch him, and against his level of competition, guys can't get off the line of scrimmage.
There's no. I guess we don't have any.
from the producer, there is no highlights. I guess
no one can have highlights.
Don't kill Maddie's vibe right now.
No, there's no highlights of Josh Williams. Here's the guy. Okay, so we're 6'3", 195 pounds, 33-inch long arms, right? But you watch him at his level of competition, guys can't get off the line of scrimmage. Literally, receivers at that level can't move off the line of scrimmage for 4 or 5 seconds because he's a better athlete, bigger and stronger than those guys.
Wait.
Oh, we're getting some highlights on the broadcast. So if you're watching ESPN or NFL Network right now,
don't just watch us. We'll just try to reenact them. Jeff's gonna reenact them for us.
Give the play-by-play of what we're getting here.
You're getting a guy with a unique athletic profile, long length.
I don't even know what's happening.
And he got some opportunity to play at the Senior Bowl and put together some good performances against some top shelf talent. And I know this is one of your guys from a physical profile, one of your favorite players. At this kind of range at the cornerback position. Did Maddie just dominate the draft game?
No, I didn't have Joshua Williams, right, for the draft game. So fun fact.
Here, just tell everybody what we do every year.
So every year, everybody that writes in the KCSN draft guide drafts, picks 10 players we think the Chiefs are going to draft that year. Yeah. And it's a game we played. I was the original winner. I won the very first year. I'm the OG champion. I'm the draft king like Jeff's the cookie king, right?
Yes.
And I come back again a couple years later, and I get on the board with Carl Loftus and Sky Moore. I didn't take Joshua Williams, though. Now, he's my guy. I love him. He's one of my favorite players. I just didn't draft him. Craig did. So Craig is officially, for the first time since we started,
he hasn't scored in 4 years.
Craig, Matt. Hey, Matt, what stocks? Yeah, listen, this is the perfect Maddie draft right now. You're getting all of my guys. We're getting guys that I love. So, I couldn't be happier the way this draft is going. I just want to say, Josh Williams, there's not a lot you're going to see on him right now. He's a Steve Spagnuolo corner through and through. Big, long, physical guy. You're going to bank on Charvarius Ward where he was when he got to the Chiefs and that developmental process. That's what you're looking at for Joshua Williams. I'm not saying he's going to be as good, but you get a similar style of player.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
Jeff,
wish I could stay longer.
No, you're good.
Hey. It was a fucking blast.
It was great hanging out with you, man.
It was a blast. Thank you,
fingers crossed for an Illinois offensive tackle coming out.
It's coming.
Vidarian Lowe at pick 158 for the Chiefs. Let's go.
We need an offensive lineman.
Let's
Make sure you make that happen, Veach. I know you got Twitter. I know you follow KCSN. You hear me. Let's go.
That's the Cookie King, Jeff Allen, hanging out with us this weekend. It's been an absolute blast. Good seeing you, Brandon.
Later, man. Hey, guys, make sure that you go over to Cookie Society. Get yourself some cookies. We're getting new flavors. Go
buy a dozen cookies right now. Just go buy a dozen cookies right now. Joel Penfield coming to hang out. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Look at this man. He's got the jersey.
Oh yeah, had to, man.
This is Joel Penfield. He covers the Royals for KC Sports Network.
You have to give me a second. They took another one of my guys. I gotta go collect myself, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick second. I'll be right back.
Go take a break, buddy.
We talk about Brett Veach being on a heater. This dude has been on a heater for the last 3 days. I swear.
All
right, Joel. Here's the thing. When Maddie comes back, we have a game we have to play with you. It's called Maddie Lane breaks down 3 innings of Royals baseball and gives hot takes about the players.
Hey, I'm here for it, man.
I've been teased them, and they are extremely accurate. I don't understand how they're so accurate.
Oh,
and
man.
Look at Maddie's sweat on his couch, by the way. This man is just, it's disgusting. But I'm going to sit over here to hang out with my guy, Joel Penfield. Thanks for coming through, man.
Yeah, absolutely had to. I'm so excited for this opportunity for you guys. I've been a draft guide nerd for the last 3 years with this, and to see you guys and the success and all of this. And I swear Brett Veach is reading the guide, because like all of the guys that you have been nerding out about for the last 3 months have been taken. Like Sky Moore, George Karlaftis. I mean, all of these guys.
I can't believe it's stunning. It's special to see how many of these guys that we've really liked through the process here at KC Sports Network are getting taken off the board. There's been some years that we haven't loved what has happened.
Right, totally.
We haven't agreed with some of the picks that the Chiefs have made in the past. I have zero qualms right now.
Oh no, I absolutely love what they've done. They've hit every need that they had coming into the draft, with corner, edge, wide receiver right off the bat. And to the fact that Brett Veach has broken so many tendencies, going in, not only taking a corner day one, trading up to go get him to fill that room, add more guys to Legere Sneed, Rashad Fenton, Trent McDuffie fits in really nicely. And to go and get George Karlaftis, while I'm still kind of iffy on the player, to get him at 30 and not trade up for him. I really like that aspect of it. Sky Moore was my draft crush. Thank you guys for that one. First time I popped on the table, like, oh, I get why they liked him.
Yeah.
And then he's sitting there at 54. And the fact they were able to trade back and still get him, it's been so impressive the way Veach has managed the board so far.
And I'm so curious to see what happens with that pick 158 now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if let's just say, like, if they get if pick 158 winds up turning out okay for the Chiefs,
yeah,
here in a couple years, we're gonna look back and say, and then Sky Moore probably will turn out. Let's just say that he's gonna turn out.
I think so too.
But we might go back and say, look, Veach traded back a few picks, still got Sky Moore, and took name Dominique Robinson in the 5th round, and he turned out to be a solid rotational player. The Chiefs added an extra rotational piece for the next 4 years at a cost control. When they're so top heavy with a lot of their investments with their top shelf players, being able to fill the bottom of their roster with a lot of these rotational players and quality depth, we're going to be thrilled about adding a defensive end or something at 158
for sure. And the fact that Brett Veach, for the most part, through his drafts, the day 1 and 2 has been kind of iffy. He's always hit day 3 really well.
Yeah.
And so to have an A-type draft on days 1 and 2, you're going to day 3. We're sitting here like, okay, so now what's he going to do? What value is he going to get? He's hit on a lot of those lottery tickets that you always talk about. So to be able to go into day 3, knowing you have a solid draft, no matter what you do on day 3, is massive for this team to just fill the roster and add in a few more guys that could hit.
There's been some, it's so unique because, like, there's been pieces of the process that I really like with Brett Veach, and like some moments that I haven't always necessarily agreed to. It looks like Cordell Volson has come off the board here, as well. Boy, that's a great pick. I think he's another guy I would have liked. I think he can hold up at tackle. He played guard or he can play guard. He played guard a little bit at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Some people think he might have to kick inside from the athleticism, but man, this is a physical, mauling football player. And yeah, he did play a little bit of guard at North Dakota State as well. Oh yeah, he had a great process during the East-West Shrine Bowl. I think we might even have some highlights of him that we can throw up here in a minute. Just recapping here, the Chiefs have selected Joshua Williams, the cornerback out of Fayetteville State. There's not a ton of tape out there for y'all to see. If you can find some of his reps at the Senior Bowl, you're going to be very, very intrigued. This is an interesting prospect, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. One of the first highlights they showed of Joshua Williams was him flipping his hips and basically running the receiver into the sideline.
Yeah.
And just that right jumps off the page. That's something Spags really loves, being the big physical corners that are able to push guys out to the sideline, kind of like Travarius Ward did for so long.
Yeah.
fits that kind of profile.
Well, and you get Kyler Gordon, and Kyler Gordon's not necessarily the norms when it comes to the arm length. We kind of talked a little bit about that. He's kind of an anomaly. He's kind
Trent
of an
McDuffie,
outlier.
you mean?
Or Trent McDowell. What did I say?
You said Kyler Gordon. Teammate.
Trent McDuffie.
Oh, that, yeah.
Trent McDuffie. Sorry. So, the short arms. Joshua Williams has the length, the physical profile. Here's a look at Cordell Volson, the guy that just went off the board to the Cincinnati Bengals, and I think this is a great pick. This would have been a fun one because he does have some of that versatility. He might be an Andy Heck guard if you can't hold him up at tackle, but he has that Swiss Army knife ability. He's a road grader, but he had a fantastic process during the East-West Shrine Bowl. Actually, I think we got a chance to talk to him and do a little interview with him as well. So, he had a great process. Oh, we have a quarterback that's come off the board as well.
Okay,
Bailey Zappi.
Okay,
the New England Patriots greeting their quarterback, Bailey Zappi, pick 137. That's not bad. That's not bad value. Like he was ultra productive. Passer. When you go and watch the tape and you're trying to break down Bailey Zappi, you're not seeing a ton of NFL type throws.
No,
they did a lot of bubbles. They threw a lot of these, quick games and really easy design stuff. And some of it was just kind of touchdown, check down. Some of the throws that he was able to throw, like some up and down balls, over the top, some layered passes. You're going to see some highlights of Bailey Zappi right here. He really did like to throw some of these outside fades. It was just kind of an interesting process to watch him just because of the uniqueness of the offense. But you look at the production, 62 touchdown passes, almost 6,000 yards. I believe
absurd.
He set the single season record for passing yards, and I think passing touchdowns, if I remember correctly.
It was both because he broke Joe Burrow's the passing touchdowns record, and I believe he broke the late Colt Brennan's passing yards record, if I recall.
Just absurd production, and he really likes to throw some of these vertical shots. It's kind of like a touchdown, check down kind of approach, where some of these manufactured, easy, simple bubble throws, and then a lot of throws outside the numbers, trying to challenge down the field. So, interestingly enough, he had the strongest arm from a miles per hour perspective at the East-West or at the Senior Bowl, I believe, which was stunning. It made me question whether the tracking data was right because I don't know if he has that kind of arm talent. But I think this is a worthy swing in this range of the draft. Surprisingly, goes before Sam Howell out of North Carolina.
That was my first thought, was the fact that he's going before a guy like Sam Howell, who has a little more, I guess, pedigree being at a P5 school, but had a very productive career as well, and not kind of like a one-off at a G5 like a Bailey Zappi. But that's super interesting to me. I wonder if a lot of what people saw in 2021 with Sam Howell is kind of turning them off a little bit. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I mean it's interesting. I'm surprised that Zappi went a little bit before him, but nothing surprises me with this quarterback class. I appreciate in some respects, and I'm not trying to dunk on these kids, but I think the NFL has appropriately evaluated this class, and you always talk about how the quarterback position they'll get bumped up, they'll get they'll get some they'll get a round or two added, because of for whatever reason, but the NFL. I just don't think that, I think there's a certain point where you just either believe in the kid or you don't. And if you believe in the kid, you give him a third round grade, you maybe take a swing on him in a second. If you don't believe in the kid, you don't believe in the quarterback, you're not going all in to go try to take them. And you're taking a flyer maybe closer to where they probably appropriately should be graded. I put a third round grade on I think on every quarterback in this class.
Right.
And I think, a lot of them went in the third round. They believe in the kid. Kenny Pickett, the Steelers obviously believe in Kenny Pickett. But I don't think any other team really wanted to stake they didn't want to stake their reputation on any of these quarterbacks. I'll be honest with you. I don't blame them at all.
No, not at all. I think Malik Willis certainly has the upside to be a dude at some point. That's going to come a lot further down the road, which is why he ended up going in the third round. I know there was so much smoke about him going in the first. I never bought into any of that. It's so tough to tell with this just the quarterback class in general. I mean, it really is a toss-up. Even like, it obviously looks good now, but when the Chiefs traded up for Patrick Mahomes, it was the same kind of deal where it's like, they're taking a swing. It obviously worked out because he ended up in a great situation, and he's the best quarterback in the world. So there's so much risk involved with that, and I don't blame teams for not taking a swing on Malik Willis in the first round, because that could cost, if he busts, that costs a GM and a coach a job.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like that's what it's like. I think I tweeted this out at one point early in the process. Like I just don't think anybody's going to stake their reputation on one of these quarterbacks.
No.
The Steelers. I mean, you could say they did, but I mean,
that they built. There's enough culture. There's a great culture there, and there's a great coach there that they can go and take a hit on Kenny Pickett and hope it works. And if not, then there's still a good enough organization that can make it work.
I believe this is Kevin Colbert's last draft.
That's also fair.
Steelers. So like, if they can blame Kevin Colbert on the way out if it doesn't work with Kenny Pickett.
Oh, and they just took Calvin Austin third, so they got George Pickens and Calvin Austin.
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Steelers have taken with pick 138 Calvin Austin, the wide receiver out of Memphis. He's not for everyone, but he's kind of a guy that has. Oh, and the Ravens make another Ravens pick.
Come on, man.
Isaiah Likely, the tight end out of Coastal Carolina,
that
goes
was
to the Baltimore
a dude that
Ravens.
I was looking at 158 for the Chiefs. I was like,
I'm telling you, Eric DeCosta might just be draft Twitter.
Yeah, they have been crazy. We talk about the Chiefs having a great draft. The Ravens have hit it out of the ballpark and then some to mix sports analogies here.
You know, and you have to have questions about why some of these guys are in the range that they are.
Right.
I have listened to a conversation with Eric DeCosta. I think it was what's his name? The old GM of the Falcons.
Oh God, I can't think of his name.
What's his name? He's doing a podcast. He's doing a podcast, huh? Yeah, Thomas Dimitroff. He's doing a podcast called The GM Journey. He had an interview with Eric DeCosta. And Eric DeCosta was talking about, you know, the valuation on draft picks and comp picks. And, you know, they really are a team that likes to have pick volume because they believe that, you know, volume is the best way to identify quality football players. And you're looking at some of the Isaiah Likely highlights here. Another guy we talked about before the draft started today. Really unique run after the catch ability. Not necessarily an inline blocker, more of an F move type tight end, but a unique pass catcher that, you know, he's a mismatch potential, you know, with his size, his frame, 6'4", 241 pounds. He didn't test the way I think some people thought he was going to. There might be some underlying explanations for that, but a unique mover, a highly productive career at Coastal Carolina.
He was a ton of fun to watch. That spread option that they run at Coastal is super fun, and he is the guy that jumped off the page super quick for me whenever I was able to watch those games. And his ability to go up the seam and make those catches on the run with yak after, and a matchup nightmare for safeties and linebackers with his ability to get up the field and catch the ball down the field.
All right, we're going to welcome Matty Lane back on here for a minute. He's going to come hang out.
Sweet.
And I really want you guys to play a game. I desperately, hold on, this is, I know it's under my legs.
Great radio here, folks.
I think we need to play a game called Matthew Lane breaks down the Royals after only watching 3 innings while Joel Penfield's here. Because
switch back spots.
Yeah,
okay.
I
there
want
we
to transition
go.
in a second, but I need you to give your Royals takes to Joel just so you can see how right he was in just watching 3 innings of baseball.
This is good. This is good TV right here.
Oh, it's so great, isn't it? Oh yeah, there we go.
All right, what's happened here? I got all these cords are tangled. That's all right. We're gonna make this work. So we're gonna play. Maddie watched 3 innings of baseball for the first time since the Royals won a World Series.
There we go.
The first 3 innings of baseball I watched. I'm going to go through my takes here. Nicky Lopez?
Yes, Nicky Lopez.
I don't like this hoodie thing or this neck sock that they wear. I don't get it. Bad look. I get it was cold. They were in Chicago. They're playing Chicago White Sox recently.
Yeah, it was like 30 some odd degrees in Chicago. So yeah.
I get it was cold. Nobody did this back the last time I watched, right? This is a new thing, right?
Yeah, like the mock turtleneck thing is coming back into style a little bit. Like Joe Ryan for the Minnesota Twins, he's a pitcher. He wears the mock turtleneck with no it's sleeveless.
Okay.
Which is a weird look.
Yeah.
Not about it.
So I wasn't a huge fan of that. So I was kind of off on his aesthetic. So I was already worried. But then he hit the double play tag where he blew a bubble as he rolled over after making the tag against the White Sox on a double play. I was like, okay, I can live with this, right? Like
super casual.
Cool. Yeah, just blowing a bubble and rolling over. Like I was like, he's cool. He's a cool guy. I figured, I like him. Then I found out later it was Nicky Lopez, and I know a lot of Twitter that follow Chiefs Twitter, Royals Twitter is the same. A lot of people like him, right? So Nicky Lopez, cool guy.
Yeah.
You see him go up the plate, he looked to me really far off the plate for a shorter guy. I mean, I don't know if if it's normal. Maybe it was just me. He just looked to be kind of far off the plate for a short guy.
It's just a comfort thing for him, and he's a good enough hitter at the big league level to where it works. If he was striking out a bunch on balls outside the plate, then they would have made that adjustment. But he doesn't strike out a lot, and he puts together good at bats. Puts the bat on the ball as a leadoff hitter. It makes it work.
Seemed like he was getting a lot of pitches that were high.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he's a shorter dude, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, so that was the first thing that I kind of saw. The center fielder, no idea his name.
Michael A. Taylor.
Saw him catch one fly ball, right?
Yeah.
And I immediately said, I don't think he can hit a baseball.
He's not a great hitter, but he plays such a great elite defensive center field. Won a Gold Glove last year. So you were able to take that, at least from a positional value perspective. Yeah. Like if he hits like 15 to 20% below league average, but he's an elite center fielder and plays elite defense in a massive outfield at Kauffman Stadium, it works.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It was not a take on him just as a player. I don't know, the way he fielded reminded me of center fielders that don't usually hit well.
Right. I mean, he's always been kind of a light hitting center fielder with really good defense. This year, he's not striking out a lot, and he's walking more. Okay. So the hits could come a little bit if he turns it on a little bit. And he's your 9-hole hitter. You're not expecting a ton. He's in the lineup for his defense.
Yeah. So that was Salvador Perez. This has always kind of been him, right? But I mean, man, he goes up there and he's swinging for the fences every single stroke he takes,
which is fine. Like he kind of changed his approach last year, where he's never going to do the walks a lot. He's going to be a free swinger. So he's pretty much made the decision of, if I'm not going to walk, then I'm going to swing as hard as I can and hope I hit the ball 450 feet, which is fine. And he makes it work. He hit 48 homers last year. So they'll start to come once he starts to hit them in bunches. He already has 5 this year. Hopefully he can get around 35, 40 again. Wouldn't shock me if he did.
Yeah. And so, and that's always been the case. That one's not fair because I knew that from watching him before. But so I got 2 more. One more Royals take. Bobby Witt Jr., very athletic. Just freak level athletic. I watched him just fielding ground balls and the way he's just casually fielding them, standing up and throwing them with funny angles. You very clearly see, I'm not saying you can tell he trains with Bobby and Patrick Mahomes. It's some of the same stuff and how he does it.
Oh yeah. No, he's a freak athlete, man. It jumps off the screen right away. And he's only getting started. I mean, he's not even close to where he's going to be here in a couple of years. It's crazy what he's been able to do so far.
And I got one last one. This isn't a Royals take, so if you can't, want to confirm, deny, plead the fifth, that's fine. The White Sox left fielder is a coward because it was a sac fly, and he let the catcher, not Perez, but whoever the catcher was playing catcher for the Royals, score from third. And it could have been like 28 seconds he got there. He hit the cutoff man, didn't even try to throw home. Left fielder for the White Sox is a coward.
I don't know who it is, frankly, because I think their starting left fielder just went on the injured list. So it could be the backup, but also any White Sox slander I'm here for. So I'm totally fine with that.
I saw it and I was like, there's no way this catcher's going to try to run home. And like the first view I got was just of the catcher trying to run. I'm like, oh, he can't run. There's no way he's going to make this. And they zoom out and like, wait, he hit the cutoff, man. Like it wasn't even that deep of a fly ball. So that was my 3 innings worth of baseball takes. That's all I got about baseball going forward. But Kent thought it was funny because that was kind of like the first time I'd watch. He said, "Well, some of those aren't too bad for never."
No, you're not that far off at all. I'm pretty impressed.
So that's the new series. Is I just watched like 35 minutes of sports and just give all my funny random takes.
Sometimes that's the best way to do it.
All right, so I missed kind of what you and Kent were talking about. Oh, okay, we got some stuff coming across the screen. We got. Okay, yeah. So, all right, we're going to catch up on some picks real quick, right? So,
right before you got on, Isaiah Likely went to Baltimore. We got Zach Tom out of Wake Forest to the Packers at pick 140 and 141. Demarion Williams out of Houston, a corner, going to, it's like the Ravens?
Yes, the Ravens there.
They continue to kill it.
The Ravens double dip on tight end. Charlie Kolar, Isaiah Likely back-to-back. So that's a good one. Then we come across and like the Steelers getting Calvin Austin right before this little run, double dipping on wide receivers. Good pick. Demarion Williams, I like his slot versatility. He plays the slot. He plays corner. He plays safety for Houston there. Good picks back to back. And then I wanted to focus on the Packers pick though. The Green Bay Packers are the easiest team to predict in all of football. Their wide receivers are picture perfect Packers wide receivers. Their defensive linemen, their linebackers, their offensive tackle, and Zach Tom, they take the exact same athletic profile at all these positions all the time. It's just, it's easy. It's easy to tell what the Packers are going to do, and that's kind of what we've gotten to at this point in time in the draft. So now the Rams are making their second pick of the draft now. So if you guys are watching this, you're enjoying the show, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. It's right down here on the bottom. push down, hit like, hit subscribe. We want you guys to tell us that you're liking it. This helps us out, so like, subscribe, head on over to the KCSN YouTube page and make sure you check out some of the highlight videos that we've been going through on there as well. You've enjoyed the job, I'm sure. Oh, okay.
Oh, Chiefs are on the clock.
Oh,
whoa.
no. Okay,
shit. We
on.
need Ken back here fast.
Yeah, Chiefs have traded back up. Okay. I'm
Very,
watching
very
right now.
Vici in there.
Yeah, and they traded with the Titans.
There he is.
Yeah, the Chiefs are back on the clock here. So we're waiting on the Rams pick, and then it looks like we got the Chiefs coming up on the clock right now.
What do? They give up all four 7th-round picks?
Let's do it. Do you think they give up something next year? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on right now.
Okay,
Right?
well,
So
here we go.
They traded for pick 145.
Yeah.
All right. So can you hand me my computer, Matthew?
Maybe.
You can unplug it. This is great. This is great radio.
No, we're doing good.
So the Chiefs are about to be on the clock again.
All right.
How about that?
Tackle, right? Like we got to.
Are they going to forget?
Okay. The Rams took Jacoby Durant, cornerback out of South Carolina. The Seahawks trade pick 145 to the Chiefs for pick 158
and 233.
Oh, yes, they did. They got out of that 5th-round pick. They used
the pick, 1 5th-round pick and 1 3rd-round pick, or 1 7th-round pick is really, that's nothing.
Yeah, they still got a lot to work with after that.
They still have 3 7th-round picks, so they gave up their highest 7th-round pick, pick 233.
Did they just double dip on corner and take the freak Tariq Woolen here?
I mean, why not?
I mean, I want tackle, right? Like, I don't want to wait till the 7th to get a tackle. I think you've got tackles on the board that you should attack right now. But I'm intrigued what the Chiefs thought was 100% worth trading up for to make sure they don't miss out on.
So I'm curious about Tariq Woolen still continuing to fall, though. I feel like y'all were talking about him for a while yesterday, too. Is there any concern there as to why he's still here?
Kent likes him more than I do, so I think I'm good to answer this one. I don't think his film's very good. Right?
Okay.
He's new to the position, so you bring him in and maybe you just don't get a good feeling about his transition to corner. He played wide receiver, then safety, and now he became a corner during the COVID year. And so he learned via talking to people and playing Madden, right?
Yeah.
And then his coaching was at UTSA, so maybe they just didn't get confidence in what he was delivering in meeting rooms and stuff like that. That's my only assumption on how this elite level athlete is falling.
How was the safety tape?
I don't think we had any that I found.
Okay, because when you said he's changed positions, that makes me think about L'Jarius Sneed a little bit, maybe in reverse, but that could be an interesting play here if they just want to bet on the athlete and just get him in the room.
Yeah, and that's something that could be entirely possible. I'm intrigued what they're trading him. Veach has been great for this draft, right? Like Veach has been all over this board. He's been nailing it, right?
I think this has to be an offensive lineman.
There's somebody.
Darian Kennard.
That would be I'd love that pick. That'd be a great pick. It's just somebody that they don't think could fall to the 5th, though. That's the intriguing part. Like whoever this guy is, they don't think could have fallen. 15 more picks is what they traded up from, or like 10 picks.
Mm-hmm. I believe we put a 3rd-round grade on Joshua Williams, by the way, just so everybody knows.
3rd round. All right, there we go.
We put a low 3rd-round grade on Joshua Williams, so we really like the value there.
I'm telling you, I'm sure if Brett Veach glanced at the guide, he had to have with the value that he's been able to get where you guys had these guys.
He might have looked at Maddie's horizontal board. Is what he did.
You know what I'm slightly nervous about? There's a chance for all of you guys to actually catch me in the draft because you guys all have some guys left. And now that Craig has gotten a one on the board, he drafted in the draft all of my guys. So there's a good chance that Craig's about to tie me right now.
I mean, it could happen. I'll still be. I mean, the way the board's been following, the way the draft's been going to this point, I mean, I wouldn't be all that surprised. We are still all right. So we have the Tennessee Titans have made their selection. They have selected Chigo Okonkwo out of Maryland, a tight end that we got to take a look at the East-West Shrine Bowl, a very talented tight end. There's a little bit of a run on tight ends here, it seems like. There's been a few that have kind of come up the board recently. Is this what the Chiefs are doing? Are they making sure that they're going up to secure a tight end that they really like?
Yeah, I feel like there's been a serious run on tight ends. Like, has the cliff already happened there?
I feel like it had to
I feel like it has, but at the same time, maybe there's just somebody that they like a little bit more than we do at the tight end position. They're just making sure they're getting one.
So they traded up 14 spots, but they didn't trade up to a pick on the clock, right? So there had to be at least one, but maybe 2 guys that they liked.
It might have been on the clock. We don't know for sure.
No, they traded up to pick 145, and we're still we just got to 144 on the clock.
Okay.
So there had to be a handful of guys. It's just what I'm saying that they must have liked, because why else would you come up this quick?
I was going to say the teams might know.
That's
what I'm
true.
saying.
Yeah.
On day 3, it's normally ahead. It's normally ahead of everybody, and that's kind of what I wonder if if they were on the clock. So we're waiting to find out the Chiefs selections. Round
Washington.
4 is over,
Mm-hmm.
and round 5 is underway, and the Chiefs moved up.
What if they trade up to go get Justin Ross?
Ooh. Okay.
I mean, I know they don't like injured guys, but Justin Ross seems like a guy that if you're even mildly interested, you've had enough time to go delve into that medical concerns, right? Like his medical concerns aren't recent injuries. This is stuff that are just coming up lately, or it's been around. So like you could actually do your homework similar to Trey Smith. Where are we at? We're close to Trey Smith range where they did all that extra work. So I know that's just one that popped out to me of really good value. I have the Washington Commanders pick.
Okay, and I like it.
North Carolina quarterback Sam Howell finally comes off the board.
There it is.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's the best quarterback. I'm not saying he's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised. So that's a good pick by them.
That means the Kansas City Chiefs are indeed on the clock. And we are waiting for them to get that pick in. I cannot wait to find out who the Chiefs traded up for. I mean, if they're making a move, they obviously have some strong conviction about some value here on the board, moving up 13 spots, using pick 233, their first of 4 7th-round picks to move up about 13 spots to make sure that they're securing somebody here. Sam Howell goes off the board in the 5th round. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I'll be honest. Yeah, I'll be surprised. I'm a little bit surprised by that. But good for Sam Howell, and he might wind up,
He might wind up playing because Carson Wentz will do something.
Oh, Carson Wentz isn't good. That's why
Carson Wentz will do Carson Wentz things and get himself benched or something. I don't know.
We're waiting to find out the Chiefs pick here. Then there's a big gap.
Wait, I actually love Sam Howell, that wide receiver room. I'm going to draw a blank on who they just drafted, but they added help, right?
Well, they got Jahan Dotson in the first.
So Dotson, though, with some speed.
With Terry
McLaurin for Sam Howell, who throws a really good deep ball.
Yeah.
That's a good connection there. So I actually really like that quarterback fit for them. So that's a good pick.
Yeah, that could be a good guy. That's a really good guy to get in the room. And the fact that he was still during the 5th round is wild to me.
Yeah, I mean, a swing on Sam Howell. I like the swing on Sam Howell down there in round 5. I think that's pretty good value. I think it's smart business for them to go ahead and do that. We're waiting on the Chiefs pick. The Chiefs are officially on the clock after trading up with the Seattle Seahawks, giving up 158 and 233.
There we go.
I'm sorry. I just read Maddie's tweet. Something for Kennard. He's been trying to rhyme.
Struggling for a rhyme for Darian Kennard for a minute. I'm sure Ken will get one immediately, but I've been struggling to find one for Darian Kennard. So.
Yeah, I don't have one.
Or Rasheed Walker's another.
Rasheed Walker would be. I think I'd be more excited about that one.
I think I like Kennard more, but either way, we're seeing where we're going, guys. We're getting there. We're waiting. I don't think the broadcast is fully caught up.
The broadcast hasn't caught up with the trade yet.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We see it. I'm waiting for one more double confirmation. We're getting
because we don't trust Maddie Lane, or we don't trust BJ.
No, it's not BJ.
Go ahead and make the pick. Do it.
Okay. The Kansas City Chiefs trade up and they select offensive tackle from Kentucky, Darian Kennard. This is it. This is
incredible.
There we go.
This is amazing.
Have a year, Brett Veach.
This is and that was it. That's what I had to see is they traded up because there was 2 or 3 offensive tackles on the board that they liked. Kennard would absolutely be one of my favorites. Oh, perfect. We got it.
There we go.
It's Darian Kennard,
Producer
the
BJ
Chiefs.
on the sticks, giving us some Darian Kennard, the right tackle for Kentucky, giving us his highlights. Dude, this is a mammoth of a man, right? This is a 6'5". Yeah. So we're pulling up his mock draft about 6'5", 322 pounds, 35-inch arms. That is Andy Reid's music at offensive tackle. You're going to see one of the most physical, big, long offensive tackles in this entire class. And here's the bonus for him, right? Let's say he doesn't win the right tackle job. Some people already like him better as a guard, but for the Chiefs, he can slide inside and be a utility offensive lineman with his physical profile, his nastiness.
And we graded him as an interior offensive lineman for the KCSN draft guide. We gave him a high fit. The comp was Mike Iupati. But I do think he's a guy that can hold up and potentially compete and win that right tackle. We put a 3rd-round grade on Darian Kennard. The Chiefs took in the very front of the 5th round a guy we put a 3rd-round grade on, Darian Kennard, 22 years old, turned 22 December 29th, 1999, 6'5", 322 pounds, first-team All-SEC 2020 and 2021, a consensus first-team All-American in 2021 as well, and the Jacobs Blocking Trophy Award winner in 2021.
Yeah, he's just
Matty
done.
did just mic drop. He's walking off the stage. This is the greatest draft in Matty Lane's history. And I'll be honest with you, this is one of the best drafts. This is my favorite draft in Chiefs history, I think.
I mean, it's not close right now, especially in the Veach era, man.
Outside of the trade up for Patrick Lavon Mahomes, this has been the greatest draft that we have ever seen. And I cannot believe the value that the Chiefs have been able to grab pick over pick. And we have highlights here at KC Sports Network already of the new right tackle for the Chiefs, Darian Kennard. I honestly think there's a chance that the Chiefs got a guy that can compete day one.
Oh, for sure. No, I realize now nobody actually could see me walk off because we had the highlights going. So
yeah, he actually did walk off.
He did walk off though.
But I'm now back. That's the best part about this. This is a guy that is physically pro ready. He's technically pro ready. Like, this is a guy that can come in and compete. And like I said, like we talked about, he can do this. Like, you're seeing it right now. He might not be the most nimble mover, but I mean, look at some of the Chiefs offensive tackles that have been going on right now. They're not always the most nimble. So I absolutely love this pick. I'm so happy the Chiefs traded back up and got him. I'm on a heater this year, Kent.
If Darian Kennard had been the pick at 103, how would you have felt?
Good. That would have been a good pick.
I mean, like, I'm just like,
good.
It feels like the Chiefs have just come, like, everything is coming up Chiefs. Their instincts, pick over pick, have been outstanding. Their value has been unbelievable. They've attacked the pockets perfectly.
I mean, this is true. Either Veach is probably reading the KCSN draft guide. He might be in the KCSN Discord because I keep dropping the link to my horizontal board. I'm like, look, you can look at this right now. Where are all these Chiefs guys getting drafted? Look how high they are. Second round, third round, first round, and the Chiefs are getting them all at a discount. Like, has Veach hacked my computer?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is looking very much like the horizontal bar. Darian Kennard, the offensive lineman out of Kentucky, we have him graded as an interior offensive lineman. He can play right tackle. He has the requisite length and size. Athleticism is a little bit of a question, but you're getting a good football player. You're getting a road grader. And boy, that could be a really fun side of the right side of the line with him and Trey Smith. That's a nasty group right there.
I'm loving this draft. I love
this is incredible.
I love the potential. I love picturing Trey Smith with Kennard. That's so much just beef and power on that right-hand side. And it's not like the other side's, any worse. Man, Orlando Brown Jr.'s big man.
Yeah.
Joe Tooney, great players. Like, this is fun. This is a lot of fun here that we're going on. Oh, and we're coming back through. We got here's some more of these highlights. We're watching to get the right tackle, Darian Kennard, number 70. He might actually move around at some point in time. I'm not sure if he only plays right tackle, but I mean, this is a fun player. Now, so is this your favorite tackle that they had on the board, or would you have heard them to go a different direction?
I mean, I really like Matt Waletzko as well. And I've been kind of a fan of his with his upside and his ability, but like at this point in round 5, you're getting an SEC battle tested offensive lineman. That's something Matt Waletzko can't have. Like, I think Darian Kennard can, like, again, I believe this is a guy that can step in day one and compete for the right tackle position. I'm not saying it's a super high bar to clear, but this is the kind of ability that this guy has. And I mean, you're getting a massive human and a requisite arm length to go out there and play if he wants to. But at worst, you're getting, like a utility. Like, you might have even said it. At worst, you're getting a utility offensive lineman. This guy's going to stick. I bet he sticks.
Oh,
Matthew.
he hard
there
sticks.
we go.
Hard sticks. He is not. Yeah, he's not getting out of here. So, hey, if you guys are enjoying this show right now, KCSN, draft show, you're here watching us, make sure you click down, like, subscribe to this YouTube channel. We got highlights like this for all of the Chiefs draft picks. They're all coming in. Besides Joshua Williams, we're going to work on that. We're sending BJ, the producer, after him, and we're sending the producer after these other clips. But we got all these highlights. So like, subscribe. Make sure you go on over to the KCSN Substack, kcsportsnetwork.substack.com. Go subscribe. Read everything we're talking about this stuff because, I mean, all this stuff's been pushed through there over the past, what feels like 8 years.
I just can't believe that we are sitting here and there's been so many moments in this draft where we have said, we sit there before the pick and say, I hope the Chiefs take Sky Moore. I would love to see the Chiefs take Joshua Williams. I would love the Chiefs to take Darian Kennard. And they just do it. I would love to see the Chiefs take George Karlaftis. Like, there's been so many moments here during this draft where we've just hoped that the Chiefs were going to be taking somebody, and they wound up doing it. Like, this is coming up. This is coming up aces for all of us here at KCSN. Players that we were really high on, players that we really liked, believed in. We had Darian Kennard as the 128th best player in this draft. and the Chiefs got him in round 5. Like, this is just
145.
This is insane.
Okay, so since we haven't graded any of these picks yet, we've just gushed about them. So let's go around. Let's start with Joshua Williams. Joel, what kind of grade would you give that pick?
I mean, I'd give it at least a B+ for sure. I mean, you get another corner in there. Brett Veach has done a pretty good job getting day 3 corners in there, and he loves doing it. But I hadn't really seen much highlights until it popped up on the screen. But his ability to be physical on the outside through the route, that's the kind of stuff that Steve Spagnuolo loves to have in his corner room. So I love it.
Kent, what do you got?
An A+. I think, and we've talked so much about double dipping at the cornerback position. Like, this is a year they finally have to make some real sizable investments. They make their 2 biggest investments in draft capital at the cornerback position in the Brett Veach era. They go with a guy that's going to be ready day 1 in Trent McDuffie. And then they get a guy in Josh Williams that's a really good developmental corner with the requisite length and size. They just got rid of, they just lost Charvarius Ward. And now they're going and getting a very similar athletic and physical profile to introduce into the mix there. A+ for me.
Yeah, I love this pick. I had him for me specifically as an early kind of round 3 value. So we're getting him there towards the end of round 4. We're starting immediately with like an A, and then we're going to go up and go A+. I'm going A+ for Joshua Williams because I just love the fit. I love where he's perfect for this scheme. So I'm giving him an A+ right now, I think, at the point. And I just went through my comp for him, Brandon Faison. Cornerback. And he might not be a guy that jumps out immediately, but you go look at how he played last year. Really good, long, physical corner. He can handle size and athleticism on the outside, comes up and makes tackles. I think that's a really good spot. I mean, kind of a really good comp for the type of player you might be getting with Joshua Williams.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the Darian Kennard pick. And by the way, there's a Big Boys Club video with Darian Kennard from Jeff Schwartz. If you go to Jeff Schwartz's Twitter profile, I believe. Does that mean that Darian Kennard was a Duke Manyweather guy as well?
I believe so. I believe he was.
There's a strong chance that Duke Manyweather was working with Darian Kennard, which is huge.
I'm like 95% sure that he is.
Okay, and before we grade the Darian Kennard pick here, just a reminder, if you see the All Juice t-shirts that we're wearing right now, we are trying to support the legacy of Terez Paylor. His tragic passing last year, we're honoring his memory by doing a raffle. We are raffling off a Nick Bolton jersey. We're raffling off a Travis Kelce jersey. We're raffling off a signed Patrick Mahomes football helmet. So if you want to participate in that, we've raised over $4,000 for Terez Paylor Foundations at powermizzou.com and Howard University. $10 donation to the KC Sports Network Venmo gets you an entrance into the raffle, but if it's for every $10. So if you donate $100, you're getting 10 entrances into this raffle. We're trying to support his legacy, honor his memory, a guy that can't be replaced. You got to hear some of the great things that Jeff Allen was saying about Terez. All right, let's grade the Darian Kennard pick.
I can confirm Duke Manyweather guy. And somebody asked him, where does he think that he'll play? Is he going to play at right tackle inside? Obviously, this is not final, but Duke says he thinks he will be a right tackle.
I think so too.
So would we. I think we'd all kind of agree there. But listen, these Duke guys worked out pretty well last year for the Chiefs, so I'm pretty happy they went back to that well.
I'd stay in that vein if I were them.
All right, let's go rate this pick. Kent, where are you going with this one?
A+. They identified a guy, and we've talked about, we thought there were some players that they could draft in day 3 that could compete for the right tackle spot. With Andrew Wiley, with Lucas Niang coming off the injury, Darian Kennard is undoubtedly one of those guys that can come in and compete at the right tackle spot. There are some questions. Hey, is he going to be an inside guy? Is he going to be an outside guy? I agree with Duke. I think he can compete at the right tackle spot. At worst, I think you've got a guy that's going to be able to play as a utility player along the interior and with that flexibility or flexitility as we coined earlier
today.
There we go.
An A+ and an A+ for Brett Veach. Good night, Brett. Have a day. Take a bow, Brett.
Right. Same thing. A+. Same concept as Joshua Williams. I really like Darian Kennard. I think he will fit outside for the Chiefs, especially get him with Andy Heck. I think Andy Heck will love this type of player. We heard Jeff. This is one of the guys he actually didn't know, and he gave him the endorsement before Jeff got out of here. So I'm disappointed. I'm almost disappointed these picks weren't flipped, but I'm happy they got Joshua Williams and him. I just would have loved to hear Jeff's immediate takes too. But Joel, what do you think?
Yeah, A+. I mean, to get ridiculous value in this round, to get a guy like him in the room, a guy that can make an immediate impact for a 5th round lineman. That's incredible. The Chiefs have been able to get him in this spot. compete for that starting spot, lock down the right side of that offensive line with Trey Smith, and my goodness, we're cooking with gas here.
This is unbelievable. I mean, if you told me that the Chiefs had taken some of these guys around early, like about every guy, I wouldn't have been surprised. Sky Moore, if you told me he was the 30th pick in the draft, I would have been happy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
listen, again, anyone that's on the KCS in Discord, like I put out a different type of board in there that's just my own personal one. It looks horizontally, and what happens though this way is you can see these draftable players and you can see the Chiefs players like in a different way. And what normally happens is the value that I assign to the players, they're usually going to be drafted a little bit ahead of that because I don't have 32 guys that I say are first one values. The Chiefs are drafting guys literally at the spot or like guys from above. Like they are nailing this draft in terms of how we assign value on the outside. How far have we come since Brett Veach's first draft and what we felt like coming out of that very first draft?
I mean, I was miserable after that first draft. And I do want to give I want to give a credit to Brett Veach, because we have not always been, we've not always been the biggest fans of some of his draft selections. But man, if you look at the process here and the decision making here with this draft and the instincts, they've obviously had great intel. They've been able to select and secure great football players at great value the entirety of the draft. This is extremely rare. I mean, I don't know if there's ever going to be a draft where we feel the same way about it. Like this is a special draft that Brett Veach is putting together. And when you look at it and you look at all the players that they've been able to acquire to this point, it feels like, obviously not all these guys are going to pan out. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And it's not, this is just the realities of how the NFL draft works. But man, you feel really good about the hit rate. Like you feel the swings that they've been able to put on this football team. You feel like they are going to land an abnormally high amount of quality football players to this roster. This has a chance to be a legendary draft.
It fits so perfectly with what is coming, to come in the next few years with the next wave of the Patrick Mahomes era. When you lose the guys that you did, and now you're having to bring in and inject a lot more youth into this team in order to get to that next place. And it can't fit more perfectly that he has hit on damn near every pick so far.
Yeah, that's certainly what it's looking like, right? And like, I'm not a guy that usually kind of feels like all the volume. Like, you got to play the odds. The odds of hitting on 6, 7, 8 draft picks is so rare, but I have a hard time finding guys here that are going to just completely miss and not be productive on some level. And kind of even more than that is I start to look through this. There's a chance this is going to rival the Saints 2017 draft class in my mind.
Yes.
In my mind. Now, I mean,
there's a chance. Like we talked about this last night, and we cited 2017. Like that was a legendary draft. This has the kinds of players at the kind of value to mimic it. You're 100% right.
And that's high praise. I mean, we're talking Alvin Kamara. We're talking Marcus Williams. Like they have some of the best draft. That's one of the best draft classes that you're ever going to see. But like, this is close. The way we feel about these players is incredibly close to everything that we got going on. That class: Marshawn Lattimore, Ryan Ramczyk, Marcus Williams, Alvin Kamara, and Trey Hendrickson. Right? That's a lot to live up to. I forgot Trey Hendrickson also came from that draft class, so maybe I want to walk back what I just said.
But they nailed so many picks, and there just seems to be so many picks that could potentially.
It feels like there's potential. You leave this draft feeling like there's the potential that it could rival that draft class.
I would love to see in the comment sections the grades that you would give Chiefs fans if you're watching that right now. I'd love to get your grades on Brett Veach's draft. Couple things. Tried to get Duke Manyweather to come on the show. He can't right now, but he is, quote, pumped for Darian Kinnard being selected to the Kansas City Chiefs. This from Rocky Magana at Arrowhead Pride. The Chiefs traded up and get a right tackle as insurance against Niang's injury status. Kinnard is a nasty run blocker who earned a PFF grade of 91.9 last season while playing in the SEC. He allowed 1 sack and 2 QB hits and 414 pass blocking snaps in the SEC.
That'll play.
That's decent, right?
That'll play.
Is that pretty good?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
One might say that's pretty good.
That's what I thought. So, Darian Kinnard, a chance to be the new right tackle of the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's fantastic. I'm coming now.
Okay, we're going to go find Darian Kinnard's reaction. Oh, we have it right here. Here's Darian Kinnard being selected by the Chiefs. Going to get a live visceral reaction watching him Yeah,
We gotta get the hair color change next.
here's his celebration right now. It's you guys can kind of see it here.
Property in
it's rolled
Arizona,
with
but
the
I'll let it
family.
go for the
It's a
Chiefs.
massive human. Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
it's so great, man.
And so, and I love these kind of like some of these day 3 actions and stuff like that because it's so much more just like close knit, right? Like you have a few less big parties and stuff at this point in time. It's just all the super close people. Like you just see the emotion and everyone there cares so much, and they're all so happy and excited.
This is so cool. You've seen the reactions of Chiefs players all weekend. Did you hear? Did you see the Sky Moore reaction?
That was awesome.
When he told the group, like, "Hey, I'm excited to be a Chief," and like the entire room just lost their minds, probably because they realized that their loved one's going to be playing with Patrick Mahomes for the next decade.
Okay, and one more thing on Sky Moore. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I might have missed the conversation, but I love that he is wearing number 24.
Oh, we do too.
Okay, it's like a very
All in.
underrated thing, but I love the fact that a receiver is wearing a number in the 20s.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely love it. I love the fact that he's going to be the first to do it. He is going to be the first person to do it. And so in a couple of years, you're going to see if it works, which it will, you're going to see a bunch of guys doing it. And he always gets to be first. So I'm biased. I always want anyone to be a single digit. So I would have loved him to be in 1 or 0 or something like that. But 24 is the best non-single digit number.
I like wide receivers wearing numbers in the 20s, and I like watching like the massive dudes. Like that. I remember it was a lineman a couple years ago from Notre Dame wearing number 1. Like I love that. Like 310 guys. That's why I really want a Karlaftis to keep number 5 or wear a single digit number if he could, because at 265 coming off the edge, that would be hilarious. That's the good stuff.
All right, so I wanted to go through. We're just getting some more Darian Kennard stats going to SIS Data Hub. We got some stuff here.
And while you're doing that, really quick, let's just run down a few of the picks really quick. Is that okay, Matthew? Because we do need to keep people in the loop on the picks that have been made. 146 right after the Chiefs stole Darian Kennard from the rest of the NFL. Mike McFadden, the linebacker out of Indiana. Then the New York Giants picked again. DJ Davidson out of Arizona State, the defensive tackle. This one kind of sucks. Wide receiver Khalil Shakir out of Boise State. That's a guy I really like. I think we all kind of really like him. Cole Turner, the tight end out of Nevada, goes to the Washington Commanders. Here's another one. East-West Shrine Bowl participant Thomas Booker goes 150th to the Tennessee or to the Houston Texans. That's a great pick. That's a really good value. Thomas Booker's a good football player. Then Tyler Algier out of BYU, the running back, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. That's an absolute battering ram.
Okay.
That'll be a fun pick. With Arthur Smith there.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a really good value with Arthur Smith.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's a guy. I mean, he's not Derrick Henry, but you get that same type of running style. He's coming downhill. Okay. Good player in that regard.
All right, so we're gonna play our interview with defensive tackle Thomas Booker out of Stanford. We'll be right back. But here is the 150th pick in the draft to the Houston Texans.
Myself is a tenacious, determined defender who's physical and versatile, and is very sudden, and he's got great change of direction. So for me, I play defensive line a lot of the time in the interior, and it's pretty uncommon for guys in the interior to have more than like 5 tackles in a game. Throughout my career, I've had like multiple times when I've had 9, 10 tackles. A lot of that comes from, tenacious pursuit of the ball, getting stuff in the backside, making tackles, that sort of thing. So that's how I look at it. Like I said before, I think I'm a very sudden athlete. So when it comes to like pass rush or stunts, you can pull up the tape. A lot of times I'll be able to get around guards by, making them freeze their feet and being able to get right around with like a slap rip or something like that. So yeah, I think that's a part of my game that really transitions well to being able to play through technique. Oh no, I love all aspects of the game. I like getting grimy in the run game. That's one of my favorite things when I know somebody's trying to knock my block off and who can get to the punch first, right? I love playing like that. So for me, my mentality is that my advantage is my speed, my strength, and my agility. So I try to get off the ball quicker. I try to extend off of him and then make a play.
That is the new Houston Texan, Thomas Booker. We got a chance to talk to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl, and it was really good to get to talk to him. He was one of the most insightful guys that we got to talk to throughout the East-West Shrine Bowl. You can use that one there.
We're figuring it out. Yeah, no, I like Thomas Booker. He was definitely one of the smartest kind of guys that really, you could tell he just had a lot of other stuff that he, not that he didn't like football or anything like that, but you could tell he's just a really smart guy, thought really hard about the game and a lot of stuff in life. So it's kind of a guy that I'm sure impressed a lot of teams. I did want to read some Darian Kennard stats on the SIS Data Hub. So Total points added per game. Now he's listed as a guard instead of a tackle because I think some people thought he'd switch there, but tied for 4th in the entire draft class. The blown block percentage, only 1.7% in the top 10. You go down, he's a better, good in the pass game, the pass points added per game, total of 98, which ranks 3rd in the class. Like, he's very good analytically to go with that massive frame. Like, this is a guy, good pick, a great pick at this point in time. I think we're all really happy with the selection.
Absolutely thrilled. I mean, this is a guy that has a very real chance of playing meaningful snaps. And if you're getting that kind of guy in round 5, like we talk about, day 3 are lottery tickets. This is a lottery ticket with half the scratcher off. I mean, you can kind of see like you're probably winning something here. Like this is a really high quality lottery ticket, and another high quality lottery ticket just went off the board as well. I'll give you an update on 2 picks. The Denver Broncos at pick 152 select Delaware Turner Yell out of Oklahoma, the safety. 153, an extremely Seahawks pick.
Yeah,
you know where I'm going with. Have you seen it yet? It's cornerback Tariq Woolen out of Texas San Antonio. This is a very Seahawks pick.
Good for Tariq Woolen. I'm sure this is kind of hard, right? Like, I'm sure he had a better idea than national media did, but it's still got to be hard when you are a guy being talked about in round 1, and then all of a sudden you don't start coming. You're getting deeper into day 3, and you're still on the board. Like, that's got to be a rough thing. So I bet he's so relieved and so happy that he's finally off the board. He's going to a good organization known for good cornerbacks.
Yeah, that length will play there in Seattle. That's how they like him. So that's kind of a surprising to see him go off the board this late. I mean, even you can even talk. You can have the discussion about the take. And here's some highlights of Tariq Woolen. But man, that profile is just so rare. 6'4", 4.26. I mean, that's a special athletic profile, and like that's decent ability to close on the football there, and some willingness to be physical. I know we have to talk about tackling technique, but I mean, the physicality I thought was there, the willingness, the desire to do it was there from Tariq Woolen. So I'm surprised that he lasted this long.
Right. And that's, you will never know why. Like I said, I wonder if when he gets in the room, people are just a little questioning the translation to play corner at the NFL level. But I mean, good pick, great pick at this point in time. Like, there's not saying he's gonna be bad. Just I'm trying to figure out why they figured it out.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it took this long for him to. There's got to be something up there. I think. Darian Kennard had the biggest hands in the combine.
Oh, okay. So Veach is just drafting guys with big hands.
Big hands, young. There's a lot of characteristics there. 11 1/4 inch hands. Good night.
Those are some mitts on top of 35-inch arms.
Yeah, I mean he's got. If you think he can hold up athletically outside, he can play tackle. I mean, he's got the requisite length, and he's got massive hands, and he's a nasty football player. I think we're gonna get to like June, and we're just gonna be like hyped out of our minds for Darian Kennard. Like, we're gonna watch a lot more.
He's gonna be a fun guy in camp just to see how that camp battle goes, though, right? Like, we have a lot of. So he was Dane Brugler's number 3 interior offensive lineman in the Beast, the Dane Brugler's draft guide, and so he's a little bit older. He's a little over 22 years old, but that's fine. But
he'll turn 23 in December.
Right. It's just a big guy that I don't think he's fully technically developed, right? Like, he's a big guy that I don't think he's raw by any stretch of the imagination, but there's some technique stuff that can be cleaned up. His footwork, his base can get a little wide. You start cleaning up those things, all of a sudden now a guy that's a little bit of a lumbering mover might at least come slightly smoother. That makes him move quicker. And now you have a big guy that moves fluidly and then has the kind of power and just the meanness that he has. This is a guy you talked during the season. If you look at round 1 mock drafts during the season, Darian Kennard's in a lot of round 1s.
Yeah, there was some real sizzle for him heading into the season. And I mean, there's always some guys like that happen. And, who knows? Like, maybe we'll find out. Maybe there was some medical stuff here with him that allowed him to fall down to the Chiefs, and they just feel very comfortable taking, a swing on him or something like that. Because this is a really good football player. Again, we had a 3rd round value on him, and the Chiefs make a small trade up to ensure that they're getting this guy.
Good on them.
And it's great on them. And they still have 3 lottery tickets to take in the back end of the 7th round. Those will be coming, fast and furious later this afternoon. The funny thing is, Maddie, and it's like you spend 2.5 days, or you spend 2 days, with the draft, and you make 103 picks in the first, or 104 picks in the first 2 days. Then you make 153 in the final day of the draft. And like, I mean, we're barely halfway through the selections in this. It's like, we're kind of past it now, but
Right.
we still have 100 picks to go, 100+ picks to go in this draft. And we will be here for every single pick of the 2022
all
NFL.
the way to the very end.
Hey, look, if you are watching this, please hit the like and subscribe button. We are covering every pick of the draft, including day 3. So please hit the like, subscribe button, because we are, we're running on fumes here. This is gonna get weird. I think the last 100 picks are gonna get weird.
You think so?
I'm gonna get weird.
Oh yeah,
I might lay down. There's only 2 of us now. I might lay down. Yeah, we do have one goal, and if you're watching this, there's hundreds and hundreds of you watching this. There's over 600 of you watching right now.
Make sure you like and subscribe.
Make sure you like and subscribe. But here's something: we want to get to $5,000 towards Terez Paylor's memory today, and we're at about $4,100 right now. So we have about 3 hours left until the end of this draft, and we'll be announcing some winners for the raffle at the end of the day. If you want to help us support Terez Paylor, support his legacy, if you like what we've been doing, we would love for you to support what we're doing. So if you go to the KC Sports Network Venmo, every $10 that you donate will go and give you a raffle entry into this raffle we're doing. You can win a Nick Bolton jersey. You can win a Travis Kelce jersey. You can win a signed Patrick LaVon Mahomes mini football helmet. So there are some prizes that you can potentially win at the end. But you can also, you can really help us support the PowerMizzou.com scholarship for Terez Paylor, as well as the Terez Paylor Foundation through Howard University. It's an endowment, which is a pretty special, big thing to do. So please, if you'd consider supporting that, we'd really, really appreciate it. All proceeds are going to those 2 foundations to help honor the legacy of Terez Paylor. Let's try to get to 5,000 today, guys. Come on.
Easily done. Listen, the way Brett Veach is drafting, I have full faith that Chiefs fans can get to that 5,000.
They're feeling a good. You better be feeling in a good mood. You better be feeling generous right now, because I mean, this has been such a fantastic draft for the Chiefs at this point. Let's look at another pick. Snoop Conner, the running back out of Ole Miss, goes off the board. That's kind of a surprise.
That one surprised me a little
I
bit.
don't even think he's the best running back at Ole Miss.
Ooh, that's a really interesting pick to pair for the Jaguars, who just took Travis Etienne last year. I'm not saying they're like the same athlete, but he's their smaller scat back from Ole Miss, correct?
No, that's Jerry Neely. So Snoop Conner's the big lumbering.
Never mind. Better pairing.
Bully of a running back. So he's kind of a battering ram more than he is the shifty Jerry Neely. But I think Snoop Conner, I don't think he's even the best back at Ole Miss.
Okay, Kent, I got something for you here. Actually, we give you a lot. We give you a lot of crap about your James Robinson stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, here it is. James Robinson is on a team that is now drafted a running back back-to-back years after a great rookie season. It seems like new coaching staffs that are coming through there maybe don't have the same faith that a lot of people did after 1 year. Maybe you weren't wildly off.
No, I think I was. I'll be honest with you. I'll just be honest with you. I do think I was. I mean, look, I will say this. I mean, James Robinson, like the games I had access to, fumbles were a big problem.
Listen, I tried to give you an out and you didn't take it.
I know. I'll own it. I'll own it. Because like I still think I will just say this. He was an undrafted free agent still. The NFL agreed with me.
Yes.
And a lot of it was I had an undrafted grade. The NFL agreed with me. But I mean, yeah, he had I think he still had a very solid career. I think, especially as an undrafted free agent, I know he's had his issues, but I know some people kind of expected him to kind of be a bell cow type back. But I have no problem admitting to catch that L on James Robinson.
Well,
I will say this is a sad one. Pick 155, and it's not a sad one because the Chiefs weren't going to get this guy. North Dakota offensive tackle Matt Waletzko is going to the Dallas Cowboys. That is a really nice pick by them, and it's not that surprising of a pick by them, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, they pair him with Tyler Smith, who they drafted in the first round. They're trying to get some more talent and some more young blood into that offensive line room. That makes sense for a team that does so much of what they do kind of based on their run game with their physicality. needs a little bit of time to develop, but I love him getting in there with Tyron Smith, that coaching staff, that offensive line room, and trying to develop and become that guy.
Ryan Scott Hall, the OG Chiefs podcast legend, was hanging out here tonight. And shout out AHPKC. Dirk definitely is not watching us right now, but shout out to his Dirkness as well. But yeah, that's our guy. Ryan Scott Hall was just hanging out with us a little bit today. And before I was doing media or anything, Ryan and Dirk were one of the first podcasts I ever listened to. So when my wife was pregnant, like she was going to bed at like 6 p.m. And so I bought a PlayStation 4 to play video games while I was killing time while she was asleep, and I would listen to Amateur Hour. And so those guys have been a part of my Chiefs fanhood, and they're great guys and wonderful friends. And it was good to see Ryan come support us. We really appreciate him. Got to hang out with him a little bit yesterday as well. So another running back is off the board, and I really like this one too. It's Jerome Ford, the running back out of Cincinnati, is going 156 to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he's a guy that I think a lot of people, I don't want to say opinions were split because nobody thought he was bad, but now he's coming off the board here, and he's a guy that a lot of people really loved. You thought he'd have a little bit more speed, right? You watch him and he pulls away from a lot of guys. He almost looks like a good combination of size and speed back coming from Alabama, goes to Cincinnati, looks super athletic, but the testing numbers aren't bad by any stretch of the imagination. But 210 back, his 40-yard dash was good. I mean, it's a 4.46, so he's definitely a home run threat at 210 pounds. It's just a guy that some people absolutely loved, and he last year into round 4. I think it's a good pick for them. Kareem Hunt, is he a free agent or he's in the last year of his deal with them? Does anybody?
I can't
do you remember?
remember.
So that's a loaded running back room. I wonder if that does kind of hint at where they're trying to maybe go with Kareem Hunt going forward, because I don't imagine they're going to ever move on from Nick Chubb for that offense.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that'd be interesting. I mean, and like down here you're just building the bottom of your roster with some running backs to kind of fill out the rotation. You know, there's the old saying, you want a pair and a spare at running back, you know, and Jerome Ford, I think, can assimilate nicely into any running back room, really. I don't know, physically, you know, it's decent testing, but like I don't think it popped on tape as much. Like I don't think he really pulled away from guys, and kind of just saw an average physical profile when you're watching the tape. But he does a lot of things well. He's just solid and consistent to me. Like that's the thing I really liked about him. I just thought he was really solid, really consistent across the board. And you know, he was a bell cow for Cincinnati this year, a team that had a lot of production. So that was kind of my perspective on Jerome Ford there.
Yeah, and so there's just like, we're kind of at this point now. The Chiefs got a long way till they pick again. There's not too much of a reason to start like trying to pair picks to them necessarily. But where are some of the values that you kind of still see out there? Just a couple players that you see that are jumping out to you as fantastic value still available as we kind of get to the middle of round 5 coming up.
I mean, Dominique Robinson would be an interesting swing at defensive end. I know is that one of your guys? I can't remember if that was a my guy for you.
No, I almost took him in the draft, and I kind of backed off of it a little bit. And so now, you know, there's a chance that somebody else will get on the board with him, because I do think he's a guy, if you look at his pro day numbers, he added some weight, and that extra weight boosted him up into Steve Spagnuolo perfect fit territory. So he's a guy that would make some sense if he's there. I'd be kind of surprised, though, if he lasts that long.
Yeah. No, I would, too. I mean, I think there's some decent running back value there out there. You could probably go grab. I know Isaiah Spiller went off the board, but
sad. Oh, no. I mean, Chiefs fans' favorite guy's still there.
Tyler Beatty.
Is still available.
I would love Tyler Beatty around 7. He better be gone before then, because I think that's a guy that probably should be gone. Getting tracked down by BJ here. You got something for us? We got some highlights here of Dominique Robinson, the defensive end.
Yeah, so he's a guy that played wide receiver until I believe it was 2020, then switches over to defensive end at Miami of Ohio. So it's mostly you're betting on the athletic traits and the physical profile for him, right? Like he's a super good athlete. It's just when you go watch him, he's kind of still figuring it out. He's still figuring out how to play defensive end, but you're getting a pass rusher with good athleticism. So we're looking at 6'5", 253 pounds, but I think he was at his pro day, like I said, 260 some pounds. He ran a 4.72, 41-inch vertical jump, 121-inch broad jump, 25 reps on the bench press, and I believe at his pro day he still ran under a 7.23 cone, which is kind of like the cutoff to say you're going to be you have a chance. You have the athletic profile that's really good in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting guy you can potentially take a swing on. There was some metrics there that are very indicative of some success as a pass rusher. Jeffrey Gunter's out there. Kingsley Enagbari's out there.
That's another very, very Spagnoli pick.
Spagnolio?
No, Spagnolia.
Oh, was it Spagnolia?
It's Spagnolia.
That was what Trent McDuffie called him. But we're getting some highlights here of Tyler Beatty, the running back out of Missouri, still on the board. And obviously, there's still 100 picks left. There's a little bit of time.
Why is Tyler Beatty available in your mind? This is a guy
know.
that a lot of people like. Like, he's got some hype. So why is Tyler Beatty still available in this draft at this point in time?
I don't understand because, there's some intriguing traits there. I don't think he's really hurt himself through the draft process. And he's a guy that had some pass catch production. I don't think the route tree was necessarily very advanced, but he was more comfortable catching the ball away from his frame than a lot of running backs in this class. He's a guy that was really fun in space. He had enough speed to get out on the edge and kind of get into the open field. I don't understand exactly why he was, because I was a fan of his.
He had 1,600 yards running for Missouri in the SEC, and Missouri wasn't a dominant offense. He had 1,600 rushing yards, and that was with him adding weight this past year so he could handle all the carries. He was kind of in a running back by committee until this last year. He adds weight so he can take the punishment, and he still goes for 1,600 yards, averages 6 yards per carry, 14 touchdowns. The production's great. As a receiver, until this year, he averaged over 10 yards per catch. This year it was down a little bit. It's just good guy. Now, he's 5'8", 197 pounds, but he ran a 4.45. I like his ability as a third down back.
I do too.
You want to replace Jerick McKinnon with Tyler Beatty,
Yeah.
that kind of role? I think that's what you're looking for. A guy that can catch a lot of passes, a guy that can come in and provide some level of home run threat and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And I'm very surprised that we are where we're at with him. And I think it might just be the running back class in general. I think that's probably a little bit of it. It's just the fact that the running backs, I don't think have really fallen off the board very well. The valuations,
right.
I'm not expecting him to be gone before the Chiefs take, but if he's sitting there and the Chiefs don't grab him, I'll be a little disappointed, because this is, when Brett Veach said that there could be 1,000-yard rushers in day 3 of the draft, or in round 7 of the draft, I don't know if he's going to be able to get the volume, but I mean, he ran for 1,600 yards in the SEC this year. He can handle enough of a workload to get to 1,000 yards.
Yeah, I hope the Chiefs have a chance to get him. I would be surprised if he goes that far, but I mean, good player.
Yeah.
I think he has a role for the Chiefs too. You can look at him compared to a Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You look at him compared to a Ronald Jones. He does provide something a little bit different. So I like the player. I hope he's going to have that option for the Chiefs, because, like I said, I think he would make a lot of sense for them moving forward. Any other guys here that we're kind of seeing that jump out to us?
Well, we can talk a little bit more about that here down the road as well, because we can observe a few guys that have fallen off the board since we last kind of updated people. At pick 157, Zion McCollum, the Sam Houston State cornerback. I believe he was a tier 1 C cornerback athletic tester.
He was a tier 1 C back. He might have been number 2 all time, if I remember correct. I don't want to speak for Craig, but he might have been number 2 all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have had some success on some of those guys. I believe Jamel Dean was a tier 1 cornerback athletic tester.
Sean Murphy Bunting was either a tier 1 or really high tier 2.
Yeah, so they do have a type there when they're looking at cornerbacks. This is a guy that has a chance to contribute immediately. Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State. 158, Tyreek Smith, the edge rusher out of Ohio State, goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
Good pick. It's a team that will utilize pass rush special. It's a team that will utilize a guy that just gets after the passer. They're not going to ask you to be, a 3-down player all the time. They'll play him at that kind of Leo spot, just get some pass rush in there. So that's a good pick for them.
Then Missouri State defensive tackle Eric Johnson goes to the Indianapolis Colts at pick 159.
Love that pick. I loved him at the Senior Bowl. His energy at the Senior Bowl, his power for a small school guy. He belonged. That was a really good pick for them as well.
Yeah, I agree. And then Tito Akbanya, the interior defensive lineman out of UCLA, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. This is one of those guys I wanted to, stick him at one tech, and he's going to eat up a lot of blocks. He's a guy that's kind of a run first player, but I think down here, this is where you can get some contributors as a run stuff.
Yeah, the rumor was they really like Jordan Davis, and then the Eagles obviously make that jump up or get him before they get a chance. So this kind of seems like a fallback plan, and you put him behind some of the guys that they signed in the offseason. So that makes makes a lot of sense. I'll try and make sure anybody else that goes across catching up here. Zion McCollum, we talked about So we got the Saints on the clock. We're waiting for the Saints pick, and I believe the pick is in. I can't quite tell from here.
I don't have it yet. I'm
Nope,
gonna keep looking on Twitter.
No, we're just on the clock. We're good. We're just hanging out here. We're looking for Tyreek
We got
Smith
some Tyreek
highlights. Here we
Smith
go.
highlights. This is one of your. This is a guy you like. He didn't know was my guy, but he's a guy you like.
Really like him. High star defensive end recruit coming into Ohio State. Took him a couple years to really get going, but you see the athleticism, you see the pass rush traits. I think he kind of picked it up this past year. The flexibility, the burst off the line of scrimmage. These are rare traits. Getting this kind of guy on day 3, you just bet on him to be a guy that can come help your team as a pass rush specialist.
Yeah, and I mean down here, I mean this if you're looking for a guy that that can pin his ears back a little bit, and the Seahawks, like you said, are a team willing to allow that to happen. This is how you can get value. This is how you can get contributors. This is how you can get very defined roles. And I think down here in this area of the draft, that's one of the things you're really looking at is just defined roles that can make your football team. Just trying to find guys that you think can actually make your football team, even if it is in a narrow skill set.
Yeah, and then that's what you're looking for at this point in time in the draft, right? Like you're not finding 3-down players. You're not finding cornerstones of your team. You're looking for guys that can help and guys.
Unless you're the Chiefs and you're finding Trey Smith.
Or Darian Kennard. Right. So, yeah, these are good picks. We're trying to see kind of where they're going. The Saints pick is in now, so we're waiting to see what they come up with next. But, I mean, thank you guys, everybody that's come out here to the Kingdom Bar and Grill. We've been here live for day 1, day 2, halfway through day 3. We appreciate you guys tuning in to watch. We appreciate you guys coming to hang out. It's been a lot of fun. Our voices are hanging on by an absolute thread here as we try to fill time as day 3 slowly trickles in picks, and we have what feels like an eternity until the Chiefs draft again.
It's because it is an eternity.
But we're having a good time out here. So thank you guys all for tuning in to watch. While you're here, make sure you like and subscribe. We got to put a smile on the producer's face. BJ gets happy every time he sees those likes and the subscriptions go up. So
every time he doesn't have to use the whiteboard to remind us to hit the like and subscribe button, he's just having fun. He's like celebrating, like my kids are growing up.
Tucker's not here today, so BJ's having to do it all behind the scenes, and like he really doesn't want to have to use the whiteboard unless he has to today. Like he wants.
Okay, we've got George Karlaftis highlights. So you guys can take a look at the first round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs, George Karlaftis, and a really exciting prospect to add into the mix here. I mean, look, the Chiefs continue to just hit solid players time after time in this draft, and it started in day 1, and day 1 feels like forever ago with George Karlaftis. If you listen back, you hear Steve Spagnuolo talking about how that was his favorite player in this entire draft. And so, Steve Spagnuolo is getting what he wants, and I think that's an indication that he's going to be here for a long time. Yeah. So, George Karlaftis, defensive end out of Purdue. You're just getting to see some of the moves from him, the outstanding effort and the physicality and absolutely destroying that poor UConn quarterback.
I think that's the Greek Freak too, according to you and Andy Reid. Now you have to refer to him as that.
I'm fine doing that. Doing that.
You need a better nickname.
He needs to roll up into his first game in a Giannis Antetokounmpo jersey
with this Chipotle order, the driest Chipotle order anyone's ever heard of.
Triple steak, rice, double rice and cheese.
Light cheese.
Light cheese. Sorry. So there's George Karlaftis, the end out of Purdue. We are really excited today to welcome Marlia Campbell over here hanging out with us today.
Yeah. See you again. Nice to meet you in person.
Yes.
We talked virtually.
Yes, we have. Thank you for coming out. We're glad to have you here.
You're back at Kingdom Bar and Grill again.
It looks amazing.
I know, right?
It looked amazing when we were here in our little slip-on boots and stuff and not mess up the floor, but this looks great.
Yeah, I think really cool. There might be a few footprints that we might have kept. I don't know if they might have buffered them out. I'm not sure.
Ooh.
We should have put our initials by them, I think.
I know. We really missed our chance.
Yeah, so we're hanging out here at Kingdom Bar and Grill, and Marlia Campbell is hanging out with us. I think we have a pretty special announcement to make here. If you want to go ahead, you have the honors.
Yeah, I'm excited to officially join the network. I know I did some shows with you guys this fall. But
very excited to have you join us.
I'm so excited. This is the best. I mean, joining great, talented people, creating cool content, and doing things for the community as well. It's a home run, and BJ has created something super special here. So I'm excited to officially be on board.
So why don't you just tell us a little bit about what you'll be doing here with KC Sports Network?
Yeah, so we have a couple cool shows coming up. One, we'll be doing a kind of tailgate pregame show the week of games. So we'll fill you in on what you need to know going into Chiefs games, kind of get you caught up in 20 minutes. So just hear from both teams, kind of hit major points. So we'll be prepped going into game day. And then 2, what I'm really excited about is we're going to do one focus on women's sports in the Kansas City area.
Oh, that's awesome.
And profile and just have really cool conversations with the women who have, built sports here in Kansas City and who are continuing to do so. Female athletes who are doing really well right now, people who built this in the past. So I'm stoked. It's going to be so much fun.
Do you know when you guys are starting that up, when kind of the first episodes are going to start coming around?
Yeah, we're hoping mid-July-ish. So check back in mid-July.
Right.
So Marlia, just initial thoughts on this draft. I mean, we're sitting here, we're in the slog of it. I mean, like,
I don't even know what day it is or month right now.
I'm about to take a nap on Maddie's shoulder.
Your voices sound great.
I know, right?
Talking you guys about to do.
Well, like it's been a lot, and like as loud as Kingdom Bar and Grill was the first 2 days, a little bit of screaming over each other at times. It's been trying to hang in there. But your thoughts on the draft? What have you liked so far about it?
So first of all, you guys have knocked it out of the park. Seriously,
Thank
I've had the draft on. I've been at work, so I've had the draft on the screen. You guys like in an AirPod and also working, so you guys have really nailed it. I love it. I think the third shout out I should give today, I've given Kingdom Bar and Grill. You guys, Brett Beach has done unbelievably. I'm super excited about all of them. I'm really excited about Sky Moore.
Yeah.
Mel Kiper called him the most underrated player in any position this draft, and we traded back for him.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, this is great.
He's a guy that we've liked the whole time. So, we're doing podcasts, we're filling time. We put him in a mock draft in round 1 at pick 30 to the Chiefs, and some people weren't happy, right? A lot of people weren't happy with that.
Yeah.
So to see the Chiefs come out, they trade back from 50 and they get him in the into the second round, late part of the second round, like perfect pick. And I'm with you. I think he's probably going to be every Chiefs fan's like favorite player, right?
Yeah.
He seems like a fun guy and he's such a good player. And when you go watch his highlight videos, when they do come across, we show him or stuff like that. Just everything he does is so fun and he's such a good player. I'm excited. I love Sky Moore. I'm excited to see him come in and work out in this wide receiver room. And so I'm not surprised that he's, a lot of people's favorite player.
Yeah, training camp can't come soon enough. And, I've said that I've had you guys like on my ear the whole time. I think Brett Beach has too, because how many of these have you guys called? It's been ridiculous.
It's been nuts.
Yeah.
It's been a lot.
This doesn't happen very often. Like there's been a lot of times where maybe Brett Veach and us have seen things a little bit differently about the draft. But this is just one of those days. Like I feel like a few of the guys that we've wanted, like Sky Moore. I think we were talking about Sky Moore before the pick.
Yeah.
Darian Kennard just now we were talking about before the pick. Joshua Williams we were talking before the
right?
pick.
I mean, all these guys. Trent McDuffie's a guy that Craig and I, when we were watching a lot of Washington players last year, said, hey, that guy's the best player out here. And they have guys that got drafted, I believe, in day 2 last year. You talk about a guy a year ahead of time that you like. So like this has been the Brett Veach finally listens to us here. He bought the draft guide. He got a subscription to KC Sports Network. It was about time. Just, Brett, you can just talk to us. You can call us. You don't have to pay for it. We
Text
can give
me.
it to you.
Yeah. Let's talk.
So
yeah, it's been fun. Any other picks like Sky outside of Sky Moore? Like who are some of the players that you might have liked that out of the 6 that they picked to this point?
Yeah, I mean, I was excited about Karlaftis as well. I thought that was a great pick. Gosh, I mean, you just can't go wrong. I feel like he's knocked out of the park on every single one.
The thing that his timing, I think timing has just been so special because like about. BJ's hyped about Death Row, Leo Chenal, but you look at the timing, and like I think that's something that's just so unique about what they've done with this draft. They knew when to trade up. They had good instincts to go grab a first round player on their board. They felt that they had the instincts to know, hey, George Karlaftis, we feel like he's going to fall to us. They felt comfortable with that. Every little move that they've made, trading back a little bit for Sky Moore and grabbing this pick. Okay, now think about this, guys.
Uh-oh.
All right, so they trade
on
back
Sunday.
a little. Well, they trade
Saturday.
back. They trade back a little bit for Sky Moore.
Sunday.
So they had whatever day it is. They had a good feeling about trading back for Sky Moore and him still being there, right? So they get pick 158. They just parlayed pick 158 and 233 into Darian Kennard.
Yeah.
That little small trade up might wind up being a starting right tackle for this football team under cost control for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Do you want to take it a step further? They turned Tyreek Hill essentially into Trent McDuffie. That was part of kind of your trade back for Sky Moore and Darian Kennard. So it's Tyreek Hill, pick 233 is what they traded, right? Pick 233. Tyreek Hill, Darian Kennard, Sky Moore, Trent McDuffie. That's what they got for Tyreek Hill.
That's pretty incredible. All right, so we have a few picks to update you guys on here. DeMarco Jackson, the linebacker out of Appalachian State, goes to the New Orleans Saints. Montrell Washington, the wide receiver out of Samford, going to the Denver Broncos.
Yes, definitely heard of him.
And here's one I'm surprised it took this long. Kyle Phillips, the wide receiver out of UCLA, a standout at the East-West Shrine Bowl. We actually have an interview with Kyle Phillips. Here is that right now.
I got a list of 4 receivers, so I know I'm going to get the comparison, just mostly being in the slot. So I got two of Cole Beasley and Hunter Renfro. With them, they're quick guys like me, so it's kind of easy to model after them a little bit. And, I just kind of love how intentional they are in all their routes, whether it's their eyes, their head, leaning, all that stuff. Everything, has a purpose. And then another guy would be Keenan Allen. And we don't have the same build. It's easy for most to see, but, I can still take some stuff from his game. And one thing that I've taken is at the top of his routes, he's got a skip step before he makes his move, and it really freezes the DBs. And so been able to add that. It's been good. And the last one would be Devontae Adams, just with his release package. He's got a little split release that I like doing, so I've been able to add that a little bit, just taking as much as I can from those guys.
All right, that was wide receiver Kyle Phillips out of UCLA, a standout at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Shout out to Eric Galco. I think the Tennessee Titans are going to turn around, a few years from now and say, man, we really got great value out of Kyle Phillips. He had a great process at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Hunter Thickfro, right? He's a thicker Hunter Renfro. That's the best way I can describe him. He's a little bit more athletic, but the way he moves, the way he plays, just like Hunter Renfro. Great pick by the Tennessee Titans. So and I'm glad we got to talk to him. Like, you could tell talking to him, he's very aware of what his strengths are and where he needs work, and just such a smart football player. Again, I feel like I'm describing Hunter Renfro just like 3 years later.
He wanted to prove that he wasn't just a slot receiver. I think he did enough to show that he's a little bit more than that. Maybe the NFL doesn't seem to agree, but Kyle Phillips, pick 163. We're hanging out with WIBW's Marlia Campbell and the newest host at KC Sports Network.
So excited.
We're so excited.
So much fun.
It's been so great getting to know you the last year, and you did such a great job last year with some of the Chiefs coverage that we're doing, the post game show.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be anchoring some coverage. Kind of getting everybody ready for Chiefs games every Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. We have I feel like the whole year of KC Sports Network has just been like really exciting things happening right now and cool things on the horizon. It's so much fun.
It's like the motto. KCSN's motto might just be, and there's more coming.
And there's more. I like that.
Because that's like every time I talk to BJ, there's always something cooking. And he's always up to something. Like, look at that smile on his face.
I've never got a phone call from BJ that wasn't less than like 30 minutes as I just get filled in on everything that's happened in the last 24 hours since I last got an hour talking with him.
Yes, we know you like to communicate. Sometimes I just think you need someone to word vomit onto, and you do that plenty for all of us.
That's absolutely fine. But it's been so much fun. So I'm glad that we're getting to announce this now, and we're about to get this started, and everything else that I'm sure is about to be coming up soon, because I know BJ. There's something else going to be around the corner. So.
And getting to tell different stories too. Like you're kind of going into an area. Now you've kind of already done a little bit of this as well when you're talking about women's sports.
Yeah.
Just talk a little bit about what you've done to this point and where you're going now.
Yeah. So I actually played basketball at University of Wyoming, wrote my master's thesis on Title IX, and then the 50th anniversary of Title IX is coming up on June 23rd. So I'm on the tail end of a year-long project documenting the history of women's sports in Kansas. So I've been doing weekly features just on different pioneers. Which has been a ton of fun. I think my age range is like 22 to 89. We've done racquetball, basketball, weightlifting, and all those things. So, it's been a ton of fun. I think I've learned a lot. I hope people are watching are learning too. And I'm excited to just kind of expand those conversations here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're looking forward to you telling those stories.
Thank you. Yeah,
it's going to be so cool. It's like what I love about KCSN is there's been platforms created for a lot of different voices and a lot of different subjects in a lot of different ways, and the diversification of the conversations that we've had to this point. It's been one of the coolest things about KCSN. We're less than a year old. Like that's the other thing. We're not even a year out yet.
It's coming up, right? May 4th.
May 4th. May the 4th be with you.
Okay, that's
May
easy.
I'm gonna remember that one forever.
Yeah.
So we're less than a year in, and exciting things on the horizon, and you're definitely part of that. And we're so excited that you're here.
I'm more excited. Yeah.
So we came up with one motto just now. Is it do fun things with your friends?
Do cool things with friends.
Things with your friends. Yeah, that's what this is.
Do you want to tell where that came from? Like where you started with that?
Do you want to tell me where I started with that?
was that at Maple Street? What was it? Maple Street Biscuit Company in Mobile. Like night after talking to BJ about just potentially starting something like this. You go to a restaurant in the Senior Bowl for Mobile, Alabama, and when you place your order, you don't give a name. You have to give some kind of quote or aspiring quote or something like that.
So like it'll be like one day it was like, because we went there every day for breakfast because it was so good. So one day it was like, hey, what's your favorite cartoon character?
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think one of the questions, one of the days that we were in Mobile was, hey, what are you most looking forward to doing in 2022?
That's right. And
Cool
so,
things with your friends.
yeah, doing cool things with your friends was I think yours, right?
Yeah.
I believe that was Kit's. So that's something that he's just been
Was
saying.
it
Like,
BJ's?
Oh, yeah,
really?
BJ's hearing that story for the first
BJ
time.
just said he's never heard that story.
it gets so yeah, that was like the day after. I believe it gets better because Craig's thing was just I think it was just hanging out with friends. But when the person announced it, I swear they said kissing your friends was what was announced in the middle
When
of
I
the
said-
session.
So he has to walk out there like
Right,
that's me.
Okay, so yeah, we have another pick I think coming up. We'll catch back up on picks here. What do we got? Do you have it pulled up?
Running back Kyron
Okay.
Williams out of Notre Dame, and this is a guy that I had very high tape grade on, and that's partially because he's the best pass protector in this entire class. And no, the frame doesn't really hold up particularly well for a guy that's going to be able to, maybe sustain that, but like the willingness, the physicality at the running back position. I mean, he has the requisite, he has it. He has the heart to do it, the football character to do it. He was a team captain at Notre Dame. And an outstanding pass protector, but what really hurt him was his athletic testing. I mean, he really he didn't run well at the NFL Combine.
4.65 at 194 pounds.
I think that really hurt his draft stock because pass catching traits, passing game traits like pass pro are always things that are very much coveted. Probably a little bit of question mark about his frame. I think he's going to continue to be able to pass pro at the next level, but when you add some questions about his burst, there's some problems there.
So we've done a lot of talk about Leo Chanel out of Wisconsin. Great linebacker, physical, huge guy. One running back I saw ever actually block him was Kyron Williams, right? There's a couple reps of Kyron Williams just completely stonewalling him, giving up 50 pounds and everything like that. So that's your tape if you want him. Pass protector, good receiver and stuff like that. It's like he deserved to be drafted. It's just that athletic profile is hard to buy into in the NFL these days, this day and age.
Yeah, and then we have another pick off the board, and this one is an interesting one because I think we kind of talked about him as maybe a day 3 flyer as a Steve Spagnuolo defensive end, Asisi Otomewo.
Yes.
Out of Minnesota, the defensive end.
I'm so glad you said his name. I'm not going to say it. I'll just let you keep trying every time.
Yeah, well, Asisi Otomewo is, I think, how you pronounce it. I'm going to continue to try, but yeah, that's a really massive human. Like he's got the frame of like a Tano Passanio.
The Tano look, right? Yeah, that's you get the Tano look. Big, long guy, super long arms. Might play inside a little bit, play on the outside. He makes sense for Steve. But Steve Spagnuolo's got such a type. He's got a type, and this is a guy that fits it perfectly, I think.
What's interesting to me is his arm. Like when we were talking about Steve Spagnuolo types, the arm length of George Karlaftis was actually a little bit shorter.
At the combine measured everybody short. Everyone that did the Senior Bowl into the combine was like half an inch shorter with their arm lengths, right? They had a new person, right? They weren't measuring from like the right spot of the shoulder blade. They were like measuring from like their spine. That's what we're going with.
Something like that. Marlia, there was a Wyoming linebacker that got drafted today.
Okay, so I remember watching that, and I don't recognize him. We didn't meet at Wyoming, and that was this moment of like, man, I'm holding. Like, holy cow! Because everyone else I've obviously known the last couple of years.
Right.
So yeah, that was an existential crisis moment. But happy for him. Anytime I see Wyoming on this.
It's Chad Muma out of Wyoming, a pretty good sized linebacker, and actually tested a little bit surprisingly well. What's interesting is but Logan Wilson, I know you know Logan Wilson, the linebacker that's now with the Cincinnati Bengals. We don't want to talk about the Cincinnati Bengals right now.
Too soon.
But I mean, Logan Wilson, Chad Muma, there was some correlations to their playing style a little bit. So another Wyoming linebacker. All these guys keep falling. All these linebackers keep coming off the board from Wyoming,
pulling in all these athletes from all over the place.
There's another
lately.
guy from Wyoming who's doing okay in the league right now.
Oh yeah,
You guys know who that
yeah.
is.
If he could have just scored with like less than 13 seconds on the clock, then maybe we'd be talking about him even differently.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, no,
I'm fine the way things went.
you went to school with Josh Allen too, right?
Yeah, we
he was
were in
there.
the same class.
Yeah, you had some. What classes did you have with him?
We had a comms. So I was a journalism major and he was a communications major.
Okay.
I don't remember the actual class. It might have just been like comms and media, something kind of general.
Did anybody think that he was going to turn in was there expectations that he would turn into what he turned into?
So I remember the exact day that I was told Josh was going to get drafted so high, and I described Laramie as like a snow globe. So I did not pay attention to anything on the outside. And I was like, Josh, like this Josh. And so after that, obviously we knew he was going to do so well, and it's really cool to see him doing such good things. But he's not playing the Chiefs.
Well, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's been a hurdle he's struggled to get over. at this point. I mean, he's like 1-3 against the Chiefs at this point.
Well, there's another guy, Carl Granderson, I think, was there at the same time.
Yeah,
know him too? So he's still, I think, with the Saints right now. But yeah, a lot of athletes.
Chase Roulier was with is he with Washington still?
Who?
Yeah, we have a bunch of guys still. Chase Roulier.
Chase Roulier. Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you go? So you went to school with him too?
He was a year or two older than me.
Man, that football team was humming while you were there.
Yeah, Jacob Hollister was with the Saints.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who he's with right now, but yeah.
That team had some dudes, and the Bengals got another dude to go hang out with Logan Wilson. It's a guy at Toledo, safety Tyson Anderson.
Okay, yeah, he's one of the safeties that kind of once you fall off the, I don't want to say cliff, but like that next gap, he's probably towards the top of that. Versatile guy, plays single high, steps down in the box. Day 3 now, there's not a lot of scouting reports we can provide too much further. Now we're getting towards the end of this. You're getting a lot of good players here on day 3. Guys are going to play on special teams. And that's what you're kind of aiming for at this point.
Well, Darren Bland, the Fresno State cornerback, some people he got some sizzle late in the draft process, and he's going to the Dallas Cowboys.
Interesting fit. I don't know a lot about him, but the Dallas Cowboys, they've been adding a lot of corners lately. They've been working over that secondary. The defense was fantastic last year, so we'll see if he adds on top of it.
So we're here hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park. We've been hosting a draft party all 3 days. There's food specials out here. There's a chicken sandwich that is unbelievable.
Are you going to get it 3 days in a row?
I'm getting that before I leave.
There's a chance. Yeah, it's got gravy on it.
Oh, gosh.
And
yum.
Yeah, trust me.
We ate it live on stream.
We ate it live yesterday. Yeah.
Don't watch that.
Yeah, there's some really nasty screenshots from that where my hands are covered in gravy.
That doesn't sound like a clean eating.
It wasn't. Well, the first day I ordered it, I was just trying to get something to eat really quick before we came on. They brought it over, and I didn't know that there was gravy. I was like, "Hey, you guys got a chicken sandwich?" They're like, "Yeah, we got a chicken sandwich. Of course we have a chicken sandwich." So yeah, I got it, and my hands are just covered in gravy. I'm trying to slam it down with 20 minutes before the show. Yeah. The waitress across the bar sees me elbows deep in gravy.
Oh my.
She just walks over with a pile of napkins and just hands it to me. I'm like, "Thank you so much."
Yes,
I didn't mean to say anything. I just made eye contact with her, help.
Yeah.
Help me.
And did I see on the infamous whiteboard that live music on Saturday nights?
Yeah, at Kingdom Bar and Grill,
Cool.
you got a lot of live music. So this stage, you'll see a lot of live music playing on Saturday nights. We're not just doing podcasts from here. There's a lot of great stuff that's always happening here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. And the food is outstanding. I probably should deviate away from the chicken sandwich.
This is why we need you here, because we got that whiteboard message, and Kent and I went and talked about a chicken sandwich for 2 minutes.
Brought it back.
You bring it back.
We waxed poetic
about a chicken sandwich. Yeah, this is why we need somebody. It's a professional here.
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to be an adult, and it's not us at this point in time.
Back to chicken sandwich conversations. That's what I'm here for.
But
so I have a question for you guys. You guys were at the Shrine Bowl. Who that you saw get picked was the biggest steal, do you think, that you guys saw in person?
I think this Kyle Phillips that we just saw off the board is probably some of the best value. I mean, he goes at pick 163, and I mean, I think he might have been the best wide receiver there. Him and Tyquan Thornton probably tied for the best receiver. And Tyquan Thornton went pick 50 in the draft.
Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, for him and then for Eric Galco to just have that. I think you looked it up before at one point in time, and when you want to announce that, or we just
keep talking? We'll talk for a minute. I can remember that.
I don't know.
One.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go keep going.
So I love Tyquan Thornton. I like where he went. Great player, but Kyle Phillips was probably the best player down there. And he's a guy that we talked about might be going on day 2. We made Tucker load in that interview and highlight video yesterday before we started.
Yeah.
And Casey would come off. He doesn't, but I was happy for Galco and Tyquan Thornton that's Eric Galco, because he went so early. That's such a big jump. I think the first player taken from the Shrine game last year was pick 143.
Yeah.
So this is almost a 100-point jump up, and that in Galco's first year. Super happy for him. Super happy for Tyquan Thornton. I think both those guys did really good. But there's another guy, Kalen Barnes, cornerback out of Paylor, was down there. Fastest player at the combine this year. He hasn't come off the board yet, to my knowledge. I might have missed it, but he's another guy that whoever gets him might be getting a pretty good steal at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, bet on that athletic profile. I think that was a tier 1 cornerback athletic tester, if I remember as well, by Craig Stout. We have a pretty fun announcement that we're gonna make here really quick on our live stream right now. I can't believe this. KC Sports Network just hit 1 million downloads of podcasts in year 1.
Woo!
I can't believe it. It's just unbelievable. This is such a cool moment for all of us. It's really hard to do that, and knowing coming from somewhere where it took a while to get to 1 million downloads in a year. And the fact that we were able to do this in year one, before year one was over, is just unbelievable.
Awesome.
I'm so like, I cannot tell you guys how much we appreciate this. Thank you so much for listening to KC Sports Network, for believing in what we're doing, and for supporting us the way you have. I can't tell you, like, we didn't know what to expect coming into year one, and to see what it's turned into to this point, to see the places that we've been able to expand, the shows we've been able to add, and the support that you guys have given us in year one. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. 1 million downloads.
Couldn't do it without you guys that are listening. I mean, the only reason we're sitting here doing this is because BJ had a great idea.
Yeah.
And because you guys, want to listen to us talk. So I could not be any more appreciative of everything that you guys have allowed us to do and help support us through this all. So thank you guys so much for supporting us this entire time.
Well, and it's kind of funny that's happening while we're covering the draft.
I was just gonna say that in the middle of the show, like that's awesome.
Well, it's cool that it's that, but like, the KC Sports Network kind of got discussed in earnest at the Senior Bowl a year ago.
Yeah.
We all love the draft. It's something that's bonded over us. We've all bonded over. It's when we would get to see BJ very often at a lot of the draft events. We'd run into each other or go get dinner or something, and it's always been a big part of like our story together as friends, and and how the lab got started was really with a lot of draft coverage before we were even podcasting.
Before Brett Beach listened to us.
Yeah, he wasn't listening to us on Speaks, that's for sure. But it's so cool to see where it's gone, and gosh, thank you guys so much. Genuinely, like, it means the world, and appreciate y'all following us over here to the lab and supporting everything going on at KC Sports Network. We feel like we're building something pretty special. The guy building it is pretty special behind the scenes, and he's gonna hate the attention. Yeah, good. I'm he can't hear me, which is good. So that handsome devil, BJ Kissel, putting something pretty special together here, and we're so excited to be a part. We're really excited that Marlia's going to be a part of it in a bigger capacity in 2022 and beyond. So
thank you. You guys have built something really, really cool here, and that's just a testament to, how talented you guys are and how hard you guys have worked. And this is a special place, and I'm excited to be on board.
Do cool things with friends.
Do cool things with friends.
And so, I appreciate the kind words, but I mean, we really just sit down and talk about football like a bunch of nerds a couple times, and we record it. And so, I don't know.
I saw the draft guy. That's
that's
hard work.
That's not a lot of talking. That's also not a lot of sleeping.
Oh gosh, that's a long time. But I appreciate the kind words. We do appreciate it, everybody that supports and everybody that has ever tuned in. If you guys are watching right now, like and subscribe. It's right below. It's an easy little click. I know you're probably tired of us asking you to do it, but it's one click. Just subscribe real quick. And we got a couple picks off the board, so we'll catch back up. Chicago Bears draft offensive tackle out of Southern Utah State, Braxton Jones. I think he was down at the Senior Bowl. Minnesota Vikings is one of the guys you can't draft. Ty Chandler, running back out of North Carolina, and then Tennessee before that.
Ty Chandler is a kind of a unique, he's kind of a home run hitter, I think is a way to describe him. He's got a little bit of long speed. I think he's one of the fastest running backs at the NFL Combine. And he had an outstanding process at the East-West Shrine Bowl. We're going to continue to hammer that down. I think as a pure runner, he's got some home run hitting ability, and I think he's a big play hunter a little bit. I think there are some times where he gets a little bit too greedy. But there's some big play potential there. I don't think he showed a ton as a receiver through at Tennessee or at North Carolina or Tennessee, actually, for that matter. But I think there is a little bit more ability there to potentially develop. But if not, you're still getting a really good running back that can work really well as part of a committee. So I like this pick. For the Vikings, I think he's a guy that can kind of do it, can spell, Dalvin Cook a little bit.
Draft athletes, draft Wyoming athletes.
Draft
Wyoming level athletes, and you're good to go now.
Marlia, did you get the paperwork to enter the draft?
I know, missed it.
Well, maybe next year. Although, you might want to try that next year because these Miami Cats fall off the board quick here.
So we're waiting on the Texans. We got so long till the Chiefs even draft. I don't even want to attempt to start to set the board up or anything for that.
I would like to know. Let's just go around the board. So, position you'd like to see the Chiefs draft next. Just go by a position because there's no way we're going to know the name. So, Marlia, what position do you want to see the Chiefs draft next?
Oh, man. I know they were considering – I thought when they traded up earlier, they were maybe going to go for a tight end because a couple tight ends had gotten picked before that. So I'll say that.
I like
Let's
that.
go tight end.
No, I like that. We kind of had a discourse when that was happening. Like
Yeah.
maybe they might be because there's a couple of tight ends that kind of fallen off the board.
Yeah.
A little bit of a run.
There's
Yeah.
still a few interesting ones. Like I could see them, going and maybe taking a look at one of those tight ends for sure.
Yeah.
Maddie?
So they've double dipped at cornerback. I wouldn't mind a double dip at edge. I think they need some more defensive line talent. They lost some guys there. I don't know if I necessarily love the value left. I mean, we're still like 100 picks away, it seems like. So just draft another edge. There's somebody available. Oh, go back to the shrine. Go get Ali Fayyad. He's one of my favorite guys to talk. He was probably the most dominant player down there. That's another guy you asked for steals.
Yeah.
Whoever gets him, I'd be willing to bet that he might stick in the NFL.
I bet he sticks. Sticks Golf. By the way, sticks.golf. Promo code KCSN10 gets you 10% off a set of Sticks Golf Clubs. There's a video on the KC Sports Network Twitter account. Me and BJ playing golf yesterday with our Sticks Clubs, talking about recapping round 1 of the NFL draft. I think defensive end's a really smart play there because like we got done talking about Kingsley and Akbari a little bit ago. Dominique Robinson's still out there. There are some interesting edges that are still available to the Chiefs. I like that move as well. You could double dip a receiver too. Like I could still see the Chiefs going and grabbing a receiver. Like I know Pickens are starting to get a little bit more slim, but I mean, Bo Melton.
Yeah,
Bo Melton would be a fun one.
And I was talking to some people one of the breaks off here. I just wonder if the Chiefs feel like that room's kind of full though. Because like Sky Moore is a pretty complete player. I think you feel safe about him. So now when you're looking at Sky Moore, Juju Smith-Schuster, MVS, McCole Hardman, if you just get a little bit of production out of a Josh Gordon, Doris Fountain, Corey Coleman, Cornell Powell, who they drafted last, like they might see that room is kind of full. Now it's the 7th round, so like
but
we got it.
Yeah, like my only pushback is like you kind of heard Brett Veach talking in his post-game press conference. He kind of alluded like, they were asking him about Sky Moore's ability in the return game, and he basically was like, yeah, like his answer was essentially, yeah, any receiver can probably do it, which is a very easy way of saying like, probably not.
I'm glancing through. I'm just trying to find a returner. Yeah,
but he alluded to maybe a guy with some return potential could be had. Maybe they could go draft somebody with some return potential in day 3. Bo Melton.
Yeah,
Bo Melton has some return ability. That would be an interesting one. The wide receiver out of Rutgers. And he's got, I know he's kind of on the smaller side as well. And they did just get done drafting one of those guys on the smaller side. But I don't know. There's just one to kind of think about there.
Yeah. Charleston Rambo's another one. He didn't return a lot of stuff, but he had some kick returns when he was still at Oklahoma. I don't know. That's a lot of work that we'll pull through at some point in time to figure out who might return. But yeah, there's a lot of picks. I'm trying to wait until some picks come off the board so we start putting them all together.
Yeah, you're still, what we're still looking at, like what, 40, 50 picks away, something stupid like that.
Oh.
Let me check. Let's see. Let's do the math here. We're at pick 172.
All right, math guy. You hit us with the math.
The Chiefs have pick 243.
So I'm bad at math. 70.
We've got 70 picks left.
Okay.
Look at you nail it.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Thanks.
Again, this is why we need you on here.
Yeah. For the math and reminding you guys about the whiteboard.
Oh.
So this is all right. So it's been a day. It's 2 o'clock.
It's been a weekend.
The Chiefs. All right. So the Chiefs are more picks away than have been made today.
Why? Why do you hate me?
Yeah, that put a real damper on the
So let's see. There was the first pick. The last pick of yesterday was pick 105. So we're sitting here. We've made 67 picks, and the Chiefs are 70 picks away.
Okay.
Good
okay.
God.
This is good.
Guys, we are up to $4,300 raised for Terez Paylor's foundations, both with PowerMizzou.com and with Howard University, the endowment for Terez Paylor. Money is being split between those in our fundraiser, trying to support Terez Paylor and his legacy. For every $10 that you donate at the KC Sports Network Venmo, you get entered to win one of a Nick Bolton jersey, a Travis Kelce jersey. The Tyreek Hill jersey would be awkward, or a Patrick Mahomes signed helmet. Here
we got some stuff to hang out.
Here's the Nick Bolton jersey right now. BJ's just
I guess
we're doing this. So
all right.
It's better be a good throw. Whoa! What are you doing?
Throwing hard plastic now. The jerseys are kind of
Saturday. Sorry, just something gets thrown at me. I have my instincts to catch it. Arm length.
Sweet.
Hold on. Too small on you right now.
But yeah, here's some of the prizes that you can win if you enter $10 per entry. If you donate $100, you have 10 chances to win this. And again, trying to get to 5,000 by the end of the day. We're at 4,300.
We're almost there, guys.
And we only got 6 hours left.
Yeah,
in the
we
draft.
got a lot of draft left. So, I have faith you guys can get there. We got some picks. You want to catch up on some picks?
Go for it.
Houston Texans take Tegan
Quitoriano.
Yeah, that one. Tight end out of Oregon State. Very good blocker. Didn't really get a lot of chance to make some catches.
That's a guy I was kind of hoping might be available to the Chiefs at a tight end position. That was one of the ones I was keeping my eye on.
There's some upside. That offense, the way they've changed it kind of over the last couple of years, very run heavy. So there could be some upside.
Shrine Bowl, by the way.
Shrine
that was
Bowl?
another Shrine Bowl guy.
Yeah.
Going off the board.
Well, we got another one right after that. Luke Wattenberger,
Yep.
center out of Washington, also down there at the Shrine Bowl, goes to the Denver Broncos. They've drafted a lot of interior offensive linemen lately. They got LSU center that we like, Lloyd Cushenberry, a couple years ago. They drafted Quinn Miners last. They're getting a lot of interior guys in there coming through these all-star games. 49ers get cornerback Samuel Womack out of Toledo.
That was the guy that the Chiefs brought in for a top 30 visit.
They did bring him in later in the process, yes. I believe he was one of those more slot corners.
He's a slot corner. He's a smaller guy, but they brought him in for one of their top 30 visits.
And then the New York Giants take a North Carolina guard right down the street from me, and I did not know this man, Marcus McKethan. He's an offensive guard for North Carolina. And I'm not going to say bad pick. I just don't know a whole lot about him at this point in time, and that's what we've got. We're at round 5 of the draft now, almost at round 6, I believe, and we're starting to get some names that didn't make the draft guide even in the final rankings.
Yeah, this is where you're going to start seeing some guys where the boards start really varying and differentiating, and you're going to get some kid from Sweden that, didn't play college football until last year, but just as a height, weight, speed guy or something random like that.
Bet on athleticism.
This year, nothing will surprise me. We're going to get a bunch of random swings on some athletic profiles. I have a feeling in this draft, this is going to be all over the place. But
sure.
Marcus McKethan, who we totally know about, available or no longer available. No longer available.
I'm scrolling through. I'm gonna go consult Dane Brugler's draft guide. One of the few people that absolutely does way more work than we do on the draft. This dude has like 800 names in here.
Dane Brugler's the standard we're all trying to live up to.
Oh, never will. But I'm gonna go find where he has him in here, and then we're gonna be able to provide some level of analysis about him. But I got to get there first. So this is up to you to buy me some time.
Yeah, I'm not tap dancing. I want to hear from Chiefs fans. If you want to leave some comments, just to let us know what players. Please, for God, please. If you have some players that or positions that you want to see the Chiefs address next, let's just hear them. I want to kind of see what kind of positions you guys might be interested in.
Marcus McKethan was the offensive guard 23 for Dane Brugler.
Well,
6'6", 340 pounds, big guy.
That's
very big guy to sit there
That's a
in
massive human right there.
That makes sense for the Giants offensive line they're putting together. Andrew Thomas, Evan Neal, and you get a guy 340 pounds to sit in the middle. I get what they're going for.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, from a physical profile, it makes a lot of sense. And I think the Giants have actually done a decent job with their draft this week.
Oh, it's been great. They got Kayvon Thibodeau. They win. Besides the Chiefs. The Chiefs, then the Giants.
I think the Chiefs, I honestly, I'm not just being biased. I genuinely think the Chiefs are one of the winners, if not the winner of this draft at this point. I know
the Ravens. The Ravens
have done a really good job.
So I got one for you guys. You guys have been covering this for a while. Where do you rank the Chiefs draft this year at compared to the last couple of years?
Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially leaving the draft, right? Like we know what last year became, and whether I understood what they did last year, but I'm not gonna lie, they weren't some of my favorite picks. Like the guys at the time, I was like, they're okay, I get it, but I don't love them. This year, I'm leaving the draft, and I couldn't be more ecstatic. Like this is by far my favorite Brett Veach. This might be my favorite Chiefs draft besides Patrick Mahomes that I've ever going to leave the weekend feeling this good about.
Sure.
Oh, easily. And I think it's hard to normalize and compare because the Chiefs haven't really had very many first-round picks in Brett Veach's tenure.
Dominic Robinson just came off the board. It's a guy we talked about. That's the only reason I'm interrupting.
We'll talk about it in a second. But even if you just took the 2 first-round picks away from the Chiefs and said, hey, we're going to look at this body of work so far, I think this draft stacks up with any of these drafts that they've had. I mean, Brett Veach I think he's done really, really well. And he's gotten better at this over the last few years. And I think these last couple seasons have been really, really, really solid. Rough start. I mean, there's no way there was sugar. It was a terrible draft in 2018.
I mean, 2019, they got better players out of it, but are we certain anybody's catching a second contract with the Chiefs, especially a long-term one?
Probably not.
There's very clear improvement going forward, and that's what you want to see, not only drafting, but when he talks. He's open when it's a good time to be open, but he's not telling he was playing like he was his first 2 years when he got up there to speak to everybody.
Yeah, so he's gotten a lot better. So yeah, this even normalizing it for the draft capital they have, they're crushing it.
Yeah.
This has been an incredible draft, and salute Brett Veach for what he's done to this point. And he's not,
you guys asked me this one too. Favorite player the Chiefs have picked so far? I said Sky Moore. This was a long time ago. I'm firing it back now.
No, that's fine. It's probably Sky Moore for me, but to avoid repetition, Trent McDuffie, the very first pick, and that's kind of cheating. But I watched him last year. I liked him. I have a type for cornerbacks, and it's funny because I also like Josh Williams. He's the opposite. But like my general type, and it started with Jair Alexander, who went to the Packers like 5 years ago. Smaller guys, quick feet, and they just talk a lot of trash on the football field. That's what I want. And yeah, that's like, are you good? I don't care. Do you talk a lot? Like, do you say a lot of words?
You guys need to do another draft guy, but just like in rankings of
I would.
We could probably do it.
But yeah, so he's one of my favorites. He always has been.
Marquand McCall would be a first-round pick.
Oh yeah, Marquand McCall. Oh yeah.
Smack talk.
Just from the Shrine, not even the game. We just talk about what he did at the Shrine Bowl. But yeah, so Trent McDuffie, I love that type of player.
Yeah.
And then he's just so smart. He's so technically sound. Everything about him I love. So I'll go with him just to avoid the redundancy of Sky Moore.
Well, Sky Moore is probably my favorite too, just because they traded back. They still got him. We would have taken him in the first round if we might have brought him up at pick 30 when they were picking. We might have. I'll go George Karlaftis though.
Okay.
And if we're splitting things up a little bit,
because you guys have a similar Chipotle order, the double rice.
Yeah, so what is it? You guys talked about this when I came on a little bit. Oh no, I feel like I'm like opening a can of
maybe
worms,
maybe I shouldn't have made him my favorite play. His triple steak, double rice and light cheese. That's it.
Ooh.
No salsa, no sour cream. Like, that's got to be the driest.
It's
bowl.
gross.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like,
oh yeah, and BJ wants to say his favorite pick is Leo Chenal, and I think it's entirely because he writes "Death Row" on his arm in Sharpie before he goes on the football field. That's what they called the linebacker group at Wisconsin. I don't know if they did it themselves, the fans, but I mean, that guy walks out there with Death Row on his arm. You're a little worried if you're lined up across from him.
Yeah. But the reason I gave Karlaftis an A grade. When the Chiefs made the pick and Matty rolled his eyes, our process on George Karlaftis has been all over the place. But when I look at him, I'm saying we got a guy that gives maximum effort, high intensity, high football character, still very young, some physical developmental traits. There's some things that he's not really going to be able to turn very consistently and soften the corner. I mean, he'll have to soften the corner really well to be able to kind of turn the corner. He's not going to just do it with natural bend. Yeah. But effort, snap, being able to play snaps right off the bat at high intensity. You're not going to find anybody else down there at 30 to play it as such a crucial position of need. He was clear-cut the best player available at that position of need. It's such a high-value pick or a position. I love that they had the instincts to sit and wait. They were patient enough, and they were rewarded with their patience. They were aggressive when they needed to. They were patient when they were needed to. Perfect weekend if you look in its entirety. But George Karlaftis, I really love that pick.
So what I liked about him is afterwards when they did the Zoom conference with reporters, they asked him to describe his play, and the first word he used was relentless, which is such a great word.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's what you want. And the Chiefs have drafted some relentless players. Like
they really have.
The motor on George Karlaftis, Leo Chenal, another relentless, physical player. Like this is all the characteristics. Steve Keese asked, what intriguing high potential lotto picks do you see available at defensive line and or running back, tight end, and wide receiver? Derek Young's a really interesting athletic profile at the wide receiver position out of Lenore-Ryan, which is where, what's the guy's name that actually got drafted by Lenore-Ryan the other day? Kyle Duggar. So Derek Young, we actually interviewed him at the East-West Shrine Bowl, just a height, weight, speed prospect, very interesting physical profile. So if you're looking at a UDFA type, or if you're trying to take a swing, if you're looking for a big swing in the back end of round 7, I think Derek Young's probably going to be there. They ran the triple option at Lenore-Ryan, so he wasn't really getting a ton of opportunities to run routes out there.
Yeah, that's also by me. Yeah, that football is not the prettiest brand of football when you go watch it sometimes, but the athletes like that stick out. Amari Barno, I don't know if he's going to make it to round 7 because he's been the fastest defensive lineman, but we're getting to this point now where I don't know where these guys are going, right? So Amari Barno out of Virginia Tech is a guy. Kevin Austin Jr. out of Notre Dame. I believe he was kicked off the team for academics or something as a freshman or sophomore, but he's hung around. He stayed by, and he's one of the best athletes. Big guy, physical guy, can run really fast. Those are the kind of guys that define lottery picks. We actually just got the Raiders taking another East-West Shrine guy, one of our favorite guys to talk to, Matthew Butler, defensive tackle out of Tennessee. Another one of the smartest players that you are going to see come across the football field. This is his brand of football.
Very thoughtful player when you got to interview him, and I think he had a very good process at the East-West Shrine Bowl, just getting to talk to him a little bit. Yeah, he's a good football player, kind of a penetrating 3-tech. Some questionable moments against the run at times, but I think as a guy that's when he's getting a chance to kind of pin his ears back and rush the passer, he showed some chops.
SEC community service team too. Love to see that.
Yeah, he's a really he's such a good kid, and he's very thoughtful. And some people, there's been some talk that maybe he's not he's not going to have the longest career in the NFL. He's got aspirations outside of football. But I still think he loves football.
They're always the weirdest critiques. Is like you like other things, or you might have other interests than football. So those ones always get to me a little bit.
You might have a life after football. God forbid.
Yeah, so stuff like that's always funny.
All right, so hey, just so you know, we are going to be doing a recap show. It's not open to the public or anything. Me and BJ are going to go hang out at Holiday Distillery this weekend in Weston, Missouri. And we're going to give you a recap of this entire draft. And we will be celebrating the nearing release of the Ben Holiday Bourbon from Holiday Distillery. It's coming out May 21st, 2022. You're a bourbon girl too, aren't you? I was just saying, I remember you and your dad. You guys like to share some bourbon, don't you?
Yeah, and we had the 360 vodka. You guys had too.
Yeah.
I left the first show I did here, and I was like, I'm gonna come back all the time. It's amazing. But I haven't been there yet, but I heard the location is super cool.
Oh, you gotta go. We gotta sample the bourbon while it was in the process. The last time we got to go up there, and
they pulled a couple barrels at I believe 5 years. So this has been aging. This is a bottled and bond bourbon.
Yes.
The Ben Holiday Bourbon is bottled and bond, so it's in a bonded warehouse at the distillery in Weston, Missouri.
Yeah.
They pulled a couple barrels, I believe, at 5 years. I think it was 4 or 5 years. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
We got to sample it back in October.
Yes.
One of the best old fashions I've ever had in my entire life. I'm not just saying that.
It was just like talking about chicken sandwiches. I mean, old fashions.
We're easy. We're easy.
You're killing me.
We're easy going here. Like bourbon, chicken. I mean,
gravy.
Gravy on sandwiches. That's what we're all about.
But yeah, the Ben Holiday Bourbon will be releasing May 21st, 2022. We've been anticipating this.
So you guys haven't tried this one yet?
We've tried we haven't tried the bottled version yet.
Okay.
I think it was what we had. I think was pulled at 4 years. I think this is going to be 5 years.
This is going to be 5 years. Okay.
Yeah, so what we had was pulled at 4, and it was still really good. I'm excited for what it's going to be now. And they have the bar there, and their bartenders are fantastic. Like they made the best old fashioned we'd ever had, and then just getting to try it straight. So I'm excited. I won't be in town when it's released. I'm gonna have to have Kent save me some because I gotta fly back in.
Stop making it, buddy.
You guys need a producer or anything? Let me know.
Tuck, get out of here, Tuck. You're busy again.
Sorry, Tucker.
Sorry, Tuck. So one of the edges that's still available is Kingsley Enagbare out of South Carolina, and I think I know why he's still available. Some of the athletic testing hasn't been particularly kind to him, but I know he got some sizzle early on in the process the last couple of years, some belief that he might rise through the process and be a day 1 or day 2 pick at one point. If you saw some of those really way too early mocks, Kingsley Enagbare, defensive end. I mean, he does look like a Steve Spagnuolo defensive end.
He really does. He's got the length. He's a guy that plays physical versus the run. The motor never stops. Like when you're checking off the Steve Spagnuolo boxes, right? And if he tested just a little bit better, I imagine he'd be off the board right now. I just think some people are going to be concerned with the athletic profile, and that's why you still see him here. I think according to Pro Football Focus, though, he has some of the best pass rush win rates or pressure rates in the entire draft class. So I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken that risk yet, especially coming from a Power 5 school.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, this is one of those guys. Like we talked about a little bit earlier. If the Chiefs take Kingsley Enagbare, we're happy. And I think we're feeling great about it. Like, if your athletic profile didn't pan out particularly well for you, sure, the Chiefs will take you down there. And this is a physical guy that can hold up really well against the run. You're gonna have some questions about his pass rush ability and if he's really going to be able to affect the passer at this next level. But I think as a solid rotational piece with that kind of density and explosiveness, and he's got a pretty good motor. I mean,
he's a good player that's still available out there right now. I see another pick that's come off the board. I know we've missed some, but I just want to show Damone Clark to the Dallas Cowboys here. I love this pick because he just had spinal fusion surgery in between. He got flagged at the NFL Combine. So he had to go have surgery. It makes his process a little bit questionable, but top 100 player, if not for that, right? Easily top 100 player. So I'm just happy he's still getting drafted. I'm happy he's still getting, recognized on this day. I really like him as a player, so I hope he can come back from this. We got highlights coming up now. I mean, you're going to see, compared to some other highlights we might get today, this is a good football player, right? 6'4", 240 pounds. Great, in the SEC. I think he led the SEC in tackles this past year, if I remember correctly. I'm happy for him that he's still getting to come off the board here.
And I'm not surprised at all at who took him. It's the Dallas Cowboys, who have no fear of taking some of these guys with some of these injury concerns. But yeah, I mean, you don't find 6'4", 240-pound guys that move the way he does, that played the amount of snaps he played at the level that he played very often this late in the draft. So I think it's absolutely a worthy swing if you've got a bunch of picks to kind of take some chances on a guy like this. The Cowboys have definitely not been afraid to take some of these guys. And Damone Clark, despite his spinal fusion surgery, getting picked by the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, you're seeing him all over the field. Look at this. I mean, that's really good instincts there, closing on that play on the swing, sorting through a little bit of traffic there to get through. And I mean, he's bringing the wood. He's bringing the wood for sure.
So as we get into the final hours here, do you see any K-State guys getting their names called today?
Ooh. I mean, Skylar Thompson, he might have a chance. I know he impressed some people, on the boards.
Yeah.
He impressed some people with his interviews. Quarterbacks have just been falling so hard.
They really have.
Russ Yeast have played at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He might have a chance to sneak into the back end.
Especially when you're working here on the special teams day, right?
Yeah.
He gets into a building, somebody loves the character, which is fantastic. Hard worker, guy's going to go in there and give it your all. You just take one special teams coach to really love that guy. So I would say those are your two guys. I'd probably even say Russ Yeast might even be more likely. I think at this point in time, I would be a little surprised to see quarterbacks keep rolling off, but either one is definitely on the option board right now.
I'll tell you, Kansas is probably going to have a guy drafted before K-State has a guy drafted this year,
man.
actually.
Yeah.
Kyron Johnson, you can call him a defensive end. You can call him, I don't know what you can call him. You can call him a 230-pound football player that moved to defensive end last year and had some absolutely dominant moments. He ate Texas's lunch. He changed that football game off the edge. Texas had no answer for his speed, and he's not a height weight speed guy. He's just a speed guy. He's 235 pounds. He played as an edge for the first time. He'd been an off-ball linebacker his entire career at Kansas. Goes and plays edge, for Lance Leipold in his first year with KU, and I mean he impressed. And then he went down to the Senior Bowl. He got an invite to the Senior Bowl, and put on some really high-level performances and some really high-level moments there. Put Trevor Penning on his butt at one point, or Abraham Lucas on his butt at one point.
Yeah.
It was a really competitive week for him, and I don't know what you do with him, but with that kind of athletic profile, the football character that I know he does have a really high football character. At minimum, you're getting a special teams contributor, and if you can figure out a role for him to, kind of be a sub rusher, I don't have a ton of optimism for him in that regard. I know that the ability's there. Athletically, it's just that the frame probably is going to make it difficult for him to kind of find that role. But
another semi-local guy, I believe, here is John Ridgway. Went to the Dallas Cowboys out of Arkansas. So he's not quite as local as Kansas or K-State, but he's close, and we got the highlights of him pulled up. Kit, you were talking earlier today kind of about there being a one-tech that would, start coming off the board the Chiefs might be looking at. Ridgway's one of those guys, right? He's an interior defensive lineman, great versus the run, powerful at the point of attack, holds it against the runs. Like this is the kind of player you were referring to earlier, and if he's coming off the board here to I believe it was the Cowboys. It's another solid pick that you're getting here on day 3. Cowboys got a pretty good draft here coming along.
Yeah, this is a guy that you're not going to get a ton of pass rush juice out of him, but you are going to get a guy that's going to hold a gap. He's going to play sound along the interior of your defense, and he's going to do his job. He's going to do what is asked. And he only had 1 year at Arkansas, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
He transferred out from Illinois State. He stepped up a level, played at the highest level in the SEC. I mean, you're seeing him playing here against Georgia. I mean, he's playing against the best of the best. And he performed admirably. I mean, this was one of those guys we were talking about as a potential, a guy that you can stick at one tech for the Chiefs, and he'll occupy a gap, and he'll play well against the run. And he's got a little bit of length to him too. I mean, he's 6'6", 320 pounds. So, he can shed a little bit with that length, and, he can kind of peek and shed. It's a really quality run stuffing interior player. Another really solid pick by the Dallas Cowboys. They've taken some really nice picks here at the end of round 5. We are about to be done with round 5, and we are done with round 5.
All right.
Because the Green Bay Packers have selected defensive end Kingsley Enagbare out of South Carolina, the guy we just got done talking about.
Kiss of death. We talked about him, right?
That's
as soon as we speak about him.
There's been some. If the Chiefs aren't on the clock and we talk about somebody, they go off the board.
Sure.
And if they are on the clock and we talk about somebody, they pick them.
Yeah.
Every time.
Like that's how it's been going today. So it's mostly been the Craig Stout kiss of death, but Kingsley Enagbare, the defensive end out of South Carolina, does come off the board. That is the end of round 5. Thank God.
All right.
Okay, we just have a whole nother round, plus a whole nother round after that before the Chiefs pick again, Kent.
We're almost there.
Because they're deeper than 32 picks into the 7th round, if I'm not mistaken.
We've still got a lot of picks. There's one receiver on the board that has a lot of talent. There's some medical concerns for him. Justin Ross out of Clemson. If you had told me after his freshman season that Justin Ross would be sitting here in round 6 undrafted, I would have told you you're crazy.
Right, and there's the spinal issue, and it's another spinal fusion guy. So talking about him right after Damone Clark. But you might be wondering why he's still here. He has returned from his injury to get back on the football field. Then he suffered another foot injury, got healthy enough to test, but his athletic testing was pretty rough. And I think you're just wondering, did he lose all of his athleticism going through these various injuries that he's gone, right? You've kind of seen where he's at coming out of the other end. I think that's the NFL team's kind of hold up. But, man, if he could have come out of this freshman year, he would have been a top 32 pick that year. He would have been one of the first wide receivers off the board after his freshman year. It's just injuries caught up to him, and you hate to see something like this happen to a guy. So I'm curious. I am curious of what team takes a risk on him. I don't think you let him get into undrafted free agency and start kind of getting into that bidding war.
All right, we are hanging out here at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas. We're having a lot of fun. Thank you to everybody that's been watching us. We will be here for every single pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Leave a comment. Tell us if you want the Chiefs to draft Justin Ross if he's available down there in round 7. It's myself, Maddie Lane. We're hanging out with the newest hosts officially at KC Sports Network, Marlia Campbell with WIBW as well. She'll be doing some Chiefs coverage with us. She'll also be telling stories in women's sports that we are so excited for her to have this platform here at KC Sports Network. She's going to do an unbelievable job telling some really great sports stories. We're so excited. We are too.
We really are.
We really are. It's just been so cool to see where we're at in year 1 and getting to see, more stories expanding, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So, we're hanging out here a little bit. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here through every pick of this draft. And hey, we've got some news. I think the punter slide
there was real news.
The punter slide that we never anticipated would happen. Matt Terez out of San Diego State, the punter goat, is drafting
KCSN specialist number 1. Matt Terez. Big leg. That is the end of punter analysis. He has a very big leg, and he's a good punter. He's the 3rd one taken, though, which, that was a surprise.
That is a big surprise because, some of the things that he's done as a punter are incredible. He has some people have questioned the thinness of the air in the Mountain West Conference as to why.
I can attest to that.
Okay, so maybe there's something to that.
So Laramie is the highest D1 elevation school in the country.
What?
7,000
Wait, really?
feet. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd train in Kansas City over the summer, go back up in the fall for conditioning.
Oh no.
You could run every single day, it would not matter. The air is so thin there, but I'm sure that has nothing to do with his success.
Well, no,
you can call him out like that. That's okay.
It's not the same. Yeah.
You never know. We're going to take a look at some Brian Cook highlights, one of the new safeties for the Kansas City Chiefs. Pick number 62 out of Cincinnati. Here's a look at some of the plays that Brian Cook has made in his college career. Shout out to BJ putting all these clips together and all these cut-ups together. But here's Brian Cook, the safety out of Cincinnati.
whatever's being thrown at me, whatever's happening, I'm going to be competing. I'm going to be doing everything I can to win. I'm going to play with passion. I'm going to play with confidence and make plays. I truly believe the quarterback position, there's no certain way to play the position or, on pen and paper that, step 1, step 2, step 3 to play quarterback. I mean, everybody's different. Everybody has their different attributes and play styles. And, I feel like I bring a lot to the table as far as making plays, keeping the offense on schedule, getting first downs, managing the game, make sure that, we're in positions to win the game at the end of the game. So I pride myself in that. I'm a proven leader. I'm a proven winner. And, I feel like that speaks for itself. And so just being myself, being honest, being upfront and telling the truth. Ever since I was a little kid, I'm going to win. And it doesn't matter if I'm playing checkers or kickball at recess. Like, if I'm competing, I'm going to win. And that's always been my mindset. That's always been, just natural to me. I mean, I didn't have anybody teach me how to win or what that's like. It was just when I was born, that's what it was like. Go back to my Pop Warner days, my high school days. I mean, I'm a winner, and I'm going to do anything I have to do or need to do to put the team in a position to win. And I feel like that is the biggest driving factor for, having people, believe in me, supporting me, especially my teammates. I think that's the biggest, most important part about playing quarterback is instilling confidence in your teammates, them trusting you that you're going to get the job done and do everything you can to win. And whenever I'm displaying that, it's going to make everybody around me better. And I feel like that's kind of been the story of my career. Watched the Oklahoma game from this year. I mean, I was playing on one leg basically, and still was in a position to win the game. And then 2020 beating Oklahoma, 2019 beating Oklahoma. Oklahoma State, my redshirt freshman year, that was my really first taste of playing college football and be the number 10 team in the country on the road for the first time. I think we won in Stillwater since like 2002 or something. It was crazy. So I would say those games especially, but I feel like you watch any game, you're going to see me compete and you're going to see me playing with passion. I want them to know that they're getting a guy that is going to come in and be a winner. It's going to make the organization better. I'm going to fulfill my role in the team, whatever it is. If I'm the starter, backup, practice squad, whatever it is, I'm going to serve the team and give my very best every single day. I'm going to make the organization better. I'm going to make the players around me better. And then on top of that, I'm going to invest in the community. I'm going to get involved. I'm going to get connected with people outside of football, and I'm going to impact the community in that way too. So on both on and off the field, I'm going to have a direct impact. I'm going to lead. I'm going to do things right. I'm going to be a guy that they can trust and expect to do good things for the city and organization. K-State will always have a special place in my heart for sure. I spent 6 years there. I mean, a quarter of my life almost, or over a quarter of my life. And throughout that time, I transitioned from a kid to a man. And everything that I experienced through K-State developed me and prepared me for life after football. And ultimately, when I was an 18-year-old kid, that's what I wanted. Obviously, I wanted every opportunity to play and play for a great school, great fan base. But more importantly, whenever I was done, I wanted to be prepared for life. And Kansas State did that. The fan base supported me through times where I was really struggling, with injuries and early on in my career going through a quarterback battle. I mean, there was just a lot of adversity that I faced over my time in K-State, and the fans stayed true to me. They believed in me, and that made me stay true to them. And I gave my heart and soul to that program, to that university, that community. Truly try to not saying it was in a bad place when I got there, it was in a great spot, but I just wanted to have an impact and make it better and leave my mark for when I left, that I made the place better. So super excited for the future there at K-State with Coach Kleiman. Coach Klein getting elevated to OC. I just think the future is very bright, and I'm super excited to see what happens and where it goes.
We're hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas, having a great time for day 3 of the NFL draft. We are here for every single pick.
It's a lot of picks.
So we're learning that today. Some players we want to catch up on here, and a local prospect has come off the board since we last talked. I'm telling you, it's the KCSN kiss to death. Every time we talk about a player, one of them goes off the board. Kyron Johnson does indeed go before any K-State player, as we kind of predicted. Linebacker out of Kansas. Very interesting prospect here. Kyron Johnson was a guy that played off-ball linebacker at KU for the first 4 years of his career. Came back as a super senior and played defensive end in Lance Leipold's scheme. And he was an extremely disruptive player his last year at Kansas. He wrecked the Texas game, that game that Kansas wound up pulling out. The reason KU got out to such a big lead early in that game was because Kyron Johnson was disrupting. You could see some of these plays here, some of this bend off the edge right here, playing as an edge rusher for Kansas his final year. So a really flexible, player, but his measurables are so unique. He's a very explosive athlete, very good athlete. And not just a straight line athlete. He's got burst explosiveness. He's got a little bit of bend to him, but he's smaller, 6'1", 235. So you don't really know what you can do with him necessarily as a rusher. But I think the floor as a special teams player, if he doesn't find a niche or ability to kind of be a sub rusher, I think as a special teams player with that kind of athleticism and as an off-ball linebacker, I think he's a good swing late or early round 6 in this draft, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's the athletic profile, right? You got a guy that's just this explosive. He's got some, decent 6 foot, 235 pounds, right? Not the biggest guy. You send him to Philly, and round 6, Hassan Reddick's a good guy there to learn from with a similar-ish build, similar skill set. So you're going to try to teach him, presumably, how to rush the passer. Maybe they do transition him back off ball, let him rush a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see where he goes from here. You're a Kansas fan, Kent. How does he compare? Who was the last defensive end? What was his name?
Durance Armstrong?
No. After that.
Oh, Azur Kamara.
There we go.
Yeah, so Azur Kamara obviously had a lot more length, and I don't think he was quite as athletic or complete of an athlete. I know Azur Kamara had some impressive ability in a straight line and had some requisite length. He actually, I think, is still on an NFL roster. I think he's stuck with the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that's where it was.
And so, he's kind of found a role there and found a niche there. And his measurables are a little bit more tantalizing when it comes to the physical profile. But I think Kyron Johnson's a better football player. He was a better football player than Kamara was at Kansas as well. And I think the athleticism is a little bit different because I think it's a more complete athletic profile. Ryan Haas asks, who do you guys think Veach might target with a few of these last picks? I don't think we can get into names because there's still roughly 600 picks left until the Kansas City Chiefs will make their next selection. However, I think you can talk a little bit about positions, and we've been talking a little bit about them back and forth. Joel, let's get. What do you think? What's the position that Brett Veach targets next?
I wouldn't mind maybe seeing a running back come off here just to get someone else in the room and find a way to complement Clyde in some way. At this point, the positional value of taking a running back on day 3 at this point is not. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Finding, maybe a more power guy to mix in with Clyde or a more of a receiving option like they found with Jerick McKinnon at the end of last season would be a really good option here.
I'm hoping for a defensive end, but I think we're starting to lose some more defensive ends have come off the board, right? Like I think we had Kingsley Enagbari come off, Dominique Robinson, Kyron Johnson, just some of these guys we've been talking about are starting to come off the board a little bit more frequently. So I feel like you're kind of starting to lose a little bit of the value. And then that makes sense. Everyone's looking for pass rushers. So if you can't find a defensive end, wide receiver, running back, you just got to find some guys out there that are still hitting out. You're just kind of looking for value rather than positions right now. And I think you're still going to get it at running back at this point in time. I think that's the right answer.
I'm going to go with wide receiver. I could see the Chiefs going and taking another swing at the wide receiver position. It'll be fascinating to see if they do. But 3 picks in round 7, I think one of them's a wide receiver. All right, let's catch you up on a few of the picks that have happened since we played some of the Chiefs highlights and some of the players that the Chiefs have drafted. I'm a little surprised by this this player went this late. Darian Beavers out of Cincinnati, the linebacker. Yep. I mean, that kind of athletic profile is very intriguing. You talk about we talk about Zaven Collins. Collins is KCSN Kiss of Death is happening in earnest. We'll get there in a second. But Darian Beavers, linebacker out of Cincinnati. I'm surprised he lasted this long.
Yeah, I know he doesn't have the best athletic profile. I know he's a little bit older of a prospect, but I think he's a good player. He competes out there against no matter who he plays against, highest level of competition or not. He's a very intelligent player. So I was relatively shocked that a 6'4", 240-pound guy that had a sub 7.3 cone, 37-inch vertical jump, 125-inch broad jump, just simply didn't go a little bit earlier. Like, I think he's going to come into the NFL and make a little bit of an impact. So that's a good pick.
Well, I think the tape is pretty good too.
It's fantastic.
Like, that's what I'm so confused by. It's like you have this height, weight, speed profile. You've got good tape. He actually shows some ability to cover one-on-one a little bit too. So I don't know. I don't understand why a guy like Darian Beavers, you have to start questioning, is there some kind of medical check that we aren't aware of? Like, there's a reason he falls? Because that kind of profile, that kind of production, that kind of effort, intensity, football character, when watching him shed right there, I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand. So, like, I feel like he's a guy that there's probably more to the story about why he didn't get drafted earlier than round 6. I mean, I think I don't think Kyron Johnson should have gone before him. I don't think so at all. So, Maddie, one of your favorite running backs went right after him, Kevin Harris out of South Carolina. This is one of your sleeper running backs.
Kevin Harris out of South Carolina. Really good running back last year. Had, I believe it was like a hip or back injury. And after some a surgery, it took him almost all year to get feeling healthy again. And then you saw it in the bowl game that he's just physical, hard running with some explosive tendencies. He just doesn't have breakaway speed, right? It's a downhill runner. Goes to the Patriots. They pair him. They took Pierre Strong, correct?
Or was the Vikings? No,
okay.
The Patriots did.
The Patriots, right? And that's who also took Kevin Harris, right? Yeah. So that's just a good pairing of running backs.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
good.
Dueling kind of
good job.
Dueling skill sets they have in there. The Vikings followed up with Vidarian Lowe, offensive tackle out of Illinois. Shout out to Jeff Allen, one of his guys.
We spent a lot of time talking with Jeff Allen about him, and his story is very unique. Already has a couple kids. Already has adopted, I believe it is his stepbrother as well, who's I think he's nearing teenage years as well. So a really cool story for Vidarian Lowe, rooting for him. Christian Benford, cornerback out of Villanova, kind of a late riser. A lot of people getting a lot of buzz about him. Chicago Bears at 186. Zachary Thomas out of San Diego State. Nick Zachhelge out of Fordham. I'm not even going to pretend to try to get his name right. But it's very fitting that we have our guy Joel Penfield here hanging out right now for a couple of reasons. First off, we were talking about Oklahoma State guys, which you're an Oklahoma State alum.
Yes.
You cover Oklahoma State as well. And we were talking specifically about Maddie's favorite Oklahoma State guy, and that's Malcolm Rodriguez out of Oklahoma State. Joel, what are we getting, or what are the Detroit Lions who took him at 188 getting in Malcolm Rodriguez?
A very Dan Campbell pick, because this guy has the kind of motor, and I don't know if he's a kneecap biter, but he certainly has the same type of
he's hanging around the kneecap.
Yeah,
he is.
Hey, if you listen to any Oklahoma State broadcast, watching any Oklahoma State game, they brought up the fact that he was a state wrestling champion, so he has that type, he knows how to play. Is that
one of those stats that you hear all the time? Like, did you know that Jimmy Graham used to play basketball?
Yes, it's one of those. Every single broadcast, whenever he would make his first tackle, because he doesn't miss them, because he knows how to play leverage as a wrestler. It works out really nicely, and Mike Gundy loves having former wrestlers on his team. Moved down from safety to linebacker in 2019, and he just took off and became the leader of the defense, one of the best defenses in the country last year. And the speed and athleticism really started to show up in 2021, I think, compared to other years. He looked more comfortable moving sideline to sideline, playing coverage, being able to take a running back out of the backfield, carry a tight end up the seam a little more. He's certainly at the very beginning going to be an awesome special teams goon for Detroit, and can find a way to work into the rotation at linebacker. I'm happy for him. He's a hell of a player.
Yeah, I love the toughness, the physicality. I mean, he's a compact guy, and he is a little small, right? But the way he's built, it doesn't matter, because he's just so compact, so powerful. So he doesn't get run over. He's not going to extend an offensive guard off of his body and then shed the block. But when he comes in to make contact, he's not giving up a ton of ground. And then there's some natural movement skills and coverage. So I think that's a good pick. I really do like him. We sat down and we immediately started, as we were coming back on, let's talk some Oklahoma State guys. Maddie, who's the guy you like? We talk about Malcolm Rodriguez. We say it off air. We don't even say it on our live stream, and boom, sure enough, first pick.
The last question we answered on the KCSN live draft show from the chat was an interesting athletic profile that you might want to see the Chiefs take as a lottery ticket. And at pick 189, shortly after that question was asked, the kiss of death has struck again. Amare Barno out of Virginia Tech off the board to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, fastest 40-yard dash, I believe, out of every edge player, defensive lineman at the NFL Combine. I am kind of surprised he made it this late, given that, but we got to that point. That's what we are. So, yeah, Amari Barno off the board to the Carolina Panthers. That's a good pick. That's an athletic guy that's showing a lot of juice, some pass rush off the edge. I guess you're trying to replace a little bit of what Hassan Reddick did there last year, who's now with the Eagles.
Well, and I think his athletic profile, his length, and some of the weight fluctuation might compare similar to Brian Burns from a size perspective. Because I know Brian Burns' weight's kind of been all over the place a little bit.
Right.
Kind of plays a little bit on the lighter side. Mari Barno, I believe, played a little bit on the lighter side as well, if I remember correctly. So I mean, just something. He's a 6'5", 246 pounds. That's very Brian Burnsy.
It is, and that's a good pairing. That's like a person that makes sense for that team for stuff they did. Again, we're talking Matt Rule. What does he do? He takes athletes, he teaches them to play football. He took an athlete that he's going to teach to play football, right? I guess you got a question. What do we think's happening with Tyler Beatty? Why is he falling so far? We talked about him last round, but I mean, we've almost gone 30 picks since then. Why is Tyler Beatty out of Missouri falling here?
I have no clue. I don't understand it. I think I wound up with a 3rd round grade on. Maybe it was a high 4th round grade. It's either that or a high 4th round grade. And there's some pass catching production. Granted, it's not the most complete route tree, but like he's a better route runner than some of the guys that we've seen get drafted at this point. He's more of a niche player. He's not a guy that's probably going to be a bell cow. He's never going to be a guy that's going to give you, consistently 20 carries a game, although there's not very many of those anymore.
And here's highlights over, good Power 5 competition and some SEC, and you see a guy that's a better athlete than a lot of guys on the field, a good feel to run. He knows when to get downhill. Natural hands, even if the route tree's limited, natural hands, big play threat. I am a little shocked that we've seen so many running backs come off the board and not this guy.
Yeah, it's very surprising, and maybe it's a little bit maybe it's a little bit of the workload. He's had a big workload at Missouri, so that could be a little bit of it, and teams are a little bit scared out by a smaller back. But if you're looking at a one contract guy, I don't think there's any reason that you shouldn't be taking Tyler Beatty at this point in the draft to add to your running back room.
Would he be the guy you take a swing on if he's there for the Chiefs in the 7th?
Oh, absolutely. And this would be yet again another home run pick for Brett Veach if he does go out and make this selection of Tyler Beatty, because I think he's exceptional value down there. I made the joke, Brett Veach kind of said, hey, round 7 guys, there's going to be a round 7 1,000-yard rusher in this class. I don't know if Beatty will ever be a guy that's going to get enough snaps to do it, but I think he can be a productive player as part of a nice rotation and a nice piece. I think Chiefs fans would be thrilled. I know there's a lot of Chiefs fans that would be absolutely thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Of course, this happens as well while we're hanging out with you. The Dallas Cowboys. Hold on. Let me catch up here.
Yeah, let's get all these picks. So the Atlanta Falcons took Georgia guard Justin Schaefer.
Yep.
Then the Minnesota Vikings followed up with wide receiver out of Michigan State, Jalen Naylor. Colts took another tight end, and Andrew Ogletree out of Youngstown State. I'm not going to lie, it's not a guy I have watched.
Neither have I.
Okay, and here's another guy I didn't actually watch. I didn't grade. I watched, but I didn't grade. The Dallas Cowboys draft a Cowboy and Devin Harper, another linebacker out of Oklahoma State. So, almost back-to-back Oklahoma State linebackers. Joel, what do you tell us about Devin Harper?
Dude's a thumper. He plays downhill, plays the run really well. Not as athletic as Malcolm Rodriguez, but can still hold his own enough. You can chip a tight end and then send him up to the safety, but, can hold his own really well. Again, another guy that made his money on special teams early at Oklahoma State like Malcolm Rodriguez did. Worked in the rotation as a starter really for the first time this past year as a fifth-year senior in 2021. And it seemed like his process went really well for him being a day 3 guy. And Oklahoma State guys playing in Dallas, that works out pretty well. There's a lot of Oklahoma State fans in Texas, so that'll be a lot of fun.
So are you surprised he was drafted?
Not necessarily. I thought he maybe would be I was kind of expecting maybe to go in the 7th, but for him to to come in the late 6th, that's really impressive. I'm happy for him, especially as a 5th-year guy too.
Pretty narrow defined skill set, it sounds like.
Yeah, he's a guy that can maybe fill in at a pinch, but I bet he's probably gonna be like a 4-core special teams guy that you talk about quite a bit. Guy you take a swing on day 3.
This is the range that you take those kind of guys.
Right, yeah, he's that guy that, the character impresses. You see the special team snaps. You see what he can do there. And then, you're willing to just wait and see if the linebacker aspect of it kind of catches up. So, I get the process. It's just, it's a guy that I did not particularly grade or look too deep into. I just kind of saw him out there and was like, okay, I see what's going on there, and then kind of moved on. So I'm glad we had you on for this one. We can focus on it a little bit.
Everything's coming up KCSN today. We break 1 million downloads. Perfect timing for Joel Penfield to be coming, hanging out, breaking down all these Oklahoma State guys. We should probably just get a few more of them coming.
Hey, might as well. And hey, while y'all are here, be sure to subscribe to KCSN Kansas City Royals for One Royal Way and Royals Farm Report. So you'll hear me there a couple times a week.
Yeah, Joel is heading up all of our Royals coverage, and they're doing a great job. I'm so excited that Joel Royals Farm Report team, they're all hanging out and being part of KC Sports Network. If you followed me on Twitter, you know how much I've loved them because I'm a big, deep Royals nerd as well as a Chiefs nerd. I'm just a giant nerd. So, yeah.
You said it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll own it. So we're waiting for the New Orleans Saints to pick at 194. Hopefully the picks will start flying off a little bit faster. We are getting
Doesn't
the pick.
seem like it.
I know. It feels like this is.
I feel like we're slowing down. It feels like we're significantly slowing.
Rounds 4 and 5 went quick.
I can tell a difference between you and me talking and Joel talking right now.
Oh yeah. There's a lot more energy over here, which is greatly we appreciate
it, Joel. Jordan Jackson out of Air Force. You know a little bit about him here.
Defensive tackle. I think he probably projects the best kind of as like a 5-tech. So it's an interesting choice, but the Saints have always enjoyed these really big defensive ends, right? So whether he's playing on the interior as a 3-tech or they do try to make him play as a strong side defensive end, it's nice to see Service Academy guys get drafted though, right? Like then you might see a few more athletes funnel through there in case they can have the chance to make it to the NFL. So it's nice to see. I do think there's just kind of this big run stuffing, powerful interior / outside defensive lineman. Good pick. I thought he was on the fringe getting drafted. So here's a guy who must have been impressive for the Saints in his interviews to come off here before you get to round 7.
Yeah. So he did. He comes off the board. Jordan Jackson comes off the board to the Saints out of Air Force. We are getting close to the 200s. And can't wait because, I mean, the Chiefs are going to be on the clock before you know it. Brett Veach decided to just stretch this thing out a little bit longer for us and used 233 and 158 to move up to select offensive tackle Darian Kennard. I'm not going to be too upset about that. I will just,
Oh, there's no.
If I have to tap dance for 10 picks just to kill time so the Chiefs can draft Darian Kennard in the 5th round, I think I'll just do it.
We'll be okay. I think we will definitely be okay. We've hit a weird kind of lull at the wide receiver. It's been a while since. I mean, I know Jalen
Naylor did just come off
the board, but besides that, I think it's been a little bit, right? I mean, Kyle Phillips, and there was a good chunk of picks. It just seems like you're not getting as many wide receivers when you're sitting here in this special teams kind of spot. So I'm just a little intrigued at this lull in wide receivers that we're kind of seeing.
Yeah, and there's still some decent ones out there. I think it's just it's probably tight. How many Tier 1 cornerback athletic testers are available? Let me just tell you that. I'll go look right now.
Yeah, you look.
We're just gonna leak the KCSN draft guide content, I guess.
Kalen Barnes is a Tier 1 CBAT. He is still available. I actually don't know if there's any more besides that. Kent's gonna pull that up. That's the only one I know for sure, though.
So there was only 4 this year, and the only one available still is indeed Kalen Barnes out of Baylor. So there was only 4. So last year there was 8. And this is what's so impressive is last year there was 8, and Nate Hobbs, Marco Wilson, Robert Rochelle, none of them went particularly high and still contributed at a high level. So there's a strong correlation there. The 4 this year were Tariq Woolen out of UTSA, Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State, Damari Mathis out of Pittsburgh, and Kalen Barnes, the fastest man at the NFL Combine out of Baylor. It's kind of surprising that we haven't seen Kalen Barnes come off the board.
Right. I thought he'd be a guy you'd see just being the fastest guy at the Combine. You thought you would see his name come off the board by now, but it's, he's a guy, you never know what happens in interviews with medical checks and character stuff like that. So maybe there is something there, maybe there's not, and it's just teams, waiting to find what they think is the right value for him.
I think at some point there's just, it's honestly, it's hubris to say the talent is just, for us to say the talent is just too glaring to not be taken at certain points. I think sometimes there is a breaking point where everyone sees it, and there's something underlying. It's a medical concern. It's a medical check. It's off-field stuff that we're not privy to, and we're not privy to the full picture that these guys are able to. People talk about the job of an NFL scout is, it's the evaluation of players, but it's as much being a private investigator as it is evaluating that talent. You've got to do a lot of dirty work. There's stories of NFL scouts that will, hole up at a bar that the players frequent, and they'll ask the bartender about the players that come through, and so like they'll try to kind of get an idea, and be like, I see him here every single night. He closes the place at 2:00, or
right.
There are ways that these guys will go out and try to collect information on all these prospects, and so you're a part-time private investigator, part-time talent evaluator. There's a lot that goes into the scouting job. So like when you hear Brett Veach talking about the work his staff does, it's the road scouts. They're just invaluable. They're invaluable to the pre-draft process for these teams, and the gratitude that those guys and the decision makers have at the top of that food chain when it comes to the leadership of the Chiefs. Like, it's a very real appreciation of value for them, which is why it's so cool that some of the scouts get to do the press conferences about some of these day 3 picks, because it's the guys that they're most excited about. And it's the guys that, those guys deserve a chance to kind of get some recognition. Thanks, Ross Sawyer. Appreciate you. Cold Ape, if y'all, hit that like button. Cold Ape, shout out Cold Ape. Man,
I really appreciate it.
We've been, this has been really fun, but it's exhausting. And we really appreciate you. Kind of want to hear Matty hot takes on the NHL.
Okay, well, we did go to a Golden Knights game.
We did.
I remember it? Yes. Can I give you educated takes on what I may or may not have witnessed? No. I think Tucker, Franklin, and I got lost in the tea shop for almost an hour at one point in time. And the most notable thing we did was take a picture with the mascot that they have in there.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, I will go watch a period of hockey, and I will give my takes over whatever team happens to be on TV at some point in time. I'll do that within the next week. I'll just give my hockey takes. I can tell you this: if there's a fast skater out there, I'll find him. That's all I care about is who's fastest.
Like Mendoza from D2 the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, give me the
Joel,
fast.
I know you're young. D2 Mighty Ducks.
I know. I'm cultured.
I was just making sure.
Kinda, but I'm cultured
too.
Shut up, Maddie. You're in your 30s.
So the Los Angeles Chargers have taken Jamari Sawyer, guard offensive tackle out of Georgia. I saw Justin Schaefer come off the board, and I was wondering if I missed Sawyer come off the board at some point in time. So I think it's a pretty good pick for the Chargers. I've been wondering what they're going to do at right tackle. I'm not saying Sawyer will play right tackle, but he was a fine tackle in the SEC for Georgia. I wouldn't hate seeing them try to have him compete with Storm Norton at right tackle. So that could be a late round steal at somebody that maybe gives them an option to play right tackle. I think that's a good pick here in the 6th round.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of surprised that he lasted this long, and this is a dude that, I mean, this is one of those guys I would also kind of wonder if there's some medical.
Oh, there it is.
Because
of course. Oh, of course the Ravens did this.
So the kiss of death continues here at KC Sports Network, and of course the Baltimore Ravens select running back Tyler Beatty out of Missouri this late in the draft. I mean, I think it was kind of a pipe dream because the Chiefs still have 67,000 picks until they pick next. But Tyler Beatty does go off the board here late in the 6th round of the NFL draft. And we talked a lot about him today. I think he deserved to go a little bit earlier than he did. I think I had a late third or a high 4th on him. Really good football player. And of course the Ravens get him.
So let's just recap. I mean, we've talked a lot of the show about the Ravens, draft. So we're just going to quickly go over it. Kyle Hamilton at pick 14. Then they followed up. I believe they traded Hollywood Brown and somehow got a 1st-round pick. Then they traded back and got Tyler Linderbaum, center out of Iowa. David Ajabo, defenseman out of Michigan. Travis Jones, defensive lineman out of Connecticut. Daniel Falele, offensive tackle out of Minnesota. Jalen Armour Davis, corner out of Alabama. Charlie Kolar, a tight end out of Iowa State. Another tight end, Isaiah Likely, out of Coastal Carolina. Jordan Stout, a punter from Penn State. Demarion Williams, a corner out of Houston. And then you round it out with Tyler Beatty. They might even have still more picks. A running back out of Missouri. That's a really good draft.
That's a really good draft.
I love the Chiefs draft, but objectively, that Ravens draft is also really, really good.
I'm telling you, Draft Twitter, they crowdsource with Draft Twitter because those are all a bunch of guys that Draft Twitter really loves. Yeah, the problem for the Ravens draft is that they still don't have Patrick Mahomes as their quarterback. Just so you know. So I just, good for them though. We do have another pick, Gregory Jr. out of Ouachita Baptist. I believe another as a cornerback, and I believe the Chiefs had him in for one of their top 30 visits as well. So another cornerback off the board. And so we are creeping up into the 200s very, very quickly. Thank God.
Quickly is a strong word that you're using right now. We are creeping up there very slowly, but Gregory Jr. was a 6 foot, 190-pound corner that has some decent length. He was down there at the Senior Bowl and was competing with guys at a much higher level of competition. So he was an interesting guy to see. I think he's one of those guys, like if the Chiefs didn't get Joshua Williams, he's the kind of guy that I think you get as like your consolation at the end of day 3 in that kind of realm. So good pick. It'd be interesting to see how it works. Doug Peterson gets another big, long physical corner to put there on that defense. Panthers are back on the clock, and I believe this is like the midway point. Oh, is there a KCSN party planned for tonight? Or are you guys going to lay down in a dark room? I'm going to curl up into a ball wherever I end up. Like I don't even know where it's going to be. It might be right here on this couch. I might make it back to a house. I'm going to curl up into a ball and just sleep for a week.
I'm going to watch Ozark with my wife until I fall asleep at 8 p.m.
The draft is just going to be over at 8 p.m.
Better not be. This is yeah. We're not throwing a party tonight. I'm sorry. You should have come. You can still come hang out at Kingdom Bar and Grill. You can still come hang out. If there's really 3 hours left, I'm going to cry. I might walk out. But no, we're getting there, and you can come hang out at Kingdom Bar and Grill if you want to. It's been really fun. It's been really cool to see. I was just talking to the general manager, Shannon, here at Kingdom Bar and Grill a little bit earlier today, and I thank you guys. The place was full. The place was all but 3 tables were reserved. There were people calling in advance. They had to turn people down. I'm sorry if you weren't able to get in. I apologize for that. But thank you so much for coming and supporting this party in this weekend that we tried to do here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. I hope a lot of you were able to learn. This place is really fun.
It is.
This is a really fun place to watch a game. This is a really fun place to watch the NFL draft. And the energy here at Kingdom Bar and Grill, especially yesterday and the day before, it was awesome. It was just so much fun, and we'd love for y'all to come hang out with us this season as well. Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas, an absolutely wonderful place. This place was built to watch Chiefs games. All right, guys, here's what I need your help. If you are one of the 400 people that are still somehow watching us right now, we have a goal. We want to break $5,000 towards Terez Paylor's foundations that we have that we're doing a raffle to support. So for PowerMizzou.com's scholarship program, for the endowment at Howard University honoring the late Terez Paylor, we're trying to raise money. We're at $4,500 right now. We're $500 away to try to raise money, and we're doing a raffle. You can win a Nick Bolton jersey. You can win a Travis Kelce jersey. You can win a signed Patrick LaVon Mahomes football helmets. Joel, just catch that from Scotty Dub.
There we go.
Yeah, there's the Travis Kelce jersey right there. You can win one of these great prizes in the raffle. And so every $10 that you donate to the KC Sports Network Venmo will get you a raffle entry. So I'd love someone to go ahead and donate $100 right now. Just gets you 10 entries and into this raffle. So we're trying to push to get $5,000, and thank you to everyone that has donated. It means the world, your support of this little endeavor that we're going with right now. So honoring the late Terez Paylor. So come on, let's get to 5,000 before the draft is over. Come on, please.
We can do it.
We can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you all.
You guys are out here watching us on the Saturday at this whole time. So. Okay. So
shout out my guy Josh Hilger.
Oh,
Hilger Magic. $20 just donated just now. I know Josh.
MVP.
Most valuable Hilger right there. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate you, buddy. Another pick off the board. The Philadelphia Eagles select Grant Calcaterra out of SMU. Started his career at Oklahoma. had some concussion issues. Ross Sawyer, my man.
Ross,
Let's go.
the man.
Let's
Shout
go.
out Ross. If Nick Deal, if you're watching right now too, I forgot to tell you. Shout out to Nick Deal if you were watching as well. Who?
Zach Eisen.
Zach
also
Eisen,
the man.
$60.
Let's go, guys.
How
You guys
about that?
are the absolute best.
You guys are incredible.
Chiefs Kingdom is amazing, guys.
Y'all
Let's keep
are,
it going.
Y'all
Let's
are
keep
the
it rolling.
best. Thank you so much. Cannot tell you how much that means. Well, I really hope we can get to $5,000. You guys are definitely making an impact. Gosh, man, that's so cool. Thank y'all so much for your donations here the last little bit. 400 of you are still watching, so thank you to all
Appreciate
of you
all
still
400
watching.
of you too.
Yeah, we really do.
For real.
This has been incredible. This has been a lot of fun. We're definitely Who? Bradley Ritter. If you donate from here on out, you're getting a shout out here on the live stream. And Tyler Lansdowne. Tyler, man, thanks, buddy. God, man, thank you so much. Let's try to push this thing to 5,000.
Yes,
we're gonna push through.
We're getting there.
We're getting through. This is the 200th pick in the NFL draft. Mike Stack, $100. Let's go,
man.
Everyone's getting cheers some coffee from a nondescript coffee place that I won't tell you.
It is right in the same parking lot as the Kingdom Bar and Grill.
Chris Webb, not to be confused with Chris Webber, $50. Let's go.
All right.
Y'all are incredible.
You guys are the best. We'll keep shouting these out. Grant Calcaterra went to the Eagles.
Hey, really quick. And did you know that Tom Brady was picked with the 199th pick?
And Cade Mays went with the 199 picks for the Carolina Panthers. Oh. And so Cade Mays.
Patrick! Ryan Smith, $50. Gabe Alejos. Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Let's go, man.
You guys are the absolute best.
Let's go.
You guys are the
Love it. Love it.
Oh, my
Thank you
gosh.
guys so much.
Thank you so much.
That was awesome.
Maybe
That's so cool.
We should have begged earlier.
Listen.
Huh? Ryan Scott
Ryan,
Hall,
let's go.
the OG, $20.
And just so you know, here at the end, when we get very close to the end of the draft, we are going to do the drawing for the Travis Kelce jersey, the Nick Bolton jersey, the Patrick LaVon Mahomes signed mini helmet. You got until the end of the draft to keep sending these in, keep getting these raffle tickets, and then we will draw these at the end of the draft. We'll pick out the winners then. So there's still more time.
I hope y'all win, but the truth of the matter is you're all winners because Andy Sanborn, $20. You're all winners because the Chiefs have had the best draft in Chiefs history outside of when Mahomes was taken. Like, we keep adding that caveat. It's like it's an afterthought. You know,
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't not.
I mean, come on. So the Chiefs have just absolutely crushed this thing pick for pick for pick, and they still got 3 picks left. They're probably going to do something else that we love. I hope they just take some random player that like we don't even know. It's just like some height, weight, speed.
I hope they trade every pick they possibly have and just pick a little earlier.
Yeah, but then we still got to go through.
I know.
We got to go through all those picks still.
I know.
But the Chiefs talked about, like Brett Veach kind of talked about, hey, like these round 7 picks are going to be used to help us get ahead of undrafted free agency and all that stuff. They used one of those picks to move up for Darian Kennard. They've just had such a good. I keep hammering it, and if you're one of the 400 people listening right now, you've probably heard us say just the instincts that he's had with every single move to this point. I'm just stunned at the heater that Brett Veach is on. Honestly, like this is incredible.
It's the way he's navigated the board has been absolutely phenomenal. And because we have like this, I don't want to say like insider knowledge, but like we follow this team a ton, right? So we understand kind of what they're trying to do, what the needs are, but just his ability to navigate this draft around their needs, their talent, and then the rest of the NFL has been really good. I don't follow the Baltimore Ravens as much. I love their draft, but I don't know how much they've been moving around other teams to get the guys they want. I can sit here and specifically point to certain stuff where Brett Veach is trading up, trading back, waiting on guys for air runs at positions. Like he's put on a masterclass in terms of the show for this particular draft.
Yeah, to mix sports analogies for a second, what we've seen with Brett Veach in the previous few years is he's taken massive swings trying to hit home runs with every single pick. And we have often seen that he has either swung and missed, struck out, or what have you, or rolled over to second. This time, it feels like he has put together more solid at-bats and hitting doubles and is hitting on solid picks of solid value at every point.
I think there's some home runs in there too.
Oh, certainly,
So,
certainly.
like,
Well, at least early on, I think especially like the McDuffie and Karloftis picks. I think those were both you hit solid high floor guys that you know are going to have value early.
Okay, really quick. We're going to read through all of these. I got to go find out. All right, so shout out Derek Pershal for donating. Shout out Julian Fisher for donating. Ariel James, $100. Thank you so much. Matt Flippin, Paul Pacheco, Devin Albertson. You guys are incredible. We are blowing past this $5,000 to support Terez Paylor Foundations. Gosh, that means so much. You guys have no clue how much this means. We are sitting now at $5,200 to support both PowerMizzou.com's scholarship program. Someone get Tucker an espresso. Tucker.
Yeah, no, we do. Yeah, Tucker.
No,
Hey,
no,
the producer behind the screen right now, Tucker's doing a phenomenal job. He's been really killing it day 3.
This is I think Tucker, honestly, this has probably been Tucker's worst day.
There it is.
That was today's Tucker Cam, guys. That was today's Tucker Cam. Tucker's not here. The flow isn't here. Instead, we got.
Love you, Tucker. Enjoy your wedding.
Tucker has got he's got some priorities that might be in a wedding. We fought tooth and nail to make it just blow his best friend off. But I think he's going to the Bahamas this week. Like, Tucker's got a rough life coming the next couple of days. I'm telling you.
So, we got BJ on the controls today. He's doing a great job.
BJ's doing everything right now, which is not surprising. So it's very BJ of him. We got Scott Ward here too, doing our social media. We should put Scott. I think we should put Scott on camera. Can we just get Scott? We gotta put Scott on camera later today. Just come on. Just come here. Hang out with me. Scott, I gotta go to the restroom. Can you help me out here? Come on, just really quick.
Ooh, okay. So in the meantime, we got Cade Mays going. The New England Patriots have selected local guy, Northwest Missouri State defensive lineman Sam Roberts. Chief Bearcat, friend of the show, he'd really much appreciate this. He's on the road right now, so he doesn't know, but that was one of his guys. He kind of talked about him a little bit. Good athlete coming out of Northwest Missouri State. And I don't know what's happening. The Arizona Cardinals come up and select Keontae Ingram, a running back out of USC. Here's a guy that I really enjoyed. But now, the man of the hour, we got Scotty Dubs on. We got Scotty Dubs on here with us.
Let's go.
Scott, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, we're keeping you busy, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
You have done a fantastic job with the social media game.
Thank you.
You've been killing it back there.
Thank you.
Absolutely killing it. And you had fun this weekend?
Yeah.
BJ says keep sending him comments telling him how good he's doing, but he doesn't want to put them out there about himself. But keep sending them to him because he does appreciate them. How's the weekend been for you? Chiefs draft related stuff you've been having to do? Just how's the weekend gone for you?
It's been good. It's been really good. Our community is super excited all the time. Obviously, Chiefs Kingdom, but really big, during the draft, of course. And they've been killing it. Beach has done really well.
Yes.
And it's been really good. Our engagement's through the roof, and everyone's super excited. So.
You're getting some shout outs coming off here across here.
Shout out Blue Valley. There we go.
The Chiefs have been doing great, obviously. You've been doing great with the social media stuff that we're putting out. Like, I can't check it all the time because we've been up here, but when I go through, I'm seeing people retweet, talk about all the clips. You're absolutely killing it out there. So we appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Just the gatekeeper.
Okay.
It's been all you guys. It's been all of our fans. It's been all of our followers. It's been really good. Yeah, it's been a great week for the Chiefs and KCSN.
Definitely.
So as you put all this stuff together, you have to watch these highlights or see some of the stuff to figure out what you do. Who's been your favorite player that the Chiefs have drafted based on just some of the stuff you put out there? Who have you had the most fun just quickly seeing their highlights or what they're saying? Who do you like? Who's your guy right now?
It's got to be Sky Moore.
Yeah. Okay.
Has to be Sky Moore. the video last night, I know you guys talked about it, but the reaction when it was, when the Chiefs picked him,
Yeah.
it was, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but it was awesome. It was cool. Especially just everyone around him. They obviously knew he was going to get picked. They knew he was on the phone. They knew he was about to be picked by somebody, but obviously the timing gets a little bit off, and who knows how far ahead the actual picks are.
Right.
But as soon as he said the Chiefs, and the whole room just went nuts. Really, really cool.
Yeah.
Shared that out, and then obviously the yeah, you guys have done awesome. But his family and everyone who was in the crowd with him, really, really cool. And I know I've seen a lot of people say that they're going to fit in really well at Arrowhead.
Yeah, no,
really loud and definitely brought the energy. Yep.
It feels like it's different take, legitimate sound reasoning behind it. Oh. Is that for me still? Thank you if that is.
Yeah,
or
it
could be
is.
for any of us. No, it could be absolutely for any of us. Actually, I think it was for Joel, Scott, any Kent who's not even here. It's for all you other guys.
Yeah.
No, you've done a great job. And everyone that's been here, Tucker, BJ, Kent, Craig, Marlia when she came on, Jeff when he was on, everybody that has helped this and made part of the Kingdom Bar and Grill. Absolutely have 360 vodka for coming around, helping sponsor some of the stuff, provide some samples. Everybody's done a great job. You guys that are all still listening, we appreciate absolutely everything everybody is doing. So we're having a lot of fun. We're working our way here through. Quickly going to touch on two more picks real quick. Cleveland Browns select Mike Woods, a wide receiver out of Oklahoma. Not Oklahoma State, but Big 12. Chicago Bears hold up with Tristan Ebner, running back out of Baylor. Get another Big 12 guy. We're getting a little Big 12 run here after no picks for a while.
It took forever to get a Big 12 guy.
No picks for a while in this. So this we were having fun. We're having a lot of fun here. I'm glad that we got to get Scott on here because you guys haven't got to tell him how great he is at his job yet. So now's your chance. You can send it out there. I'm sure like the rest of us, he enjoys it. You got to be tired too, though. You came straight from the day job in here on Friday, and you've been here every day since. So you got to be.
Yeah, it's been a lot, but I know BJ said this isn't work. This is I mean it takes effort, and it takes energy, but this is a lot of fun, especially doing it about the Chiefs, doing it here in this building. I mean it's incredible to think. I know you were talking about it with Marlia earlier, but just what this building was, even for one of our shows this year.
Yeah.
There was one show where we were here and there weren't any lights. We had construction lights on us, and then there was another show where we had the booties on because they had just painted the floors. And now, especially Friday night, that energy that was in here, just incredible. It's going to be awesome this fall.
Yeah, and we've talked about it, and it's the front. Oh, okay. We are going to pick 170, and these guys can still immediately recall strengths, weaknesses, and fit for the Chiefs without pause or notes. The memory retention blows my mind. I can't do it. Yeah, that comes at any non-football related fact is out of my brain. I know nothing except for football. My wife, I forget names, phone numbers, appointments, everything. My brain is useless facts about football and nothing else. That is how that happens.
I relate on the same end of baseball, so I get it. I totally get it.
There's nothing up here but that. But no, I thank you. I appreciate it. We're trying. And we've had a lot of fun doing this. I know we've made some jokes here on day 3 that it's a long day, and it is, but we're having a lot of fun doing this. And I can't put it into words, but the atmosphere on Friday, especially waiting for that first pick and even through the George Karlaftis pick. And then even Friday during the meat of it was just crazy. It was packed in here. People were excited. Everyone's talking, yelling about who's getting picked to other teams. The reaction when other teams are picking was phenomenal. And so if you guys weren't able to make it out this year, we're going to, the draft is in Kansas City next year. I don't know what the plans are. I'm not going to catch daggers from BJ for sharing anything about that, but we'll have something that we are going to do next year somewhere, somehow, some way. And so if you guys weren't able to make it out this year, I assure you this is something you're not going to want to miss because it has been a lot of fun, I think, for everybody that's got a chance to come out here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I know you guys were out in Vegas actually for the AFC Championship game. But I was here. I was actually sitting over there, and the place was packed.
Yeah.
Obviously, didn't end the way we wanted.
Oh.
But up until that last 5 minutes or so, I mean, the place was just incredible. So it's whatever the draft plans are, but especially during the season next year, this place is definitely the place to watch.
I'm getting attacked.
It's one of those daggers.
It's one of those daggers.
There it is.
I shared too much information. We are not doing anything next year for the draft. Is apparently what I'm supposed to say. The Tennessee Titans have selected Theo Jackson, a cornerback from Tennessee. That has been the most latest pick at pick 204. Hey, look, we are deep into the 200s. We are 2/3 of the way through round 6. So, we're making it. We're inching our way closer and closer where the Chiefs pick. I think we still got the comments on right now. If any of you guys have your favorite player still left on the board, send it in the comments. Start throwing it up here, and we'll get a few reactions to it. Or if you guys have any questions for anybody sitting up here, anything at BJ, we'll make him answer from off camera, and we'll relay. If you guys got any questions, send them in. Players that you like still that are available. Because right now, the draft is going along, but we're trying to wait, get the Chiefs pick coming up here. It should be coming here pretty soon. What? Oh, we got one vote for Skylar Thompson. Skylar Thompson needs to come off the board from our local K-State guy. Did you go to school around here? I don't know. Where'd you go?
Mizzou.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Mizzou guy. So
okay, so you went to the best school around here. I get it. I understand.
Exactly.
That's cool. All right, so we are waiting. We got one vote for Skylar Thompson. We got the Texans pick coming across right now. I do believe that is the Texans. We're about to hear their selection for pick. Oh,
205.
205. And we'll get to that one in 1 second. So do you have any particular players, whether at Missouri or anywhere else, that you like that are still available, or are you just kind of waiting to get anybody, just kind of see what's going on out there?
Well, I think, I know BJ just said it, but I think the story around Skylar Thompson is really, really good.
It is.
And, he's great on camera. He's a great personality. He has to be an asset to a quarterback room somewhere.
Yeah.
I would think he would just be it's a no-brainer, and especially at this point, it seems like it makes sense for somebody to grab him. But, yeah, I think I'll say that for now. A couple of years from now, I'll put in my 2 cents for Luther Burden from Mizzou.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got
We got more people.
We got a lot of, okay. Jake Ellis, thank you. Dakota Videre, thank you. Dylan Hogue, thank you. Stuart Hook with a $98 donation. You guys are the absolute best. These are all going to the Terez Paylor Foundations at Power Mizzou at Howard University. Guys, the drawing's coming. Like I said, we've mentioned it a few times now, but we're supporting, Terez Paylor, a great friend. We're going to do a drawing. So at the end of this draft, we are going to pull out 3 names. We got a Travis Kelce jersey. We got a Nick Bolton jersey, and we got the mini helmet signed by Patrick Lavon Mahomes. Everybody that has donated, for every $10 has gone in, you get 1 drawing out of the raffle. Keep bringing them. We've hit our goal. We have hit the goal of 5,000. We've surpassed it. But hey, the farther we get past it, the more options, more opportunities you guys get to win. So keep sending those in, please. We appreciate it. And while you're doing that, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. Get that YouTube channel. Give it a nice little bump there. Joel, what about you? We talked about Tyler Beatty as a guy that you kind of liked earlier, then he came off the board. So who are you giving the kiss of death to now that you want to see come off the board?
Well, someone I want to see come off the board because he's another Oklahoma State guy. But if the Chiefs do want to take a swing at wide receiver, I really like Tay Martin. You guys saw him at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Really kind of broke out as a senior, as the X receiver, number 1 guy for Oklahoma State. Really nice route runner, good long speed, can win contested at catch point. Oklahoma State love throwing little goal line fades to him. So that's a good win for Patrick Mahomes to have somebody that can go up and make that sort of contested catch there. I don't know what kind of, I don't know where he fits into the wide receiver room, but I'd love to see an Oklahoma State guy come off the board and come and play for Kansas City.
Yeah, no, that would be good. And there's another Oklahoma State guy. We'll stick there for a second. Colby Harvell Peel.
Yes.
Oh, we're coming in here. Oh, are we getting? Oh, look at us. We got some highlights. Yes, because we were about to catch up on some picks. So the Houston Texans took Austin Deculus out of LSU. Offensive tackle, pretty good athlete out of LSU. And here's kind of it's an interesting thing for Deculus is just that good player. And I don't know. He just kind of feel like he always got overshadowed by the football team that was LSU and never kind of got the appreciation that he should have. So I'm happy to see him come off. He was a guy that I got to talk to on the field. I don't think we got to sit down with him, but I got to talk to him on the field at the East-West Shrine game. And he was just very personable. Guy wanted to come up and introduce himself to everybody that he could, just kind of talk and have a good time. So the Houston Texans got themselves a good offensive lineman there with Deculus here in the 6th round.
Yeah, he can play a little bit. I mean, this is a guy that definitely can compete for a roster spot, especially on the Texans. But I think he can compete anywhere. I think this is a good football player. He's got that SEC experience. Again, I think you probably. I don't know if I question if his medicals are completely clean because I could have seen him gone around early. Honestly, I think we could have seen him go around earlier. So Austin Deculus, another East-West Shrine Bowl guy, coming off the board here for the Chiefs. We got a question for the Texans. Derek Pershaw, what are the biggest home run swings that are left in the draft that you'd like to see the Chiefs try for? I don't know if there's really a ton of home run swings. I think we talked a little bit about Derek Young, the wide receiver out of Lenore Ryan, as a guy that if you're looking at athletic profiles to take a risk on, I think he's a guy. Kalen Barnes still yet to go off the board, I believe, unless I missed something. The fastest 40 time in the entire NFL Combine. So, I mean, I think the second fastest 40 time ever.
My God, that's Brett Veach's music.
My God, that's Brett Veach's music. We also have another name off the board after Austin Deculus. It's Matt Henningsen out of Wisconsin, the defensive tackle, and yet another East-West Shrine Bowl participant. Boy, this is getting hot for Eric Galco, and we got some highlights of Matt Henningsen. I think maybe we don't. But boy, I'm going back and I'm catching up a little bit. You see Keontae Ingram. You probably talked a little bit about him.
And Michael Woods II was another guy that we talked about. Tristan Ebner.
Ebner is a great special teams player. I don't know if you guys brought that up, but there's another special teams player that can really play as well. Matt Henningsen out of Wisconsin, the defensive tackle. He's kind of an interesting guy. I don't think I didn't love his tape, I'll be honest with you, but I mean, a guy that gives that kind of effort. You know, he runs hard, he plays hard. And he's played for a really good defense over the course of his time. When we talked to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl, one of the things he wanted to try to show teams was his ability to rush the passer. I still question his ability to run the passer a little bit, if I'm being honest with you. But, I think it's a solid rotational piece potentially that, you're just trying to find a guy that can fill a role at the bottom of round 6. And we are that quickly approaching the end of round 6. We've only got, only 20 picks left. No, 14 left.
We're getting there, slowly but surely.
The compensatory picks are starting to come off the board here pretty quick too. So there's some at the end of round 6 here. There is actually the 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 12 6-round compensatory picks here.
Jeez,
I mean that's a lot.
Yeah, these picks need to start coming off the board like fast. Right, for your guys' sanity.
You're hoping.
I'm hoping for your guys' sanity.
I don't really care who comes off the board as long as they just come off the board quickly at this point. The Chiefs are getting greedy.
Yeah,
the Chiefs are getting greedy if they get any more good players the rest of this draft. I'm actually really curious to see what the Chiefs' approach with these undrafted free agent swings are.
Oh yeah.
The good news I think with this big gap that you're seeing from like 158 to, or actually, I mean it was 140.
Because they moved up. It was 144, 145.
They moved up to 144, 145. With that big gap you see, it gives them a chance to do some recruiting. Mm-hmm. So you could probably get on the phone a little bit with some of your undrafted free agent type players.
Yep.
And start kind of gauging their interest. Figure out what teams you're probably going to have to work against to secure some of your undrafted free agents, some negotiations. And if you have pretty good instincts on that, which I mean they've had good instincts on everything to this point. You're probably trying to make the decisions right now on so what are these priority free agents that we're going to need to make sure that we secure with the draft pick.
Yeah,
these 7th round guys. Like I mean, Brett Veach even said it's just a head up on the undrafted free agency. So I think they're probably just kind of being strategic in this big gap, this big window that they have of time. To try to figure out, which guys are you going? Which guys we want to take. So, this is probably strategy formulating time for their undrafted free agency and just trying to figure out what the 3 guys that they're really going to have to prioritize when it comes to the undrafted free agents. Those are the guys that are going to wind up on the board. So it could be any positions. It might not make sense. All the positions may not even make complete sense, in the totality. It just might be which areas are the most hotly contested for the undrafted free agents that they're looking at. So
and generally, Brett Veach has done a good job of getting those guys in the room. I mean, you can even look just a couple of years ago getting Turk Wharton out of was that Missouri S&T? Yeah, and bring him, and he's become a solid rotational player. So there's precedent for Brett Veach going and finding these guys after the draft to bring in, and they pop the right way, and they're on the roster.
I mean, his best pick in 2018 was not a pick; it was Darrell Williams.
Yep.
Yeah,
his best,
not wrong.
The best guy from his, and I think Ben Neiman too.
Yeah, probably.
Was from the. His best picks have been undrafted free agents. So in 2018,
I've seen some couple people say they think the Chiefs might be trading up, but just thinking fans wanting to people to trade up in the next 5 to 10 picks. I would love that. Let us talk about the Chiefs pick for a little while, and then we round it out with a nice even keel instead of waiting to the very end of the draft to shove 3 picks all into the final 20 minutes of the whole draft.
Yeah.
So I am curious this one. We've had this big gap. Is there a
no, go.
I'll say I'm curious what your guys' favorite pick has been for the Chiefs at this point. Is it Sky Moore? Is that like the runaway obvious favorite?
Yeah.
Or
I think so. I think the value of Sky Moore in mid-late second combined with the trade back and just who the player is really good. I said I like Trent McDuffie earlier when we were talking to Marlia because it's just a guy that I'd liked for over a year. I liked him when watching other guys from Washington. He popped to me, and that's kind of a telltale sign that you like him. So I'll answer even another guy now and just kind of cover the broad spectrum. Joshua Williams. It's a guy that not a lot of guys talked about. I watched him at the Senior Bowl, and I immediately was like, hey, guys that big don't have feet that good. Guys that big that can press like that don't look so comfortable and off coverage, having to actually backpedal and transition. Like, yeah, he's raw, but there's so much talent there. And then you go back and you find a little bit of YouTube video of Fayetteville State versus other schools I don't know, and you just see him literally just hold a guy at the line of scrimmage with one arm because he's a better athlete. I'm like, okay, I want this guy. The Chiefs get him with a great value. So, like, he's also on my, tied for my short list of favorite pick.
The Chiefs drafted Sky Moore and Darian Kennard for the price of Sky Moore. So that's the move I'm so excited about. The fact that they traded back a little bit, and then that little trade back turned into Darian Kennard.
And the pick for Sky Moore, that original pick that turned into Sky Moore and Darian Kennard, was also just the second most valuable pick they got from trading Tyreek Hill. Right?
Yeah.
So they did so much stuff with all those things. So that's good. I like what the Chiefs have done with the Tyreek Hill trade, right? It obviously sucks to lose a player that's that talented, but turning that into essentially Trent McDuffie using your first and some of those extra picks to move up. Then you get Sky Moore, but you trade back at that point in time. So you use that 50th pick to get Sky Moore and Darian Kennard. And in this whole process, all you've done is add in like one more seventh essentially to that whole process. Like that's a pretty good return for what you've traded for Tyreek Hill, and you still have 2 more picks next year from that.
Yeah, no, that people don't realize that Chiefs have the cupboard is not bare for next year's draft either.
right.
The draft that's also in Kansas City. They've got the compensatory third from Ryan Poles. They've got a 4th-round pick from the Dolphins. They got a 6th-round pick from the Dolphins. And we're rooting for the Dolphins to be terrible next year because we want those picks to be more valuable. So, they've got a lot of draft capital at their disposal for next year. We talked about, like, okay, every year Brett Veach has been very aggressive in correcting something with his football team. He slammed the brakes on being aggressive this year in some ways when it comes to, he slammed the brakes and actually made picks. He didn't trade draft capital for veterans. There's a mini reset that kind of happened, but at the same time, when you sit here at the end of this draft and, the Chiefs have all but their 7th-round picks done, I mean, they got a lot of contributors.
Oh, yeah.
They got a lot of guys that can play or have a chance to play.
Well, I mean, I know you said that he hasn't gone, full 180 aggressive correction, but I think there is a little bit of an aggressive correction to actually investing in the cornerback position on day one, which is something he notoriously hasn't done. So there's something to be said for that. And then I think, and I know we, make the jokes about Veach and linebackers, but you bring in a guy like Leo Chenal that I think fits in really nicely. He's super spagsy, but I think he complements Nick Bolton and Willie Gay really well. And those 3 together are going to be awesome at the second level. I really bought into Leo Chenal. I think I saw it this morning, the quote where he said, I want to be the most violent player on the football field. And like that guy, it's like, there's something to be said for like,
can we talk about Leo Chenal's interview with the media? Did you watch it?
I did.
I mean, Leo Chenal got me really excited. He had a guy who felt like he had the right mentality and, he was pretty realistic with himself about his strengths and weaknesses and how he's trying to take some of what, the guys that he's working with in this pre-draft process and trying to, he identified areas of weakness in his game and said, I got to be better at coverage. I've got to be better rushing a little bit.
Right.
So he's trying to take, little bits and pieces from different guys because he's trying to learn. He said, hey, the things that I'm good at right now, I wasn't good at 3 years ago. There's this level of earnestness and there's honesty and in his approach. I was listening to that interview and I was like, how did this guy not get picked before 103? Because I bought it. I was bought into what he was selling.
Because when you turn on the film, he's a guy that maybe isn't the most best in coverage right now, right?
Sure.
That's what it is. And it's a passing league right now, so that's kind of what it comes down to. And I think you've seen this kind of push for length at the linebacker position. He doesn't have great length. You've seen this push for good coverage instincts and play, and he doesn't necessarily have that on the board, right? So, that is why he fell. But I'm with you. I'm surprised after that interview you didn't get more about him, getting pushed up the draft. But I think a lot of people had him graded higher than that. It's I'm glad the Chiefs did. we talked earlier about how kind of Carl Laftis kind of, says that he's relentless. That's his thing. And you're going to get other guys that are going to say they're tough or they work hard and they have a high motor. I love when a linebacker, especially 250-pound linebacker, the first words out of his mouth to describe himself is violent.
Yeah.
Violent is the word that I want to hear for a guy that's a linebacker of that size. Like, just leading off with that about him is just perfect.
It's the intangible if he got that dog in him.
He got that dog in him.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe a guy like that. And I love the ability to just watch linebackers, at least for the Chiefs right now, just fly around the football field, reckless abandon, and just make a play. Like, that's going to be a welcome change.
Every Chiefs draft pick at this point has got that dog in them.
Yeah.
I mean, that there's it's just weird. You see these very clear common trends in all these players that are younger. A lot of 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, football character. Okay, we'll do that in a second. We're gonna do it right now. Here's a look at me and BJ breaking down round 1 on the golf course.
What's up, Chiefs Kingdom? The Chiefs last night took Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. I don't know what you're doing to celebrate, probably at work. We came out to the golf course, Kent Swanson and myself at St. Andrews Golf Club out here in Overland Park, and then also to celebrate our partnership with Sticks Golf and swing these clubs. These things are awesome.
I can't think of a better way to celebrate draft weekend. Getting to golf, getting to play with these Sticks clubs, having some fun. It's been a good time. Woo! Over the bunker. What a shot. Nice shot, man.
Talk about positional value, but also just the flexibility in that, there's some traits that both those guys share that you could tell that Veach and his staff, like, they were looking for certain types of guys.
Brett Veach, even in the press conference, compared him to Nick Bolton, to Creed Humphrey, two of those high character, high football character guys. Like, I mean, you got to be thrilled. He should keep stacking those kind of guys together around Patrick Mahomes. I think good things are going to happen, and I'm thrilled. This is the best start, and this is my favorite Brett Veach draft to this point. This is draft number 5, easily my favorite so far. I can't wait to see what he does the rest of this draft. Oh, baby.
Nice shot. Nice. Every time we play, you just score. Kent plus Sticks, a winning combination.
Look at that birdie right there. That is some high quality golfing there.
You got to work on your fist pump, though. I can tell you don't get a lot of birdies because your fist pump's so weak coming from the side.
I'm gonna be that bowler. Who do you think you are? I am. Kent should have pulled the exploding golf ball prank on BJ. Maybe I did. I don't know. You might have to check back with some other Sticks golf content. We may, I don't know. Maybe you'll have to check out some Sticks golf content. Hey, for real, Sticks golf. Those clubs are incredible. BJ, that's his first set of new clubs in a long time, and he loves them. Pull the pin, BJ.
Pull the pin. Yeah.
I like to play COVID rules. If I hit the stick, it counts. But no, those clubs are really, really good. I'm not just saying that. This is my second set that I've got. BJ, he had a youth set for a long time. He got a set of clubs for Sticks as well, and he's raving about them too. So if you go to Sticks.golf, if you're looking for some clubs, wedges, whatever, if you're looking for a full set, the best value in golf when it comes to a full set of clubs. Get a full set of clubs, 14 clubs, and a bag, like $900.
What's your handicap, man?
I don't want to talk about it. Go to Sticks.golf, PCSN, promo code will get you 10% off your order. So if you're doing that, you're looking for a set of clubs, go check them out, and we can hook you up with a discount. The agreement we made with Sticks allows us to give you guys the biggest discount that they cost. So, we want to try to take care of everybody, all our relevant to how we are with it. So, I don't want to talk about my handicap.
Neither do I, frankly.
Yeah. We still haven't played yet.
We need to.
We've been trying to set up a time to play.
I shoot around 100, and I'm good at drinking beer and driving a car. That's not all I'm good for.
Hey, buddy, I think you feel on good line. Yeah. I will say this. So I played Firekeeper Golf Course out at Prairie Bank Casino out there in Topeka. I should talk to Marlia about it. She probably knows a little bit about Prairie Bank and all that area. But I shot a 45 on the back nine. I felt pretty good about it. And that's been Kent Talks Golf on NFL draft coverage. Shout out to Sticks. I bet he sticks, and we've lost so many followers since we started talking about golf.
Why don't we catch up on some picks?
Yeah, let's do that. All right, so since we last talked, Doug Kramer out of Illinois, the interior offensive lineman. I wish Jeff was here to talk to us about that at 207 to the Chicago Bears. Pick 208 to the Pittsburgh Steelers is Connor Hayward out of Michigan State, the fullback.
That makes sense.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is the brother of Cameron Hayward.
Okay. It's Cameron Hayward's brother was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers because, of course, he was. The Buffalo Bills take Luke Tenuta, Virginia Tech offensive tackle. Chasen Hines, the LSU offensive lineman, goes to the New England Patriots. Quentin Lake out of UCLA, the safety. Of course, another East-West Shrine Bowl guy goes to the Los Angeles Rams, so he gets to stay at home.
And the Rams just made another pick. Cornerback Darion Kendrick out of Georgia transferred to Georgia from Clemson when he was kind of losing some playing time there to Andrew Booth Jr. and some of their other guys. He goes to Georgia, wins a national title. Didn't have the athletic profile that he was hoping for, didn't have the athletic testing in the draft process that he probably was hoping for. Unfortunately, sees him drop down to the late 6th round, but he does come off the board here to, I believe this is the Rams taking him. They have good luck taking defensive backs in day 3, so if he comes out and somehow finds a role for them, I wouldn't be completely shocked.
Well, and they're one of those teams that utilizes tracking data a lot more than their traditional combine metrics, so maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable with his play speed than what he showed in his 40 time. Kendrick's an interesting guy because he was someone that was getting a lot of top 50 type buzz as recently as this year. You know, a lot of people held him in high regard, highly considered prospect at one point. And since, transferring, it's kind of been a little bit up and down. And that 40 time didn't really help him all that much. But he's going to the Los Angeles Rams. Maybe his play speed, maybe they like the tracking data on him a little bit better.
Yeah. And then that's entirely possible, right? You kind of see the stuff on the field and not in shorts and stuff. And maybe they do like him a little bit. He's a good player. On the football field, he's a fine player. I do think you see some of the athletic concerns show up when you look at him, against SEC athletes and stuff like that. So
we got another Georgia player off the board here at 213. The Atlanta Falcons selecting tight end John Fitzpatrick.
Okay. 17 career receptions, I believe I saw for him through his college career. So blocking tight end coming off the board of the Atlanta Falcons. Maybe they see something, whether pairing with Kyle Pitts or just they think they can kind of develop him into something else. So
let's get the pace on these picks keeping rolling like this. Let's go. Let's just turn these cards in real quick. How about that? Let's just keep this pace up. I'm exhausted.
I need somebody to clip whatever you just did right there. So that'd be a good time.
Shout out Will Yoder, $40 donation to the Terez Paylor raffle that we're doing right now. Thank you all so much. We did achieve our goal of $5,000. We are at $5,400.
Incredible.
Your generosity, I cannot tell you how much it means to all of us at KC Sports Network. Gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for spending your Saturday with us.
Thank you to the 450 people hanging out with us on a Saturday, watching NFL draft coverage. And we will be announcing the winners of the raffle at 4:30. You have 23 minutes left to enter this raffle before we will be making the announcements of the winners of this. So
we're gonna get this drawing done. What are they donating to get this drawing done for, Kent?
Well, they are doing it for a Nick Bolton jersey. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. They're doing it for a Travis Kelce jersey and also a Patrick Vaughn Mahomes signed mini football.
And, of course, to support the Terez Paylor Foundation at Power Mizzou and Howard University. That's where all of this money is going to. It is all going there. Every single bit of it is going that direction. And then just every $10 gets you an entry into this raffle is being done at 4:30. So here in 22 minutes, that should come up before the Chiefs get their final couple picks in potentially.
Yeah, all juice forever, man. I think I seriously, when I say I think about Terez Paylor all the time during this time of year, I do.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't realize how big of an impact he made with just small investments of time in people. I don't want, his word was gold. His opinion mattered. I cared more about what he thought of. I cared what he thought about me. And he's just the gold standard for this space, and just an awesome guy and generous with his time and so much good stuff about him. I think we have another East-West Shrine Bowl player that has come off the board to the Los Angeles Chargers, Jasir Taylor out of Wake Forest. Was that a Shrine Bowl or was that a Senior Bowl? I can't remember. It's all running together.
No, that was a Shrine Bowl. Yes,
I think that was another Shrine Bowler.
He was at the Shrine Bowl when we were down there, and he was one of the corners that looked like he was athletically belonged, kind of out there on the field, like in terms of could have stepped up in competition. He looked better than a lot of the other guys out there, just in terms of how he moved and everything. So this is a good spot to grab him. I think he's going to kind of project as more of a little bit of a slot corner or something like that. But good pick here as we're coming down. We're coming down the stretch.
Really quick, shout out Tyler Denner and Ryan Donlin Ryan Dolan. Sorry. Thank you guys so much for your donations. We really appreciate it. I'm sorry for cutting off.
You are good. I was just buying time, really. I was buying time until you were back. That was my goal.
We are getting very close to the end of the 6th round. Huh? Shout out Jared Zuckerman again. Thank you so much for your donation. Supporting Terez Paylor. We really appreciate it, guys, genuinely, and appreciate all the 440 plus people watching.
Incredible, man.
The KCSN Day 3 coverage. You guys must be as big a degenerates as us, and I will hang with. I will hang with. Thank you all so much. It's been such a cool year of KC Sports Network, and kind of winding down year 1 here with this draft coverage. Keith McLean, our dear buddy. I can't believe I am still watching, but even more, I can't believe you guys are still talking.
Same.
Yeah.
I don't know how I have a voice.
Yeah.
Anytime I come back to this state, I lose my voice after the first day. Now, I usually come back for training camp, for a game or something like that. So what happens, I lose my voice every single time. And I clearly am going to. It's just I've somehow made it 3 days doing this. Like this is a record right now.
I thought your voice was going to be shot yesterday. I heard you talking on Thursday. I was like, holy crap, I don't know if he's going to make it.
I'm just so mad at Joel because Joel sounds so much different than us right now. GC20, how many picks do we have left? The Chiefs have 3 picks left.
They're still on 3 picks.
They still have 3 picks to make here. I'm sorry if I keep rubbing my shoulder, by the way. I think I'm starting to get like a pinched nerve in my neck, so that's always nice. I'm going to have to go to the chiropractor here pretty quick.
Do we have health coverage, right, BJ? I know. Yes, we are still recording a podcast once this is over as well. So we gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out with you guys at the Kingdom Bar and Grill and record a podcast. If you guys are in the area, want to jump on by for the last 3 Chiefs picks and hang out with us in person as we record.
If anybody wants to do the podcast for us, that would be great. We're hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill. BJ's sitting there eating and enjoying some potato skins.
Oh,
how are the potato skins? They good? They're solid.
That's a ringing endorsement right there.
KCSN draft guide favorite, Lasita Smith, off the board to the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, this is a really nice pick. This is a player that we were pretty high on. We were doing some initial grading last year on Lasita Smith. And I think we had a decent grade on him, like an early day 3 grade, if I remember correctly, last season. I think he wound up with about that, or maybe even a little bit higher than that in this year's guide. If you watch him, I mean, I know now that he's a Cardinal, you're probably not going to watch him, but you can tell who he is by his stance.
He gets real low. He gets really, really low. Uh-oh. How are you going to celebrate your first KCSN birthday? BJ, spill the beans.
Everybody's getting a few days off.
Let's go.
There's not going to be a KC laboratory on Monday, just so you guys know.
There physically could not be, I don't think.
There physically can't be, thank God. I am going to probably sip on some Ben Holiday bourbon is probably what I'm going to do to celebrate 1 year. Yeah, BJ's going to Red Rocks. I've got a golf trip planned here in a couple of weeks, guys, if I can make it.
I got a cruise in June. We're just going to say it's a delayed celebration of that. Tucker. Oh, yeah. I know, BJ, you don't know this. I'm literally taking the exact same cruise as Tucker is, just later. I'm literally doing the exact same trip, same ship and everything, but later. So, yeah, I got that planned for later in the summer.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Yes.
Oh
man.
That'll be the seltzer reviews.
The seltzer reviews is one thing. The fact that he chugs them before is just like nauseating.
Oh my God,
it's nauseating.
The absolute best.
I think the whole thing is just disgusting.
I think it's phenomenal.
Like seltzers in general, or just,
I'm just,
or what? Just the fact that Tucker chugs
he's
them.
just chugging.
I think it's a great bit. It's a great bit. I am incredibly impressed and concerned that his lasted how many days straight now. That's my only thing.
Let's give a draft day grade on Tucker Franklin's TikToks. Seltzer chugging TikToks.
The commitment to the bit makes it a B- for me. Like I appreciate that he can do, like, I've done beer reviews on TikTok before, but like I can't chug, like I can't imagine trying to chug one of those things. So I appreciate the commitment. I think it's the commitment to the bit that gives it a solid grade for me.
It's an A+ because he goes through some complete garbage flavors.
That is also true.
Eggnog seltzers.
You know are going to be terrible, and he still does it. And like that gives it an A+ right there. And like if you're ever having a bad day, you can just go flip on to Tucker's TikTok, and you're going to come out of there smiling.
He's funny, man. Like,
he's incredible.
Just don't ask him his Nintendo joke.
He's a wonderful, wonderful young man, and the bit gets a C- from me. We are over $5,500 now in the Terez Paylor fundraising. And Zachariah Wertvine, thank you so much for your donation. Clayton Fawcett, also, thank you so much for your donation as well. You have, Clayton, your number, I'll just extend over $5,500, which we were setting a goal for $5,000. And I mean, I think most of the money's come in here in the last few hours. So y'all rule. You guys do rule. You really do. Thank you guys. It's been so cool to see your support and helping us do some really cool stuff in Kansas City and for causes we care about.
Yes.
Curtis Brooks, the defensive tackle out of Cincinnati, off the board. Another Cincinnati draft pick.
It's a good defense.
It's a great defense.
And the second Cincinnati defender off the board was who, Kent?
I don't know.
Kansas City Chiefs pick at 62 was safety Brian Cook out of Cincinnati, the second Cincinnati Bearcat defender off the board. And I thought I was setting you up, but that's okay. It's too late. I understand.
My brain is mush. My brain is mush.
So, Ken, how about that Bobby Wood Jr., huh?
Yeah, we might have to pivot. I don't even know if I can't formulate a single take right now. Did you guys notice, like, I think it was like day one, I just like my brain shut down the last 30 seconds trying to close this show. I was just like kept word vomiting and like saying the same thing over and over again. Like
I think then
brain
it seemed like it was out of excitement though, right? Like it seemed like day one and started day two was a lot of excitement, even though we were getting a little fried. Like now it's definitely setting in that we have, especially this long lull, right, with the trade up for Dan Kennard, which we all love, but this long lull makes it kind of you know stall out a little bit. But now we're going to come back in, and they're going to have 3 picks, and everyone's going to have to perk right back up. Kent's going to have to be firing on all cylinders. When I tee him up for something like that, I'm going to need
second. I don't care.
I'm going to need better than that kind of swing.
Oh, I got some M&Ms.
He's getting some sugar. He's getting some.
I'm good.
No, I'm good. Thank you. BJ's offering out M&Ms to give some people some sugar.
Give him some sugar. Maddie refuses to eat sugar or anything good. So
I had chicken and waffles this morning. There's plenty of sugar in that.
Oh, okay.
So we're good. We're just we're waiting on these last couple weeks. I feel like something sold out here. We got the Curtis Brooks came in and we haven't got anything since.
I want to shout out John McConnell and Jordan Whitworth for their donations as well. You have been entered into the drawing that we'll be having here in a little bit.
13 minutes.
You got 13 minutes left to get in your donations to the KC Sports Network Venmo before we start raffling off. We have $5,555 right now.
You guys are too good. You guys are too good.
So thank you guys.
We got a Frank Clark times 2 amount of donations right now. So
or 4 Leo Chanels.
Or 4 George Karloftis.
Or 4 George Karloftis.
Wow, we've hit a good point here.
Oh man,
we need the Chiefs to start picking again.
I need the Lions pick to come
in. Can they get 233 back?
This is what's taking so long to get this pick out. They got something going on with the broadcast and Lions. This has been in for a while. Like it's been a long time since picks. They got something going on.
A very Vegas thing just happened on the screen.
The worst thing about day 3 is when they just start throwing a bunch of dumb bits. we're going to have a giraffe make
Oh,
the
good.
pick.
Perfect. We got Brian Cook highlights. Now, Kit, I want to introduce you to Brian Cook. This is the safety the Chiefs drafted. He's the second Cincinnati defender taken in the NFL draft.
Oh, wow. Tell me about him, Matthew.
Well, he's a physical safety. He's, you're going to see him playing a lot in the middle of the field. He's an enforcer. And I think this pairing with Justin Reed, you're just seeing some more size, some more physicality coming in this Chiefs back into their secondary. Excellent run defender. Steve Spagnuolo, Trent McDuffie, shout out Steve Spagnuolo, is tired of missed tackles from the secondary. They're going out of their way to fix that. I think Brian Cook's actually going to become somebody that people really, really like. I mean, you can see some of these hits here on the highlight videos. Big physical guy. I think he'll do a little bit more in coverage than his stature says. So good player. I'm glad the Chiefs were able to get him, even though, he's the one pick that I don't think has been plus value from where I sit, but I'm not upset in any way, shape, or form over the pick. It's just the one that I'm having the most trouble putting up as this elite value area.
Yeah, I don't hold him in the same regard as some of the other selections and some of the other value that this team has got in this draft. But if this is the least quote unquote value that you've gotten out of the draft, you're thrilled because this is a good football player that is going to contribute immediately. He's going to be a core special teams player. He's going to be a rotational safety. He's a sure tackler. He's a physical tone setter. I mean, this team is building a new identity on the defensive side of the football. They're adding a new core. They're adding to their core. It started with Nick Bolton with that level of intensity. They've added more athleticism to this group. They've added a lot of really good football players as well. We have a couple picks that have been we do have a couple picks that have been made.
We have one pick.
No, we have two. James Houston, the fourth, the pass rusher. Also, East-West Shrine Bowl has gone.
He was late there. He was actually, I hadn't mentioned this name yet because I was hoping this is one of the few toolsy pass rushers I was hoping that made it to the Chiefs, and I didn't want to curse him, but I guess just thinking
about
him
it.
got him off the board.
Do what I'm doing and don't think about anything. But James Houston goes to the Lions, the pass rusher. But we also have another name. The Buccaneers have taken, this is real, tight end Kieft.
Oh, yeah. Virginia Tech?
Oh. Well, there we go.
Are you surprised?
Yeah.
We shouldn't be surprised that Maddie knew exactly who that was. Okay, so we're seeing, sorry, I don't know if you had anything else to say about him, but I'm curious. I have a question about Brian Cook. So does this mean that we're going to see a lot more 3 safety sets with the Chiefs this year with him, Thornhill, and Reed on the field at the same time? Or is he going to come in on more run heavy downs for Thornhill?
I don't know. I'm interested. That's something I want to watch in camp. I want to see what it's going to do, right? I think Juan Thornhill is caught up with this defensive scheme. You would think he would stay out there, and his pairing as a single high safety with Justin Reed and base looks makes a little sense of a very clear free safety, strong safety, deep, box, whatever you want to call it. Brian Cook's a little bit more diverse, right? If him and Justin Reed are out there, they can either one be anywhere. Okay. So I'm intrigued as the year goes on or in camp if you don't see Brian Cook and Justin Reed play a little bit together, because I think it allows you to be a little bit more diverse or, hide stuff, disguise stuff a little more. So I'm intrigued how that goes out. Now, he might go all this year as a third safety and just literally play your Dan Sorensen role until he's ready to take that next step. Or he could come in and hit the ground running if he's picking things up really quick and give you that double set of diverse safety. So I'm intrigued to see where it goes. I'll say this, though. Brian Cook, Sky Moore, both guys taken at almost the exact same pick that Cole Hardman and Juan Thornhill were taken as of 3 years ago. I don't know what that means for their outlook for the Chiefs long-term beyond this year, because that doesn't seem to scream we're bringing those guys back, in my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are over $5,600 in the fundraiser for Terez
over
Paylor.
The George Karlaftis number.
We Caleb Sanders, shout out Caleb Sanders, shout out Ben Murray, shout out Eric Ferguson. You have 5 minutes left to get your donations in before we start getting ready for this raffle. So make sure if you are wanting to get in on potentially winning a Nick Bolton jersey, which I think I have. Yep, I do.
I should have searched the jerseys on you.
Maybe we should wear them.
No.
Travis Kelce jersey. Patrick Lavon Mahomes signed football helmets. You are entered to win one of those if you donate in the next 5 minutes to the KC Sports Network Venmo. If you donate every $10, gets you an entry into this fundraiser. So supporting the PowerMizzou.com scholarship program and also the Howard University endowment for Terez Paylor, which it being endowment, it's a big deal. It's a very, very big deal. So make sure you donate to those, donate to those causes, and potentially win some really great prizes that we'll be giving away here in a few minutes.
So I got some draft stuff. First of all, you let me get away with saying that Keith was Virginia Tech. He's definitely Minnesota.
I gave it away. I didn't know who it was. I didn't know that one. So there you go. That's why.
Okay.
Another East-West Shrine Bowl player is off the board. Linebacker Chance Campbell out of Ole Miss. I know this is. I think this is the guy that we bet sticks. I believe during the pre-draft press.
Yeah, I believe it was. And Chance Campbell, when we did a college watch party at Holiday Distillery early this year with the KCS and community, Ole Miss was playing, and Chance Campbell was a guy. I kept elbowing Craig saying, "Hey, this guy transferred in. He's like this tackle collector before, but like." He looks kind of athletic, and he looks really good. He's making all of these plays for this defense that continued going down to the East-West Shrine in Vegas. So, like, this is a good pick this late in the draft. He actually had a really good athletic profile for a linebacker that you might see a little bit as a tackle collector that usually is going to go this late. So I like that pick by the Titans. 49ers follow that up with Kalia Davis out of a defensive tackle out of UCF. This guy hasn't played football in almost like 2.5 years because of injury, because of the COVID year. He hasn't played a lot of college football, but the highlights are really good. Like, he's an explosive interior. It's like he was going to remind you a lot of I'm going to draw a blank because of its day 3 of the draft. The UCF defensive tackle that plays for the Cowboys. It's a very dirty player.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. I'll look up his name, but that's what he reminds me of when he plays. It's a little bit, helmet scouting stuff and everything like that. But he's not a dirty player. Hold on, don't get me wrong. He's not a dirty player. It's just his athletic profile, the way he plays. He's a very good penetrating defensive tackle, a little shorter, a little smaller, but good size. And if you can just develop his hands, he's going to become a good guy.
The second pick of the 49ers is Tariq Castro Fields out of Penn State. So that's the final pick of round 6.
We have made it to round 7.
Woo! We are in round 7 of the 2022 NFL Draft, hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill. I can't believe we're here. The Chiefs have Tristan Hill. We have 3 picks for the Chiefs to make in the final round of this draft, and we are very excited to be hanging out here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. We are going to be announcing the winners of the raffle that we've been doing to support Terez Paylor Foundation, both with PowerMizzou.com and with the Howard University Endowment that is set up there for honoring the legacy of Terez Paylor. So we'll be giving those away very, very soon. And again, thank you everyone who has donated to that. We really, really appreciate it. I think we are about shutting down the donations
they
for
got
that.
4 minutes.
BJ, are we shutting down donations?
2 minutes.
This is the
2-minute warning.
This is the 2-minute warning on your entries.
This is your last 120 seconds to get in those donations. So, and then we'll be drawing. And then we're going to be pulling the drawing right after that. I think we got Scotty Dubs on the drawing right now. So, if you were nice to him earlier, maybe that increased your chances. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, we are in round 7.
Yes, we are.
Mercifully. I'll be honest with you. I'm having a lot of fun. I know this has been a crazy day, but I'm having a good time, and it's fun to hang out with Maddie because we don't get to hang out in person very often. We talk every single day in some capacity, like in the DMs and the group chats. We're chatting all day with him and me and Craig, and we talk with Bearcat a lot, who was hanging out here this weekend. Draft's always been a big part of like kind of our relationship, and it's been fun hanging out with you, buddy. You're here till tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I won't be seen by anybody until tomorrow when I get on my flight and finally wake up, but I will be here.
We won't.
It's been a lot of fun, though. I've enjoyed getting to hang out with you a little bit, even though you refuse to come watch film with us every night because you want to go, see your family or something.
My family's asleep when I get home. It's just that we're leaving this place past midnight every night. So I was really bummed. I was really part of me just wanted to sleep in the Airbnb with you guys. Just come. I don't think my wife would have been thrilled with that. I would have had to answer some questions about that. Round 7, the first pick in the 7th round has occurred. Monteric Brown out of Arkansas, the cornerback.
I believe he actually has some really good analytic statistical measures on his man coverage ability, his efficiency when playing in man coverage. When I watched him, I didn't see it as much, but he's a long corner, got some deep speed, got some length. So, it is hard to get the ball around him when he's kind of in this bail cover 3 stuff. So, I get the appeal. I mean, we're in round 7. I'm not trying to critique anything too awful much. Just that is kind of the quick pitch on Monteric Brown out of Arkansas, because I do know he has some fans in the analytical community.
That's very interesting. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, okay, you can do that. As we sit here, we are resetting ourselves going forward, and we are. Okay. I believe the cutoff of the donations has hit for the Terez Paylor Foundation, and we are preparing here to do the drawing here in just a couple minutes, and we will see. We will announce those. If the winner is not listening, that's okay. Yeah. So as we keep going, we'll keep announcing picks up until this moment. Then we'll get through there. We'll keep talking about the draft as it comes in. Joel, I gotta say, the Travis Kelce jersey will be the first one up. That is going to be the first drawing when we start this, and then we'll keep going from there. Joel, I just got to say thank you for being here and jumping on here with us. I don't know if Kent and I would make it without a fresh voice up here. I don't know if we could have done it.
Hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys letting me overstay my welcome on here with a microphone when I have zero input on most of or any ability to talk about most of the stuff you guys do. That's why I love listening to you guys every week. And for the last few years, I've been listening to you guys. So it's been really cool to not only get to meet you in person finally,
Yes.
but to be able to talk a little football, a little NFL draft. The guide has turned me into a nerd for this stuff. So it's certainly been a lot of fun.
That's what I love to hear. Yeah, if you weren't here, we're just going to start pulling random people from the bar at the Kingdom Bar and Grill
Yeah.
or some of the wait staff and just having them start giving their inputs.
Perfect.
And pulling on their things. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we've been able to get some of this stuff for you. We got some Oklahoma State guys from your alma mater coming off. It's been a good run. And right now we got Cleveland Browns at pick 223. The Chiefs traded 233. So we're still over 10 picks away. We are, I actually believe, exactly 20 picks away from the Chiefs selection right now.
All right, so it is time to start announcing some of the winners of the Terez Paylor fundraiser. So the Travis Kelce jersey, if you are watching right now, I want to congratulate Ariel James. You have won the Travis Kelce jersey
All right.
in the raffle supporting Terez Paylor. Thank you so much for your donation, and congratulations on winning the Travis Kelce jersey. There is the first prize off the board is the Travis Kelce jersey. So thank you so much to Ariel James, and congratulations if you're listening to this and watching this. Why?
No, absolutely.
That's so weird. Still have 480 people here sitting in the 7th round. We're 20 picks.
Where else would you be on a Saturday at 5:30?
We're having a lot of fun, and thank you all so much for watching. This has been great. Hit the like and subscribe button down there if you so choose. Please do that. It's good for what we're doing here. Nearing 6 hours of live coverage.
Man, another guy that I tried not to mention. So would be available. Isaiah Thomas, a defensive lineman out of Oklahoma. This is a good player. This is a good football player right here that just came off the board
in round 7.
In round 7 to the Cleveland Browns. He's a very Steve Spagnuolo-esque defensive end that can kick inside a little bit. So that was a guy that I was hoping would maybe kick it around until the Chiefs pick. So
we talked about him as a day 3 target earlier this week.
It's like a 4th, 5th type rounder. Yeah, he was at the Shrine. He was at the Senior Bowl. He was the Senior Bowl. And, I don't know if he did anything to necessarily stand out. Maybe that's why he's fallen down a little bit. But I don't know. I like the player, and I think the versatility is really good. So that's a good pick.
You've seen him a little bit against Oklahoma State.
Yeah. He kind of terrorized us last year, if I recall correctly. He and Perion Winfrey, they were timing the snap count like for the entire game against Bedlam, or in Bedlam at Oklahoma State. It was insane.
Well,
I love the Kansas City Chiefs official tweet about Darren Kennard. We got ourselves an absolute unit, and it's all these zoomed in pictures of him pulling and just running through guys. I love the phrase absolute unit. Just lean into stuff like that.
And all of the size of the lad.
Well, he is an absolute unit.
Right,
I mean, this is a nasty, nasty football player. He's a mauler. He's a really good football player, and I'm thrilled that the Chiefs were able to get him at this value. There's debate about whether or not he's going to be an interior offensive lineman at the next level, but I think you let him try at right tackle, especially with the need that the Chiefs have at right tackle. I think he has the ability to compete right off the bat, and the Chiefs got him in round 5.
What % chance do you think he's the starting right tackle week 1?
Not zero.
Non-zero. I'll call it 20%.
Okay. Yeah, and So being a 5th round pick, right? Like you just say 5th round, and you can't like anticipate a guy's going to start from there.
Yeah, it's
Or
tough.
you can't even anticipate a guy's going to compete to start from there. Now, it happened for the Chiefs last year, but like you can't anticipate that. My one holdup is we don't exactly know where Lucas Niang is in terms of his recovery, right? Like Brett Veach said he's hitting his marks, but what's the ultimate end date for Lucas Niang's return to health? Is it start of the season? Is it November? You know, we don't know what it's going to be. So there might be a little bit of an open competition if it becomes Andrew Wiley versus a non-100% Lucas Niang and Darian Kennard. That's that's an open competition. Does anyone know where Craig is? Yeah, I think this time he decided to go to Saturn. Mars was not a challenging enough. No,
He was getting bored with going to the moon.
then he hit up Mars, too red. He blended in with his beard sometimes, and so now he had to go up. No, I'm kidding. I believe Craig had a wedding that he had to get out to, so he had to head out today. I believe he actually head out right before the Chiefs made their first pick of Joshua Williams. He's out. He was here. He was sad to go, but he had some real life stuff going on that he had to slide on out and do. He will be back, not for the lab on Monday, but for the Wednesday.
Because we won't be back for the lab on Monday because there will be no Casey Laboratory on Monday.
Correct.
We're going to be doing the Nick Bolton jersey winner here very quickly, and we will be announcing that here in just a few minutes. So stay tuned for that. We will be announcing that in just a quick second. So,
and then while we wait, after Isaiah Thomas was Cameron Good, an edge/linebacker from California.
All right. The Nick Bolton jersey. I hope it's a KU fan. It'd be kind of funny. Steve Gray, you have won the Nick Bolton jersey. Congratulations on that. Steve Gray winning the Nick Bolton jersey. We have one more prize to give away. That's the Patrick Lavon Mahomes signed football helmet. We will be giving away that here in a few minutes. But congratulations to our guy, Steve Gray. Thank you again so much for your support and all that you have done to help us support Terez Paylor and his legacy. So,
all right. So, similar question about Darren Kennard. If he wins the starting job, he's the answer to this question. I'm going to ask it. Which rookie do you guys think plays the most snaps by the end of the year from this Chiefs draft? You can say a guy to still be picked if you have heavy belief in one of these round 7 picks to be that guy.
This is one of those Matty answers because,
non-special team snaps.
It's Trent McDuffie.
Okay.
He's going to play the most snaps on this football team, but cornerbacks play a lot of snaps too. So it's George Karlaftis is not going to play the most snaps because he's a defensive end.
Yeah. So you don't think Darren Kennard earns a starting job then?
I don't think he earns it right off the top.
Okay, that's fair. I just that's essentially that's what you're looking at. Would you go?
Yeah, I would go McDuffie as well, just because I think he has the best opportunity to get on the field, and he'll move between probably outside a little bit. I can see him and Snead kind of going back and forth between slot corner and outside. I think Sky Moore has a really good chance to maybe be second.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I think I think he's going to break in very quickly and work in with MVS and Juju for sure for some of those, in some of those formats. So we'll see, but I could see that being
that
a
would be a fun one. I'd really enjoy it if it's Sky Moore. I think they're getting enough of a stable at wide receiver. That's the only thing that makes me a little bit hesitant there. But I like the bet there for him. It's a good room, so it's going to be a lot.
I guess it is. I guess it's dependent on what how McCole progresses or what his role for them is this year. Is it going to be a true slot guy, or is he kind of a gadget player that they bring in and kind of run similar to what they did specifically for him in the Broncos game in week 17, where it was a lot of jet and bubble and go type stuff. So I don't know what kind of stuff he's going to do this year. And if he is that guy, then I think Sky Moore is going to get a lot more true wide receiver reps.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears have selected Ja'Tyre Carter, the guard out of Southern. I believe he got an opportunity at the Senior Bowl this year.
Yes, yeah, he was one of the offensive linemen down there, getting off the board in round 7. Nice and impressive for a showing for him. It is time for the mini helmet signed by Patrick Lavon Mahomes. We are about to pull this drawing up right now. We will let you know who wins this beauty right here with this nice little signature across the top, and we'll be announcing that here shortly.
Yeah, we'll be doing that. And while we were waiting for the official name, the Minnesota Vikings at pick 227 have selected tight end Nick Muse, Tanner Muse's brother, for a Raiders pick, Raiders top 100 pick, I believe. Nick Muse out of South Carolina transferred up to South Carolina. I can't remember exactly. Was it Holy Cross?
I don't remember either.
But
you got me stumped.
Yeah. This is the hard-hitting analysis you're getting this late into the draft. But Nick Muse, the tight end out of South Carolina, off the board to the Minnesota Vikings with their final pick. And we have a winner for the Patrick LaVon Mahomes signed football helmets. I want to congratulate. First, before we do that, I want to say thank you to everybody who has donated to support the Terez Paylor Foundation at Howard University. PowerMizzou.com scholarship. Thank you so much for helping us continue the legacy of Terez Paylor. And the winner of the Patrick Mahomes signed helmet is Jackie Virgo. Congratulations to Jackie Virgo. Congratulations to everybody else, and thank you so much for all of your support. It means so much. We were able to raise over $5,500. I think it was over $5,600 for sure. I will get you a final number. We were able to raise $5,750. Thank you.
You guys are so great.
It means so much. We really, really, really appreciate you. It's just a special day, allowing us to do something pretty cool here. And again, we're getting very close to the Chiefs making a pick now. They're about 15 picks out. They would be about close, 6 picks out.
So far,
they'd be about 6 picks out if they hadn't traded up to secure Darian Kennard. I will take that trade off any day of the week. And now they're looking with 3 picks in a short span of time. They'll go at 243. They'll go at 251. Then they'll go at 259. So you're going to get some hard-hitting picks shortly after.
Let's go, Jackie.
Nice.
Watching
She's in the
right
chat.
now. That's awesome. Thank you,
Congrats,
Jackie.
Jackie. Great job. Awesome. And thank you so much for your support. It really means a lot. We really appreciate it. Tariq Carpenter off the board at pick 228 to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh. So now we are waiting for Tariq Carpenter, yes, to the Georgia Tech linebacker that played safety for the Packers.
Really quick. Ebony Reed is watching this. She was the love of Terez Paylor's life, and she's watching right now. And she says thank you to everybody. Thank you, Ebony. We think about you. I think about you all the time. Every time I see you on social media. I hope you know the kind of legacy that Terez left. I think you do. He impacted a lot of people. He impacted me in a big way. I was a fan, and then I was honored to kind of get feedback from him as a journalist. And his impact is immeasurable. And he was so gracious and so kind. And you see there's never been a bad word said about Terez. It's So
we appreciate it. We appreciate all you guys so much. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for donating. It's going to go so far in everything that we've been trying to do with this. You guys are the best that makes it all work. We're hanging on here. We're making it through this day, through the draft. We're making it through the end. I know Chiefs fan favorite. I got people, DMing me on Discord, DMing me on Twitter, talking about this stuff. Bo Melton, wide receiver from Rutgers, goes off to the Seattle Seahawks. That is the pick at 229. The Chiefs are just about 13 picks away now, but I just know that was one of the favorites. So we're, bringing us back in the draft. That was a player that a lot of Chiefs fans were looking forward to trying to bring in.
I think Bo Melton was a guy that the Chiefs might have looked at. Honestly, down here in round 7. So, honestly, if this is one of those guys that makes a lot of sense from receiver spot. Like, I think there's some special teams ability. There's a lot of jokes like Bo Melton, if he'd had a quarterback, maybe he's drafted a couple rounds earlier because that he did not do him any favors. That the quarterback at Rutgers did not do them any favors. So, that's a good pick for the Seahawks down here. I think this is a worthy lottery pick. So,
and so I'm looking. We're about at the point now we can start looking at some players and stuff that we might kind of like that are going to be available.
Don't, because they're going to get taken.
I'm already thinking about them.
Okay, well that's true. You've been thinking.
Okay, so Keontae Ingram came off the board earlier. Okay, looking at running back. Brett Veach specifically talked about running back late in this draft. So look at some guys that I think are still available. There's a chance I missed some here. Tyler Goodson out of Iowa. He hasn't been drafted yet, has he?
No, that's a good little running back
Really
too.
Good receiving back right
I
there.
mean, he's kind of like he's a little gadget player. You know, like
Yeah.
I mean, when the gadget player is not the right word, but he's just kind of a guy that you're going to use in a very defined role. He's not going to be a bell cow, but he's going to be a guy that you get a few touches here and there. Sean Hubocher says, shout out to BJ, Tucker, Kent, Maddie, Kuiper, and Craig. Hey, thank you so much, Sean. Appreciate you, man. This has been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun doing it with my friends, and especially Maddie Kuiper. And if you don't know what Maddie Kuiper means, that's because you're not on the KC Sports Network Discord. And you can get on the KC Sports Network Discord by getting on our Substack, kcsn.substack.com. It's $30 for an entire year. It gets you access to the Discord. It's going to get you all the premium features and articles breaking down all of these players. It's going to be available to you. The price is because we were able to kind of get a special price because of our partnership with Boys and Girls Club. And we're going to be doing this My First Game campaign with them and Tickets for Less. Got some really, really cool things in the works there as well. And with Tickets for Less, you got some stuff that's going to be given back to some Chiefs fans as well as those subscribers. Just trust me, you want to be subscribed to the KCSN Substack. It's only $30 a year now, thanks to some special partnerships that we've got here. So I would go check that out. I think there's a link in the description, so you can go check that out as well. All right, let's see if we have any picks since Bo Melton. We do
We're
not.
about to get it right now. It's about to be announced.
Washington is we're waiting on the pick from Washington.
So, and I just we start going through some names. Steve, we can get the running backs. I like Kennedy. Oh, okay, we got the Washington. Chris Paul, not of the Phoenix Suns, of Tulsa, is the pick. The guard, Chris Paul. I think he played tackle opposite of Tyler Smith, who went in round 1 to the Cowboys. He was also at the Senior Bowl. I think the move into guard is expected for him, but that's a nice pick here at the end. Very solid player. So to keep going through some other running backs, I kind of like Isaiah Pacheco, Shrine guy out of Rutgers.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bo Melton, maybe being misused, Pacheco, physical, hard, explosive, fast. I think he was tied or the second fastest running back at the NFL Combine this year.
Yeah, it was. And I remember watching him, and I think some of his speed kind of surprised you when you watched him at the East-West Shrine Bowl. When we were down there, it was just a surprise. Some of that burst down the sideline. I was like, okay, all right, Isaiah Pacheco. And, I was talking to Owen Reese when we were down at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He's one of the evaluators, one of the guys in the personnel department for the Shrine Bowl. We were talking about Isaiah Pacheco, and he says, he kind of said, this is the guy that could play for my team any day. And one of the reasons was, he's watching Rutgers get the brakes beat off him by, I think it was like Michigan.
Something like
and
that.
There's Isaiah Pacheco in the late fourth quarter, just playing as hard as he can. The pass protection ability, a quality runner, some ability, some burst. There's a lot to like there. So, Isaiah Pacheco, the running back out of Rutgers, the guy worth keeping an eye on, which inevitably means that he's going here to the Buffalo Bills. We are getting very, very close to the Chiefs making 3 selections in round 7 of the draft. Thank you to the over 500 people that are sitting with us right now, watching, getting ready for the Chiefs to make their next selection. Cannot wait. We're going to kind of we got. We have Trent McDuffie here at Draft Fest, and you can kind of get a look at the first pick the Chiefs traded up for. He's celebrating, having a good time. Here's Trent McDuffie hanging out at Draft Fest. Look at all those Chiefs fans. Hey, he's getting the chop going.
He looks good in Chiefs red.
With those sub 30-inch arms. My man.
He looks good in Chiefs red.
Dude, he looks great in Chiefs red. I don't know if you listened to any of the interviews with Trent McDuffie since he's been selected. But man, it's been fun to listen to him. He's a very good interview.
Yeah,
very thoughtful interview. It seems really genuinely excited to be part of this team.
And he brings a really nice swagger too. And you watch him on the field, obviously the tape jumps off the page with how good he is, but also the way he carries himself on the field. It kind of it's like that confidence versus arrogance thing. But when you're out on an island like that as a corner, you have to carry yourself that way. When you're up one-on-one with these receivers. As good as so many of these receivers in the NFL are, you have to carry yourself that way. You have to be confident in yourself that way. And Trent McDuffie really carries that nicely.
You got to have a short memory to play cornerback at this position. And I think this is a guy that understands the assignment. He understands the realities of playing the position and the difficulties of playing that position, and is willing to let that that adversity roll off his shoulders.
Yeah,
that's it's a tough position. It's a lonely position at times out at cornerback.
I mean, the last time the Chiefs drafted a cornerback from UW in the first round, it worked worked out pretty
It
well.
worked out pretty
Hashtag
well.
analytics. Yeah.
And that was the number 22 from Washington as well. I know the 32nd pick in this draft is Wisconsin cornerback Faion Hicks. We're still waiting on pick 231. Oh, we do have pick 231. It's Baylon Spector, the linebacker from Clemson. Baylon Spector, another East-West Shrine Bowl guy. We're seeing a lot of Shrine Bowl guys flying off the board here. So
Baylon Spector made some plays at East-West Shrine in
Yes, he
practice,
did.
too. He was getting the whole defense fired up a few times. He made a pick that I think he returned for 6, maybe even had a fumble that he kind of picked up in practice or something. But he was getting some guys going. There was people, kind of rallying around him and some of his plays that he made there. So nice little snag here kind of later in the draft where you're just kind of looking for guys that are going to play hard, play on special teams. That's what you're after.
So the Chiefs had the 233rd pick in this draft, and the 233rd pick in this draft is on the board right now. The Seattle Seahawks, though, are making that selection.
Oh, wait, who would you pick?
Who would I pick? It's a good question, Matt.
You're welcome for that question.
Yeah. Let's say,
Has Chico Okonkwo been drafted
Chico
yet?
Okonkwo has.
I thought so. I didn't remember when.
Bo Melton's off the board.
Correct.
I'm going to look. Marquand,
that's a
Bully
big
Ball
one. That's a good
McCall.
one. That's a
Bully
good
Ball
one.
McCall.
That's a BJ. Shout out from the rafters.
I'm feeling it a little bit.
I hope so. The Titans.
I'm feeling it, but I think
some
I'm
Ali
gonna
Fayad,
call my shot right now. The Chiefs are taking Marquand McCall with one of these 3 7th-round picks.
Okay.
I'm calling my shot.
Okay.
Bully Ball McCall will be a Kansas City Chief. Mark it, Scotty Dub. Mark it. Bully Ball McCall is going to be a Chief in the next hour.
Okay.
I said it.
I'll buy in.
As the way this draft has gone, Kalen Barnes would be a good one too. Dave Tobe would like a Kalen Barnes here. The Chiefs got Kalen Barnes and Marquand McCall. Why not?
And Isaiah Pacheco. Let's just throw them all out there.
Let's manifesting all 3 picks in the 7th round for the Kansas City
Since we
Chiefs.
just said them, they're all going before the Chiefs come on the clock. Oh, there's one.
Well, here's one of the guys we talked about earlier as far as a swing for a ceiling. The Seattle Seahawks, of course, the Seahawks do. This is Derek Young out of Lenore Rhine. He's a height, weight, speed guy. Another guy from the East-West Shrine Bowl. Because, Eric Galco is absolutely crushing this, and he did a fantastic job identifying a lot of great players in this year's class. Derek Young, BJ's bringing up. How about local kid Garrett Prince? Why don't we bring our guy Garrett Prince home? We had a chance to talk to him a little bit too, and I'm really pulling for him. I hope he gets a chance. It's kind of been a bummer of a process for him because he did pull his hammy or had a hamstring issue at the East-West Shrine Bowl, and I think that's kind of hamstrung his literally hamstrung his pre-draft process. So there's another guy to keep an eye on as well.
Well, he ran his 40, and he said that he probably feels like he shouldn't have because it was one of those things where it felt good enough to start, but then he didn't feel fully healthy at the end of it. So he ran like a 4.58 on a hurt hamstring. So it's just worth noting. Look, there's one very clear, obvious name out there, and it's out there for a reason. Justin Ross is still available.
I was thinking about bringing him up here in a second.
He's still available, and I get it. The medicals are the concern, and maybe every team has said no. But in 7th round, what do you have to lose?
Yeah,
I think it's the athleticism. It's also
we're getting a break in.
BJ Kissel
We've been
about
infiltrated.
to jump on air.
We're gonna see if this kid's gonna come through and work. See, the interesting thing about the 7th round and right now is that these scouts and everybody in that room, they're calling the priority free agents right now. They're paying less attention to the draft. And a lot of these players don't necessarily want to get drafted because if they don't get drafted in the next 45 minutes, they're going to get basically recruited and pitched right now all the way through the next couple hours.
Most likely.
Priority free agents are picking where they get to go. Yeah, and they get to pick where they go, and there's a certain signing bonus allotment that teams can use to get guys, and that's what's going on behind the scenes right now is the majority of those position coaches, the scouts, the area scouts, the checkers, they are calling these players saying, hey, we want you to sign with us if you don't get drafted.
We have another pick. Jonathan Ford, the defensive tackle out of Miami, goes to the Green Bay Packers.
What? Yeah, and that's a great point by BJ because that is what happens. And you probably have some of these players, especially guys like a Justin Ross, where teams don't want to take him where he feels like the absolute worst value could be. maybe he's saying, please don't draft me right now. I'd rather go to a team that has something else or any of these other high-level guys.
Why
So,
is Jeffrey Gunter on the board still?
don't know.
That's another one I'm curious about. Why is he off the board or not on the board right now?
I don't know. I would be a little surprised if he wasn't like liked during interviews because we talked to him. Super fun guy, super like just personable. So like just even whether it wasn't like he blew us away on the whiteboard, you think that'd be a guy that you'd want in the building because he seemed like he's going to give great effort. He seemed very fun and a good teammate to have around. So that one kind of surprised me, especially with his athleticism.
Yeah, that one's kind of surprising as well. So there's still some good football players available on the board. Justin Ross, I think you got to chalk it up. This has been a really rough process for him and the injury. So digging in on the medicals, I'm sure that a lot of teams have done a lot of work on his medicals, which is one of the big questions. Then when he goes and tests at his pro day, doesn't go well for him. Doesn't look like the same kind of athlete that he did earlier in the process, early in his career. So like there's some questions there. I think the NFL is telling you what they think about his situation. So
right, and that's what I'm saying.
unfortunately.
At some point in time, you might be finally getting to the point where the talent overrules the risk. Like I think you mentioned it earlier. At some point in time, there's a level where that talent. Oh, here we go. BJ, are teams worried about injury liability for injuries like Justin Ross? I mean, yeah, absolutely, right? And that's a big part of it here is you draft this guy, you're kind of pinned into, I mean, it's not a lot of money at this point in time, but that's still a guy you drafted in terms of you put your stamp of approval on a guy that has a long-term injury.
Derek Pascal, Kent, doesn't Gunter stand why
he hasn't been drafted?
Got him.
I think he's too tired to even laugh at the pun.
I think I would have gone with Gunther stand. I would have used the TH. I would have extended it. That was still pretty good.
Thank you for critiquing his joke.
Look, if you're gonna try to run a pun at the Pun King, I'm gonna give you real insight. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So don't come out and punting. You're just punting away the opportunity.
It's pretty good. We are here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Thank you to the nearly 600 of you hanging out watching the very end of this draft. It's been a lot of fun at Kingdom Bar and Grill. This is about the 12th, 13th, 14th hour of live coverage that we've had. I would like some M&Ms.
It's an apology coming in. The apology M&Ms.
Yeah, I'm just eating sugar.
The way to Kent's heart.
Yeah. That's a good point.
All right, come on, Rams. Get this in. Chargers, Rams, Lions. Come on, just fire these things off.
Okay.
Let's wrap this up.
Daniel Hardy, linebacker, Montana State, going to the Rams. Is at 235? Yeah, 235.
Yeah.
Daniel Hardy.
So what I know about Daniel Hardy,
formerly of the Hardy Boys, now
one of the Hardy Boys. Yeah. Also, he was teammates with Troy Anderson, the linebacker out of Montana State. Fun fact about him. Daniel Hardy, I know he recorded some tackles.
He played football. He strapped on a helmet and was wearing a uniform on the field.
Yeah, he played football at Montana State.
Probably.
He's a really productive linebacker. Had a really strong career. Played a lot of snaps for probably.
This is good.
Oh my God.
Okay,
he's a little bit of an undersized linebacker. He's 6'3", 223 pounds.
6'3", undersized.
No, 223 pounds. So maybe a safety.
Don't Gunther estimate him.
There you go, Gabe. I love it. But Daniel Hardy, a football player, has been selected by a football team. Yeah, thank you. This is probably one of my favorite picks. I might do this the rest. We might, you can't if you're not a little slap happy after doing 14 hours of live TV over 3 days.
The insight I came here for.
Yeah. I've had 0 360 vodkas today.
Not a single one.
Not a single one. This is unbridled deprivation.
Y'all deserve one though.
Yeah.
It was off the rails. The minute these guys let me on here.
Exactly, Joel. I mean, once we started asking a baseball guy for football takes, I think things just got really
You're not wrong. I mean, you are not wrong.
No, you've got plenty of football takes. You're around the game plenty.
This is
But
good.
thanks for Joel to hanging out with us, man. It's been
what
fun
we
to have
needed.
you, man.
It's absolutely what we needed here.
We needed some extra. We needed help. We needed help. You're gonna need some 360 vodka after hanging out with us.
I say y'all deserve one. I have no problem getting around to finish this thing out.
I just love how your voice is fine and we sound like
Awful.
terrible.
Chargers.
Well, I'm here to bring some juice. What do we got?
Oh, look at this. We got the Chargers with the selection. I clicked off.
It's Dean Leonard out
Dean
of Ole
Leonard,
Miss.
yes. I couldn't remember the last name because I was not entirely sure. Dean Leonard, a cornerback out of Ole Miss, born in Calgary. So Canadian guy coming through.
Eh? Dean Leonard, cornerback out of Ole Miss. That's nice. I'm going to go research him. He's not in the KCSN draft guide. 566 of you watching. Thank you so much. The Chiefs are very close to being on the clock.
His dad played 7 years for the Calgary Stampeders in the Canadian Football League. So football's in his blood. So this guy, he's a cornerback.
First team academic honor roll, 6 foot, 195 pounds. He's a general business major.
Are you reading his resume or his draft profile?
I mean, his draft profile is his resume. That's how this works. This is the NFL draft. He's not applying for a desk job.
Well,
we are getting very close to the Kansas City Chiefs making
It
3
couldn't come
selections.
fast
It
enough.
could not come any quicker. We are.
Oh, I know this player. The
Hey.
Lions have selected Chase Lucas, an East-West Shrine guy.
We might have highlights of him. You need another person, much like Kansas City needs another Macadoodle.
Yo, Craig's out. Craig's out. We got better transitions coming in now.
The people are doing the transitions for us, which is even better. But Chase Lucas, the cornerback out of Arizona State, off the board. Another East-West Shrine Bowl participant. That's getting drafted again. I mean, this is the Eric Galco's having himself a day here.
He's having himself a weekend. Like, there's a lot of guys. Chase Lucas is a nice, size athlete guy coming out of, I think, a 3 to 4 year starter out of Arizona State. He's gonna what? Jack Jones
got drafted earlier too.
Drafted by the Patriots, I believe, in like round 4.
Because of course he did.
And but yeah, no, Chase Lucas is a good pick this late in the draft. We've gone through a few times now. We don't even know the players. Some guys haven't been in the draft guide. You get a Power 5 corner with a lot of starting experience coming off here.
Yeah, and
I know earlier you said you like corners that talk trash.
Yeah.
It took about 3 minutes in Vegas of watching the Shrine Bowl to see Chase Lucas talking trash to anyone and everyone that was around him.
yeah, that was one of BJ's favorite guys too. And it wasn't just the trash talk. He was an encourager. He was like a good teammate kind of guy. He was trying to encourage the rest of his group. He was helping guys up. He was trying to lift his teammates up at the East-West Shrine Bowl. So I mean, the Detroit Lions are getting like a really quality kid. We actually had a chance to talk to him a little bit as well. And we're definitely rooting for him. We're rooting for all these guys. It's really fun.
Except for Raiders picks.
Yeah, hey, Max Ramsey, you got a good point. You got 560 people watching, but only 340 likes.
What is up with that? There's
Hey, if you're watching this, hit the like, hit the subscribe button
The
for KC
300
Sports
of you.
Network. We need some help here. We're trying to continue to grow this channel. We just hit 1 million audio podcast downloads today. It's a big day for us celebrating here at KC Sports Network. And thank you all for your support. We'd love some more likes. We'd love some more subscribes. Leave some comments. Tell us who you want the Chiefs to pick because they're only a few picks away. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the board, and we're waiting to see who they select. And the Chiefs are getting very close.
They're 6 picks away. I mean, we got to pick up some of these likes here. I mean, I get it. People get a little tired of asking for likes sometimes. You're just listening, you're hanging out, but it takes 2 seconds. Just a quick little click, done, and then you can go back to watching in full screen. Get to see Kent's beautiful face. Get to see Joel's. I'm kind of over here. We'll move on. And 6 picks. Where are you thinking, Kent? We've talked about some guys. Just give me a guy.
I will go Jeffrey Gunter,
okay,
the defensive end. I think that's a really nice swing for this team this late in the draft.
Yeah, I think that'd be a phenomenal one right here.
I have the Raiders pick really quick. It's Thayer Munford out of Ohio State, another offensive lineman from the Buckeyes and now he's going to the Las Vegas Raiders.
I mean, they should draft all offensive linemen the way they played last year. And I mean, he's a Ohio State guy, so I'm sure he's a 4 or 5 star recruit. Played a lot of football there at tackle and guard. we'll see how that pans out for him, right? Just bringing in more bodies to that side or that area of the field is probably a good thing. I'm looking through here trying to find some other guys.
We put a 4th round grade on Thayer Munford. We had him between Luke Gedeke, who went top 50 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Cordell Volson, a guy that we were really high on as well.
Here's some interesting names. They've already gone with a safety, but what if they come back there and go with the Marquise Bell, absolute freak athlete?
Yeah.
So I just throwing out some names here that I'm still seeing available that I'm kind of surprised when you have athletic profiles like this and stuff. But I mean, there's guys available all over. So I mean, Marquise Bell, we're looking at a guy that's 6'2", 212 pounds, ran a 4.41, explosive jumps. Like, this is a very, very good football player coming out of Florida A&M. So that's probably why you're kind of not knowing a ton about him. It's just there's some guys out there still available that could at least come in and provide a fun camp body for the Chiefs. And that's kind of what you're hoping for now. Special teamer, a guy to come in and compete at camp.
I'll be right back.
Okay, you can be right back. You're good. So we are working through here. We are waiting for the next couple picks. Kent will be in and out before the Chiefs come back on the clock. The Colts pick is in, so they're rolling. We're getting through here pretty quick. Colts trying to build on their draft. All right, so Oklahoma State fan, who was the least favorite player that you kind of had to watch them play against? Who's that one guy that you're just like, oh my God, can you please quit beating my team?
Pretty much anyone for the University. He likes long walks on the beach. He's a Pisces. Loves a good Mai Tai, something like that.
Yeah.
So you mean for like an opposing team?
Yeah, sorry, an opposing team. Like, who's just the one opponent, singular player that you didn't want to see?
Pretty much anybody from the University of Oklahoma until this past year. But even then, Kennedy Brooks destroyed us for
still on the
4
board.
years. Yeah. His yards per carry is insane. If you look at his total carry, it's around 7.5 a carry, I think. It's something stupid like that. And he didn't even really play a ton last year, I believe, due to injury and just the way the running back room fell. But he was really, really good.
Yeah. No, he's a guy I like. He was one of the running backs I'd put on there. And, like, you tell me he has a good NFL career, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, the Colts pick is in. We got a Yale. We got somebody coming in out of Yale, Rodney Thomas.
So we're looking at probably a high football and academic IQ here.
I wonder if we'll ever hear that he went to Yale if he makes it out of the football field. I just wonder if that's a storyline.
First time he runs across the field and makes a play that he wasn't supposed to. Go, man, that's that Ivy League education.
Yeah, pretty much. Kennedy Brooks is a guy that I think would be on my short list of running backs I'd really like for the Chiefs, and it's nothing special athletically, but he just understands how to run a football. I think that's just it. He just understands how to run a football.
Yeah, and especially he did so well running that GT counter that Lincoln Riley's bread and butter was that GT counter that they run, and he was so good at just getting to the second level and just making just little subtle moves at the second and third level to miss.
Right.
And then he's out in the open field and he's gone. Never really a burner, but just a very, very smart runner.
Yeah, and then it's something I love. So that's a guy that I would not be upset at all to see the Chiefs go that direction. I mean, they've got
we have the Colts pick.
Yeah.
We just talked about that. Yeah, Ivy League guy. So we're gonna that one's gonna get mentioned quite a bit.
Yeah, you want to hit us with your scouting report?
He went to Yale. We are. Hey, we want to make sure we shout out all of our wives for letting us be here, letting us devote an entire weekend to this draft coverage. They are just incredible. The women that we have somehow lucked into. It's pretty great. So shout out our wives.
Yes. Because they're definitely watching, so thank you guys.
Yeah, they're totally watching. They're totally watching, and they totally listen to the podcast. My wife always says, like when we're doing the podcast, because I do it upstairs, I have my office, and it's right off our bedroom. She's like, I hear a third of your podcast all the time, so why do I need to hear the rest of it?
She is the best third.
I asked my wife if she ever listens to my show. She goes, I hit play, so I get 1 second, so you get to listen, and then I don't listen anymore.
That is a true queen right there.
Yeah.
If you all just want to do that for every episode we've ever, just play like 1 second of it. Just No.
You guys should listen to the whole thing. You absolutely should listen start to finish. There's great content.
There is great content all over KCSN.
Just not right now.
Yeah.
Or you can just listen to the ads. That's acceptable.
Yeah,
too.
just whatever. Just every little bit helps.
I see 600, almost 670 people in here. There are Royals fans in here too that I know are for sure sitting there. Subscribe not only to their shows, which I know you all have, KCSN Kansas City Royals for One Royal Way and Royals Farm Report.
Yeah, they're killing it with some great Royals content. Make sure you
There we go.
Shout out to you, Death John. I hope I did that right.
Think he's part of the death row unit for Leo
Leo Chanel are on death row. Oh, this has been fun. We're getting so close. I can't believe it, guys. We are only.
I can taste it, or that's the rawness in the back of my throat for talking for 14 hours.
We're only 22. Oh, I know. We have 22 picks left in this draft.
Jeez, F3
which is like 8% of the draft left. We have like 8%. I mean, it feels like the finish line's here, but it's really not. The Chiefs do have 3 picks to make.
I like how the NFL is slipping in like this fancy announcement on their broadcast at pick 240.
What is this announcement?
I don't know.
It was a U.S. Army veteran with 3 Purple Hearts, a Silver Star, and a Bronze Star, announcing the 240th pick.
It's a really cool idea, but why isn't it 240?
Yeah, why isn't this 40?
Right. Like,
why didn't he get to make the Jahan
Hey,
Dotson?
let's go.
Another Oklahoma State linebacker off the board.
Cornerback.
Cornerback. I can't read. Christian Holmes. Everything's coming up Oklahoma State right now.
Yeah, he was awesome for Oklahoma State last year. The stats aren't there because no one threw to his side of the ball, like his side of the field. He was able to really take away half the field.
So are you saying the other cornerback isn't draftable?
Jared Bernard-Converse is now at LSU. He's very good as well.
Yeah, no. He was probably a little bit better, right? Did he transfer to LSU?
Yeah, Jared Bernard-Converse, like he's very good as well.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, I mean, that entire Oklahoma State defense was insane last year. It really came on last year, and he's got really long arms, physical on the outside, played really well in that Jim Knowles scheme, which likes that man-to-man physicality. That's really the hallmark of that defense, is being able to. And what allows them to be so aggressive is having those corners like where Darius Williams was last year for Oklahoma State, and what Jared Bernard-Converse and Christian Holmes provided of allowing them to run zero, multiple times a game because they knew they could lock down outside and man.
Yeah. So did you think he was going to get drafted?
I honestly didn't. I'm very surprised. I thought maybe there was a chance he'd go in round 7. I thought there were maybe some other guys like Colby Harville-Peel's still on the board.
I was going to ask you about him or Josh Sills.
Josh Sills is a road grader.
Right. I thought those would have been my bets for 2 and 3 to come off for Oklahoma State, and to see 2 other guys from neither one of those guys come off. That's a little surprising.
Yes, and he was a Mizzou transfer. That's right.
Oh wow.
Yeah, played there
for Missouri connection too.
Yes, exactly. He was a very talented player to watch last year, and I think he can be if nothing else early on. He's going to be probably a camp body and probably a special teamer. I don't know how much time he'll get on the outside, but I think he showed enough that he can hold his own in man coverage.
Hey, 6'1", 205. That's a really good athletic or physical profile for a cornerback.
I don't know arm length, but he looks like he plays with long arms, being able to go. So,
what about the long speed?
He's pretty solid. Not like super burner, but he can hang. He can hang around.
He can carry vertically.
Locked down Eric Ezekama at the end of last season.
Well, that's saying something. That's a fun football player right there in his own right. He went off the board a lot earlier. So we are getting very close to the Chiefs making their selection. We are trying to find out the Pittsburgh Steelers pick here.
I think they're getting it. Okay, we got one. There you go. Pronounce that one.
Okay, so this is a quarterback pick. This is an intriguing one. They're taking another one. The Steelers are picking South Dakota State quarterback Chris Oladokun.
Oladokun?
Adel Desi. Chris Oladokun. Pick number 241. He was an intriguing guy, kind of late in the process. Actually visited the Chiefs, believe it or not. The Chiefs took a look at him, but he goes off the board a couple of weeks before the Chiefs select anybody. So I don't know if the Chiefs were really in on him or not, but they did have him in for a visit. And I remember watching him. I feel like I watched him a couple of years ago. Like I feel like he's been a starter for a couple of years here for them, and he's got some interesting throws there. Another quarterback off the board. And Sam Howell has been off the board, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he came off in round 5 to Washington.
So, I was going to say.
That's the first quarterback we've seen since then, though, I'm pretty sure.
The quarterbacks really haven't fallen off the board very well at all. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not overly surprised. Again, we've had this conversation a few times the last couple of days. Like, This isn't a great quarterback class. I think they were appropriately drafted for the most part. I mean, we put a lot of third-round grades. I put a lot of third-round grades on these guys. I'm trying to think. Carson Strong hasn't been drafted yet.
Yeah, that was a little surprising.
His knee must be
oh, yeah.
really messed up still.
Caleb Ellaby declared early, has yet to be drafted. Jack Cohn undrafted. Brock Purdy undrafted. There are some interesting, there's some undrafted free agent quarterbacks who are all looking to find their opportunities there. But it's overall just not a very strong
the
class.
Panthers pick is coming in now, which that means the Chiefs,
Are
your
on the
Kansas
clock.
City Chiefs,
Kansas City Chiefs are on the
Oh,
clock.
it's Kalen
Man,
Barnes.
The Panthers take Kalen Barnes.
That
Come on, Matt Rule, done. I mean, like Matt Rule taking the athlete that he probably recruited into Baylor. I'm not sure if he transferred out, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
that
about that
makes
one.
sense. But that's still okay. That was a guy that we're hoping would be on the board for the Chiefs. He goes off right before them.
Kalen Barnes, height, weight, speed. Like, there's a little bit of height to him too, but the fastest 40 time at the NFL Combine. I believe he was a former Matt Rule recruit. So he goes back to Matt Rule and the Carolina Panthers, a really, really good athletic profile. The Chiefs might have taken
Hopefully
him.
it's Marquand. That's what we're wanting. We're wanting a Marquand. That would be a phenomenal pick right here.
If that happens,
the pick's in already.
I swear, like Brett Veach is just like he's in the DMs or something. Like he's hanging out with us.
In fact, it. Like
The
we
Chiefs
got it.
That was quick, so they found their guy early.
I will tell you, we will tip it as soon as we receive it. But the Chiefs have made their first selection in the 7th round. They have 2 more after this one. We're about to find out all together who the Chiefs will be taking at pick 243. Cannot wait to find out
I'm
who
intrigued.
this is.
I am a little intrigued here because I think there's a little bit more talent than you would normally see. I think at this point in time left, you've had some wild picks that have opened it up for some other guys. So let's see.
30,
what she's got.
By the way, 37 Shrine Bowl players have been selected already.
Oh man,
That's crazy.
Yep. So we're waiting to see who the Chiefs' next pick will be. I'm hoping for Marquand McCall, the defensive tackle.
Oh, that would be the best.
Out of Kentucky. He's a guy that has a legitimate chance to stick on an NFL roster, and I'm trying to manifest that. I called my shot. I do have the pick, and Matthew Lane is about to be extremely excited. I think he just read it. With the 243rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Washington State's cornerback Jalen Watson, another long, athletic corner. These
are the guys. They brought him in for a visit. You hope to get him or Joshua Williams. Instead, you get both. You get both of them on day 3. Steve Spagnuolo has a type. It's easy to kind of pick some of these guys out, and we found them. And the Chiefs went out, and they agreed. Another guy at the Senior Bowl, first thing you say watching him, guys that big, that long, don't have feet that move that well. Well, here we are. They come out, they draft him. You get these guys, these athletic traits. He was a JUCO transfer up to Washington State, got to play there for 2 years. You saw the improvement. I'm very willing to bet on his traits and bet that he sticks in the NFL.
Well, I bet he sticks. We actually made him one of the guys that we bet sticks in the NFL. And again, hey, we'll just call this back. If you are looking for some golf clubs, Sticks Golf is who you need to be talking to. Me and BJ went out and hung out and we played some golf yesterday, talked about the first round picks from the Chiefs. And we had a lot of fun. And if you're looking for a set of golf clubs, Sticks.golf, promo code KCSN10 gets you a set of golf clubs from Sticks Golf. And we bet Jalen Watson 6, another one of those guys that we were really high on. This is fun.
Got a little Apple Cup rivalry too with McDuffie.
Oh, yes, yeah.
This is the analysis that I'm here for.
No, this is what we need. And then you got Juju in there too. And it's a little Pac-12 action going on inside that Chiefs room now. So this is good.
They're taking a lot of swings at the cornerback position to try to identify one. I mean, Josh Williams and Jalen Watson, these are both very similar athletic and physical profiles.
Yeah, no, they really are. And I mean, that's what, not what you're necessarily looking for or anything, but this is where it is. When you need a lot of corners, when you're drafting guys this late, you kind of got to start taking a lot of swings. You get a lot of guys with similar traits, and Jalen Watson's the other guy that I absolutely enjoyed. So, here we go. We're rolling. This is good.
Yeah, the Chiefs are good.
This is a draft.
This is a great draft. The Chiefs continue to make great picks that we really like, and they're going to be back on the board here in about 7 selections. after taking Jalen Watson, cornerback out of Washington State.
So,
What a pick.
you know what that means, though? That also means that Zach Hicks gets on the board of the KCSN draft because he had Jalen Watson. So that's 1 point for Craig, 1 point for Zach, 2 points for Matt, 0 points for Kids, and 0 points for Jake.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't really care. You can say whatever you want. Right now, I'm in such a good mood because I have loved this draft from Brett Veach all the way into round 7. There's still 2 more picks to go. Hoping for Marquand.
Do you want me to tip the pick and just read off all of my guys? Like just my guys are the KCSN draft guy?
I don't want to do that. But Jalen Watson, cornerback out of Washington State, is the next Kansas City Chief. And another very interesting, athletic profile. Hey, look, we got that video from Sticks.
Ooh. Oh, whole segment here.
Are we muted? I can't either.
I saw this big, tall, long corner, but what really caught my eye were his feet. His feet moved really good for a big guy. So you add on, the length, the physicality at the line of scrimmage to play press coverage, and then you add an active feet. Like I all of a sudden start to get a little bit excited. You go back and watch the film, and again, it's a big corner that can be physical, but has the feet to carry stuff vertical. Immediately writing down, great fit for the Chiefs, period.
Yes, absolutely. I watched the Senior Bowl tape as well and took it to the chat, and Maddie and I immediately geeked out about the fact that this Washington State corner was playing with as light of feet as he was. He's got 32.25-inch arms. He's 6'2", 197. He's a very big corner and will press. You've got safety help over the top with Justin Reed and Juan Thornhill. Get a guy underneath that can press. He's going to be a day 3 guy. I think he fits a lot. I think he sticks, Kent.
I think he sticks too. And look, it is golf season. I took my set of Sticks golf clubs out yesterday. Me and my kid went and swung at the driving range.
There we go. All right. Hey, we got receipts. We got receipts. As if the KCSN draft guide isn't a big enough receipt.
No kidding.
We got more. Receipts there. Another guy that we were really high on. We really like Jalen Watson. I think we've discussed him even in a higher range than round 7. I mean, he seemed like a round 4. Yeah, Veach bought the draft guide. Maybe, I don't know.
Is it one of those things? It sure seems like something. Like we're getting all over the place with these right now. You say above round 4. I literally have him sitting in my round 3 bucket with Josh Williams, just kind of on my board. And, I think maybe that's probably about as high as you're going to see him, but I love the physical profile and what he did. So we got another pick. We're going to grade them all, do a recap show at the end of this, but here's another A+ pick for me at this point in time.
I mean, what are we surprised? Brett Veach is valedictorian right now.
Yeah, this is insane.
Honor roll student Brett Veach, because he's just getting A+ every single pick of this draft.
I have seen some concerns on Twitter and the Discord. Nobody disliking the pick, but they're kind of wondering, why do the Chiefs hate defensive line? Why are they ignoring defensive line across the board?
I mean, there's still 2 picks to draft Marquand McCall.
There is. There's still
2 picks to go draft.
He's so big, I guess you can use 2 picks on Marquand McCall.
Couple picks that have come in since the Chiefs have selected.
Oh, here we go. Why would Veach pay all these scouts? They can have KCSN crew do it for him for $12.
Okay,
$12.99.
I guess everyone listening, the draft guide's got to go up in price next year. It can't just be $12 anymore.
We're gonna, I got a joke. I'm not gonna tell you. Christian Matthew, Valdosta State cornerback, has been selected by the Arizona Cardinals.
I thought you were reading another comment.
No,
from somebody.
Andrew Stuber, Michigan offensive guard.
I know that one.
You do know that one. He's been selected by the New England Patriots because, of course, he has. So Dawson Deaton, the center out of Texas Tech, also been picked. This is what's great about the end of the 7th round. All these picks are flying off. Thank God. And we've only got 4 more picks until the Chiefs select again. So, Josh Briscoe says the KCSN draft guy is bursting into flames right now. Yeah, I'm telling you, this has been an outstanding draft for the Chiefs in our opinion.
Yeah.
So shout out Brett Veach.
I can't imagine the amount of vindication y'all feel right now. I'm sure it's pretty remarkable.
Well, I mean, we had Jalen Watson in the 3rd round, so I mean, it's cool, but it's also like we had him in the 3rd round, in the 7th round.
In the guide, I'm pretty sure he's a 4th rounder. In the guide, I think he's a 4th rounder.
Okay.
So if that makes you feel any better, I just bumped him up for
day 3. He's a day 3 guy. You know what I'm saying? He was a day 3 guy.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Skylar Thompson has been drafted
by the Miami Dolphins. Look out, Tua.
And BJ Kissel rejoices.
Tua's in shambles right
Congratulations to Skylar Thompson. That's awesome.
Yeah,
We're rooting for him.
good
That's
stuff.
awesome. Very cool for him. We enjoyed getting to talk to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl as well. We were obviously rooting for him as a local kid. And now he is off to the Miami Dolphins to throw passes to Tyreek Hill in the flat. That's their offense, or slants. Because they got to build it around Tuba. That's
Tuba.
Tuba.
Build it around the Tuba. That's where we're at. That's where we've gotten to now. We're building it around the Tuba. Here we got the Skylar Thompson highlight video coming in at you guys, seeing everything. Look at it. We got the deep throw here. That's something he wouldn't do in Miami.
High football character kid.
Yeah, no, great to talk to. I mean, talking with
Absolutely
him was
great.
one of the absolute best. His story, his leadership, and everything about him as the person is absolutely positively worth drafting.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and like the leadership qualities, the football character. Like that's what I said. I kind of expected him to get drafted because I do think he killed it in the interviews. A lot of people had positive things to say about him. Did some good stuff on the whiteboard. He was a leader, and people really saw the leadership qualities. The toughness, the desire to go play for his team. Getting to see Skylar Thompson get drafted, it's so well-deserved. I'm so happy for him. We're obviously all rooting for him. And BJ Kissel, I think you want to jump on and talk a little bit about your guy, Skylar Thompson, as well.
Yeah, get BJ on here now for this one.
Yeah, I just think that when you look at the backup quarterbacks, so much of their value isn't necessarily about being able to step in and win a football game. We know that's important, but they need to be an asset to the starter. They need to be a sounding board to sit there and have conversations with them about the game plan, about what's coming up. And Skylar Thompson is that guy that will make himself available and do whatever he can and do whatever he needs to do to help the starter be ready to go. And
Absolutely.
he is wired the right way. And so I can see Skylar Thompson having a great career, being a number 2 or even a number 3 quarterback, but being an asset to that quarterback room and the offensive coordinator, the quarterback's coach, and all of them, because that's such a huge part of this as well.
Absolutely. And so Skylar Thompson has been picked. So well-deserved. Here's a fun little nugget, an interesting little nugget from Justin M. Washington State quarterback Jalen Watson once worked at a Wendy's franchise his mother owns in their hometown of Augusta, Georgia. He was down on his luck and was earning $7.25 an hour. It was a wake-up call he needed, and Watson just got drafted. That's a really cool story about Jalen Watson. You can read a full profile, Justin M. NFL, from the Draft Network. You can go check that out. So I did get that just now from Justin. What a cool story. Rooting for him for sure. And I know Maddie is rooting for him.
Oh, no. Yeah, absolutely. And look, I couldn't be more thrilled with the way this draft has played out for the Chiefs.
It's getting weird. It's getting weird how much we love this draft.
It is. It's a little odd. And we got 2 more picks left, right? I mean, we got 2 more picks.
Yeah, if we draft Marquand McCall, we're just stopping the show.
He's just done. I don't know what to do.
Mic drop.
I mean, listen, at this point in time, if they draft Marquand McCall, I don't know. I feel like the Chiefs owe us a kickback or something for doing the legwork for him this year. Yeah.
What's Rasheed Walker's deal?
I don't know why he's still available. I really don't. That's
give me Rasheed Walker.
Oh, yeah, to the Packers. That's a great pick for them. They still need some tackle help.
Oh, he just got picked.
Yeah. That's a great pick. I don't know what he's doing available. He's like a 5-star recruit, if I'm not mistaken, and really good. So that's a fantastic pick here.
Might be the best pick of the Packers draft because they've been, they don't have Brett Veach, so, what are you going to do? What a great draft from Brett Veach so far. This is nuts. This is absolutely
Couldn't have come
nuts.
at a better time, too, with all the capital and the way that it's setting up the future so nicely.
He needed to hit on this draft. And they very intentionally went and they used this capital on players young cost-controlled players in this draft. This
At
was
positions that matter.
They did a hard reset, not a hard reset. They did a soft reset. They instead of going and doing some of the stuff with the normal cycle of using draft capital to go trade for veterans, they said, no, we're going to draft. And every single one of these picks, outside of one, I've been like giving an A+ or an A or an A-, and one of them I still dislike the pick.
Right.
Brian Cook is the only one I'm not like.
It's the only one you're not.
backflips
Yeah, that's the
over.
only one you're not. Yeah, like jumping up and down,
God
celebrating.
forbid. There's one pick that I'm just kind of.
Right, and like, at the end of the day, watch him end up being the best player of it all. Right, that's how this all works. Like
I'm not putting him past him being a very good football player for this team.
Right.
At all, because he's a good football player. It's just like maybe the value wasn't the same. But
the
come
perceived
on.
value by us wasn't the same. Right.
The only one that I'm just like not. And I'm not disappointed in the pick. I'm happy with the pick. I got to watch him a little bit more. So
a Samori Torre pick here, another East-West Shrine guy would be a great kick. Marquand McCall. We thought there's still
Bully Ball
plenty of guys.
McCall. There's a lot of fun football players out here on the board right now, and we're losing our minds over this draft. Shout out to Brett Veach.
They're on the clock
staff.
again. The Chiefs. The Chiefs are back on the clock.
Let's
the Raiders
go.
pick is in. We're waiting to see who it is, but the Chiefs are officially on the clock now. As soon as we get the Raiders pick, we'll talk about it. Then we're just going to sit here and watch the Chiefs draft another guy that we absolutely love, I guess.
Or a guy we've never heard of.
I guess because of his work earlier on today, we can give Brett Veach some leniency if we've never heard of the guy.
I kind of hope we haven't, because that guy's probably an all-pro. Because the way Brett Veach has been on, he's been on an absolute heater. Thank you to the 835 people currently watching us as we await the Chiefs, who are on the clock again
And
in the
while you guys
7th
are
round.
watching, drop down, hit a like, subscribe while you guys are here. We appreciate it. We thank you guys so much for being here for these Chiefs picks. But while you're here, hang out, throw us a like, throw us a sub. It only takes 2 seconds. It doesn't cost anything for you. We'll appreciate it. And as the Chiefs pick comes in, as the Raiders pick comes in, we're going to talk about them. At this point, if you're flipping through your KCSN draft guide right now, you probably are reading the name with somebody that we liked and the Chiefs are about to take. If odds of anything on this this draft so far.
It's enough of a trend at this point that's probably going to happen.
Good night.
This has been fun. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us right now. The Chiefs, again, are about to be on, or they are on the clock, and we are awaiting the next pick from Brett Veach, who is just on an absolute tear. Just bangers only in this entire draft. Like I think Maddie, you said like there's no skips in this album so far, and we're into day 7.
Day 7. It feels like day 7.
Day 7.
Round 7, day 3. It does feel. We've done like 14 live hours of this show, and thank you to everyone that's been watching to us. Thank you for the OGs that have been watching all day.
Okay, the Raiders pick is in. It is.
They selected Britton Brown, the running back out of UCLA.
Okay, I'm glad you knew who that was.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, he's a decent back.
Backing up Zach Charbonnet.
6 hours and 45 minutes today.
We've done 6 hours and 45 minutes of live draft coverage here at KC Sports Network. Please hit the like and subscribe button.
These guys have earned the heck out of that. So you guys better, for real.
Well, shout out to Joel Penfield, who's heading up a lot of our Royals coverage. He's just hanging out with us today. And then he's done a great job. It's luckily also there's also been a lot of Oklahoma State players drafted, so he's been the expert on
my forte.
Oklahoma State players as well. So he's just been absolutely killing it. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with him. And we're waiting for the Chiefs to make the announcement on their pick. Is 900.
On the clock, I'm not
It's
seeing.
still on the clock. The pick isn't yet, so we're debating. We're working that trade. We're trying to work out the trade back for a couple picks to find that value.
To get that extra 7th round pick. This is insane. But
at this point, just trade these 7s for 6 next year and move on.
Yeah, why not? Why not? This is great. This is a lot of fun. 900 of you watching on day 3 of the NFL draft. Thank you guys. We really appreciate it. We're waiting for the Chiefs to make their next selection. They are on the clock. I can't see yet if the pick is in. If they trade out, I'm going to be sad, actually.
No, their pick is in, and the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
So the pick has been made by the Kansas City Chiefs.
The pick is in. We don't know what it is, but it is in. The Bengals are now officially on the clock, so we're waiting to see what this pick is coming out to be.
Bully Ball McCall, please.
Oh, that would be something. That would be absolutely something.
I'll laugh if it's that. Honestly, I'll laugh.
I mean, yeah, that would be worth it. That would absolutely be worth it.
I mean, they've done such a fantastic
It's got to be
job.
a running back, though. Veach specifically talked about running back for a reason, right? Like, there's got to be a running back pick coming in.
We are still. Yeah, he's probably.
Oh my gosh! I haven't seen it.
I saw the pick.
Uh-oh.
No way. It's not.
It is not Marquand McCall.
Oh.
However, this is going to be fun. No.
Can you announce it?
Yeah, I will. With the 251st pick in the NFL draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select running back Isaiah Pacheco from Rutgers.
Nice. Let's go.
Another one of these guys that we love. We've been talking about him for over an hour.
Let's
This
go.
is absolutely insane.
Brett, if you're watching, thanks.
Shout out Brett, who's clearly watching.
He's got a burner account watching on YouTube in the draft in the war room.
What is happening?
This was another guy that sticks. This was another guy that sticks. So Isaiah Pacheco, running back out of Rutgers, like we watched him at the East-West Shrine game, and just one of like the initial reactions was just like, oh wow, that guy scoots, and then he's built really well. He's not like a huge guy, but he's built incredibly well. Everything's going great, and then all of a sudden you start to watch and like, wait a second, this guy loves the block. He loves to hit. We sat down and asked him a story of his favorite plays. He gave me back-to-back plays in an interview, and I think we might be able to give that. So in this interview, we sit down and we talk about it. First play was pass protection. He stopped somebody and something like that. It's just like his favorite plays of college were 2 pass protection reps back-to-back at Rutgers. I love this pick. I think it's absolutely
so much fun.
outstanding pick by the Chiefs. I just keep checking them off the board for guys that we just wholeheartedly approve of.
I'm serious. We have the receipts. We have receipts from the entire day. We talked about Isaiah Pacheco as one of the 3 picks that the Chiefs would make in the 7th round. Isaiah Pacheco, one of the so we got done. Owen Reese, shout out our guy Owen Reese, who does he's in personnel for the East-West Shrine Bowl. And we'll rehash this story. We're talking to him about Isaiah Pacheco, and he just said, this guy can play for my team any day. Because they were getting blown out. Rutgers was getting blown out. And here's Isaiah Pacheco in the 4th quarter, giving everything he's got for his football team. There's so much to like about this guy's football character. You're getting a quality special teams player. You're getting a guy that's willing in pass protection. And you're getting a really quality athletic profile. This guy checks a lot of boxes. I bet he sticks too. I don't know if we made him. I think we did. I think we made him. I bet he sticks too.
I'm pretty sure.
Gosh.
I can't promise, but I'm pretty sure it's just kind of all starting to check. It's all starting to evolve. Like, this is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And so, I mean, now we got like 10 picks to recoup before we figure out who the Chiefs are picking next.
They got to take Marquand McCall.
I think at this point in time, it's kind of McCall or bust, right?
This has been so much fun,
well,
man.
Here, let's talk about. I mean, Pacheco. Get a little bit more. Like, we talked about our opinions on him, but let's get to a few more of the facts. You know, like looking at the athletic profile, because he's, like I said, I think the 2nd fastest time at the NFL Combine. He's 5'10", 216 pounds. That's a lot. That's stout. And it sees him, then he ran a 4.37 at that size. Like, that's a big man that is moving. He's going to come out. He's going to hit people. Absolutely, positively love this pick. The Bengals take Jeffrey Gunter. That is somebody that we would have greatly enjoyed. But yeah, Pacheco, his ability is a 3rd down back. You know, I'm intrigued to see what his pass catching ability looks like during camp and stuff like that. But his speed and his physicality, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, absolutely phenomenal.
And we were watching him at the East-West Shrine Bowl, and just amazed by his. I remember just watching one time. He was bursting down the sideline. I was really impressed with his long speed. I was kind of surprised because people weren't really considering him as a burner, and I don't think he showed a ton of long speed really when he was at Rutgers. It's probably because Rutgers was so terrible. But I was watching him burst down the sideline at the East-West Shrine Bowl. I was just really impressed. I was like, okay, that's a little bit more juice than I thought he had on tape when we were watching him down in Las Vegas. So, the athletic profile is impressive. I mean, how many boxes does he need to check? I'm surprised. That kind of football character, Brett Veach, continuing to grab guys with high football character up and down this board. There's a theme here. There's a theme here with all these players. You're getting the football character, quality athletic profiles, guys that love playing the game, doing dirty work. And another guy, Pacheco, can be a special teams player because this guy's willing to do whatever it takes. He loves the game of football. He loves playing. He plays hard. He plays with great intensity. I mean, I bet he sticks. I bet he sticks.
Seems like just a great compliment to the rest of the running back room too.
Yeah.
Just like play styles. You don't want too many of the same player. You know, Clyde has his skill set. Isaac Pacheco brings a completely different skill set there too that works in really nicely with what they need. Being a willing guy in pass pro and to just throw your body at somebody, that's going to get you on the field.
Yeah. I mean, here's something we talked about earlier, maybe looking for a little bit of a returner. Now, he hasn't done it since a freshman, but Pacheco was a kick returner at least his freshman year at Rutgers. He had 18 returns, averaged just under 20 yards per return. So, that's something he has in the back pocket. I've seen a few comments coming by. Thank you guys so much for the support, for watching us, for the kind words. We really do appreciate it. We're kind of sitting here on cloud 9 right now, just the way the draft has gone. I've been having so much fun.
I can't wait to talk to Craig later.
I wish we could patch him in. I wish he wasn't busy and waiting to patch him in.
I wonder if he's texted us.
He saw the Jalen Watson pick. And so I don't know if he's seen Pacheco yet, but I bet he's losing his mind there as well. Just because that's a guy that he's been equally as high on as all the rest of us.
He had a nickname. That tells you all you need to know about how we feel about Isaiah Pacheco, because we've been calling him Pacheeks for the last couple of months. Even he's got a nick. I'm telling you, we have receipts on this. This is legitimate, unbridled joy. We are far from homers.
No, he saw it. He tweeted out Pacheeks. So
Look, I'm just going to tell you, we've been critical of Brett Veach's drafts in the past. We're not afraid to disagree with picks. This is not just smoke. This is not just us blowing smoke. We legitimately love this draft. With all of our hearts.
Well, man, if you need to know why, you said we look through a KCSN draft guide, look in the Twitter, go to kcsn.substack.com and check out everything we're doing, because we've talked about the vast majority of this stuff.
Yeah.
At some point in time. It's all there. Yeah. This is not just rah-rahing it up because because we're live or something like that. This is truly what we've thought about these guys from the get-go. So this is where that. This has been fantastic. This has been so much fun. I can't wait to see this last pick.
It's been a surreal amount of picks.
I've never been so excited for a round 7 in my entire life, just because the way this is going, just checking them off. Oh,
Russ Yeast
Yeast off the board
Russ
too.
Yeast has been drafted. Kansas State defensive back Russ Yeast drafted by the Los Angeles Rams. Yet another East-West Shrine Bowl. Dude, Galco's there. Over 40 Shrine Bowl participants have been drafted already.
Ooh, okay, Galco's winning even more than us.
Galco's on a heater too.
Jeez.
We did interview Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we had an interview with him. So hopefully maybe
we will have an interview with Isaiah Pacheco up on KC Sports Network later today. So just so you know. Don't have any highlights, but we will have an interview with Isaiah Pacheco that we did.
Awesome.
He was one of the guys we got a chance to talk to, and you are going to like it a lot. This has been so much fun. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us.
Chiefs are 6 picks away from being on the clock.
6 pick away
Bully
from their
Ball
last
McCall
one.
is 6 picks from coming off the board.
If they
6 picks away.
If they take Bully Ball McCall, Marquand McCall, I'll just say this: the Chiefs had the most in-depth interview conversation with Marquand McCall at the East-West Shrine Bowl. That is, so the Chiefs had the most in-depth conversation, and the way it was described, it was very, very intentional, very in-depth with him. So, yeah. Marquand McCall, it does seem like the Chiefs did some very serious work on him. The Bears have picked Elijah Hicks, the safety out of California.
Well, thanks, Gary. I'm glad we did too. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us right now. Greatly appreciated.
They're gonna get. How tired are you guys on a scale of 1 to 1738?
The limit does not exist.
1738 or whatever the time. I can't even remember what the top number was, and it's been 13 seconds.
Yeah, I did. I think it's the second time I've done that too today or this week.
We're struggling.
I said the 7th day of the draft. If that tells you,
we're struggling to stay. Yeah, we're struggling to stay here.
I came up with a word earlier.
That was early. The thing is, I think.
Hey, a really quick timeout. If you have watched every minute of this coverage of ours, just let us know in the chat. I would love to see if you have Thank you. And I want to shout you out. If you have watched every second of this coverage, we are going to give you a shout out because you deserve it. So, yeah, this is so it's that I can't believe Veach subscribes to KC Sports Network. We're beside ourselves. And
he's going to be the next podcast host we get. It's going to be a podcast hosted by Brett Veach. That's the next thing DJ's working on.
To Veach his own with Brett Veach.
Work in progress. Work in progress.
Oh.
Someone's got flexibility reference in there.
Flexibility. They've been here all day.
Yeah, GC20's been here all day.
So flexibility.
Flexibility. Good night. No, hey, shout out Jeff Keen. Thank you so much for listening and following us this whole time. I can't believe it. You rule. Christian Martinez, shout out. A sports writer from UAKC. Hey, shout you out, man. Dustin Peterson, my man.
All 3 days worth. Tip of the cap to you, man.
I don't even know what's more impressive. Watching.
I don't know, Kyle. Why am I still here?
What's more impressive, watching all 3 days or just sitting here all from the
Nick
beginning?
Trochet. Nick Trochet, shout out to you, my guy. Oh, the Dante. Thank you so much, Dante.
You guys are the best.
You guys are really the best. That's seriously. This has been so much fun. Matthew Schultz.
Been here since pick 1.
Oh,
man.
Boy.
Maui, let's go. Maui's probably not happy because we're really excited and happy about all these picks. We're pumping
Jackie,
sunshine. Hey,
Jackie
shout out
J.
Jenkins.
Let's go.
Let's go, man. Hey, thank you
All
so
right.
much. Anthony, y'all rule, man.
Elijah Hicks, DB out of California.
I
Trenton
said that like a minute
Gill,
ago.
No, you didn't. Punter out of NC State.
Shout out Chris Self.
Brandon
Wellman. Come on, Brandon. Trenton Gills, the punter, has been selected by the Chicago
I just
Bears.
said that like 13 seconds ago.
13 seconds is a good time for the Chiefs. All 3 days. Shout out Dante Scroggins, man. All of y'all. This has been incredible. The Chiefs are 3 picks away.
We got the Cardinals back-to-backs, the Packers, then the Chiefs are up. Todd minus a nap or two. Same. I'm just napping with my eyes open, really. I'm in here, but napping too. We're good. Joseph, thank you. Oh, my God, there's so many.
Hey, I'd take you up on that, Odin, son.
Gabe has been here. Guys, you guys are the best. We appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us for this entire draft weekend. We appreciate it so much. I hope you guys have all felt it has been worth your time because it's certainly been with ours.
Y'all are the heroes right now for following all this content for us. Like, we can't do any of this stuff without all of y'all supporting it, and your support means everything. Shout out Daniel Kirk. Listen while you paint your house. All right. What color did you paint it? I want to know. What color do you think Daniel Kirk painted? Leave a comment. Tammy K. Thank you so much, Tammy. You rule. This is in Bucks territory. Ugh. Sorry about that. But I mean, pretty weather out there at least, and all that stuff. It's really nice. I'd live down in Tampa. Andrew Lynn. Shout out Andrew Lynn. On vacation. Andrew Lynn's on vacation.
That is some dedication right there.
My goodness. Shout out Jim Hopkins. Y'all, dude, y'all are the real heroes. Tyler, our guy, you know how we feel about you, buddy.
Say how much I've watched.
Love you, man. Thank you so much.
agree.
You rule. Shout out Tomo. In the UK. Shout out Joseph.
7-year-olds watch every minute too. Wow.
Joseph, my man. Hey, shout out you and your son.
We got to get him started early.
You got to get him
all
started
early.
early. Jeff Keen.
What color paint in the house?
It has receipts.
Sure, and I just don't want to say it publicly and tip everybody off where you might be. That's why I'm keeping it to myself. Cardinals' first pick is in, so the Chiefs are 2 picks away from being on the clock.
This is great. Thank you to the nearly 900 fans watching our coverage right now. DJ Moore, shout out you.
All right, you guys can keep telling us if you've watched or anything like that or what you've been up to, but also start putting in the chat who you want the Chiefs to pick.
Watching from Brazil. This is incredible. It never gets old.
Awesome.
This never, ever, ever gets old.
It never will.
Thank you all. It never will. Thank you guys so much. This all means the world. This has been so much fun. Hey.
Oh, there we go.
Shout out Matthew Fisher's girlfriend. Not Matthew Fisher, just his girlfriend.
In the UK.
Watching in the UK.
Cheers. Cheers, man. Hey, Sugary Special K, thank you so much. This has been so much fun, and it's just been, we love the draft. This is unbridled joy that we have about the draft. We put a lot of work into this process. It's been really rewarding this year to see all the support, and it's been really rewarding to see the draft that the Chiefs have put together this year. We love it. We're having so much fun here, and thank you all so much for supporting Terez Paylor and his legacy. It means a lot. It's been really, really cool. We raised $5,600.
Oh, that's a good
weekend.
pick by the Cardinals.
Linebacker Jesse Luketa out of Penn State has been selected by the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah,
That's a good one.
That's a good pick this late. I think he participated in the Senior Bowl as well.
Yes, he did. And they're on the clock. Then the Packers will be on the clock. Then the Chiefs are coming back up again to select Marquand McCall.
If they do, I'm going to lose my mind.
I think BJ's right. If they do, we're just done. We're just shutting down.
Yeah, just all taking headsets off and are gone. Yeah.
I don't know what else you could do unless that happens.
I just want to tell Brett Veach,
Thank you.
thank you for this draft.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
There it is.
We've been having so much fun here covering this draft. And the picks that Brett has put together have been unbelievable. His staff, credit his staff.
They've done a phenomenal job.
They've done a phenomenal job. They've got a talented group of people there doing the work, and they've absolutely nailed this. I don't see how this draft fails. I don't see how this draft
They don't
fails.
draft bully ball McCall.
That's it. Yeah, if they are you're just gonna give it an F if they don't draft
to an F.
You know, A+. They didn't draft bully ball McCall, so we have to give the entirety.
Then they signed him as a UDFA, and I got to go back and revise it to an A+.
Oh, I'm telling you, Marquand McCall brought us more joy than anybody at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He was too smalling defensive lineman. He wouldn't. His mouth and his motor ran hot.
They did.
And that's why we just, I mean, he's a fun one tech nose stuff. You know, he's a run stuffer, and he's a good football player. And we'd love to have Bully Ball McCall. We've all been following him on Twitter since the Shrine Bowl.
He would love to play Chris Jones straight out of his mouth. So.
Yeah, he'd love to play with Chris Jones as well. Man. So Marquise Hayes, the offensive guard out of Oklahoma, off the board.
Oh, another good pick. That's a good pick.
That's a good pick this late as well.
Very solid player. I wouldn't be surprised if he started early in his career, actually. So that's a good pick out of Oklahoma. Packers are on the clock. Then it's the Chiefs. And, I mean, my voice is hanging on barely right now. I can tell it is just barely.
Yeah, the Chiefs are right. They're right there from being on the clock. So this is.
I haven't seen a single snap McCall, but one in for the content. Yes.
Listen,
dude, I'm with you, J-Dub. For real.
All I can say about Marquand McCall, we're at the Shrine Games. All the best players, their positions are out there. He runs over an offensive center. He bull rushes him, runs over him, falls on top of him, crawls over him, and touches the flag or the quarterback or whatever. Gets up and hits him with the Darrell Williams on Jonathan Abram. Too small. Talks to him as he walks around him all the way back.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock.
The Chiefs should let us announce the last. It's Marquand McCall. I'm kidding, guys. It's not really Marquand McCall. But the Chiefs are on the clock. Yes. Shout out to BJ.
There it is.
Oh, God.
Oh, thank you all so much for joining us today. Over 900. The Chiefs are on the clock for their final pick of the 2022 NFL draft. This has been an absolute blast. The Chiefs have crushed this draft. Every single pick has been fantastic. It's getting an A+ for me. I can't believe this is such a surreal draft for us as evaluators because the Chiefs. This is unprecedented. It will never happen again. This way. How much we love every single one of these picks to this point.
Right.
The level of love we have for these picks is just incredible. It's been a great draft. It's been a great draft for Brett Veach, and I want to shout out him. Because I don't know how this group can
Kevin
fail.
Austin,
Kevin
wide
Austin would be a
receiver
fun
out of
one
Notre
too.
Dame. Yes, as a lot of people saying, I talked about wanting Justin Ross. A lot of people said I should want Kevin Austin instead. That's fine. He's a good consolation, good size, speed, athlete guy. Would not upset. I talked about him earlier. Just wanted to thank you guys.
The real Brett Veach. Just wanted to say thank you guys for helping us with the draft.
The Packers took Samori Toure right
the
before the
receiver.
Chiefs. I would have liked that pick, actually. That would have been a great
That would have been a really nice pick as well.
So, God, they're just loading up. Imagine taking your round 7 wide receiver that's better than your round 2 wide receiver that you traded up for. Just imagine.
Samori Toure, yet another East-West Shrine Bowl participant because Eric Galco is on an absolute heater and he is absolutely crushing it. So great job by him.
All right.
We are officially on the clock here for the
final
last
pick.
And we have nearly 1,000 people on day 3 of the NFL
thank
draft.
you guys. Hey, while you're here, drop down, hit a like, subscribe. We got content coming.
and the
all
Chiefs
time.
pick is in.
What?
Ooh.
We have been on live for 7 hours.
The Chiefs pick is in. We are now just waiting on the Chiefs' final selection of the 2022 NFL draft.
I am so nervous.
We got our fingers crossed. Like it's going to be someone we love. It's hands down going to be someone we love.
That's just the way it's been working.
But this is.
I refuse to get too excited right now, but it's going to be Matt Lane, is what BJ just said.
Listen,
nearly 1,000 of you have
joined
we
us
appreciate
to
you
watch
guys,
the
everybody
final pick.
jumping in here. Thank you for hopping on with us here at the end. We appreciate everyone's been here, just jumped in, has been here from the very, very beginning. You guys are the absolute best. We are going to be wrapping up this coverage when we get this Chiefs final pick, the pick that is coming in. It should be coming in.
It should be coming in any second here. And, again, this draft has been absolutely incredible. And we are just waiting for this last pick of this Chiefs draft. And the Chiefs wound up taking 11 players, which is nearly double what the Chiefs have. That's nearly double what the Chiefs have taken historically in the last few years. So they've made exactly 6 picks every single draft of Brett Veach's tenure. This year they make 11. They have a ton of draft capital, and they make 11 selections after moving around the board back and forth a little bit. We are still waiting.
We got BJ creeping over now too. He's
BJ's
ready to see
really
what
excited.
it is. Like we're all hanging out. Oh, and we all will. Like it'll be over if that's the case. Like that is absolutely going to be just.
I'd be beside myself.
I'm trying to figure out where the announcement is going to be coming first. We're going to get a Twitter. We're going to get an NFL Network, the ESPN coverage. Who is getting this pick out there first?
Are they going to make it from Germany? Are they going to what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What are we going to be pulling off here? So we're still not entirely sure yet on what it's going to be. We are waiting. We're all on the edge of our seat right now. Like, we're trying to prolong this one out, but we're coming. Okay, there
over 1,000 people are here to watch the final pick of the draft.
That is incredible.
That is incredible.
That is
Thank you guys so much. You have no clue how much that means. 1,000 people are watching a 7th round pick.
Pick is in.
So much fun.
Oh, we have the selection coming. We're waiting for it.
I have it.
Okay, you can announce it. You're not excited, so that's okay. But we can announce it
with the last pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. They select Marshall safety Najee Johnson
out of Marshall.
So that is their final pick in this draft. I don't really have a ton on Najee Johnson, if I'm going to be honest with you.
No, this is I'm with you. I mean, not a guy whose name that I recognize off the top. So they deviated a little bit from where we had been through this time, but we're at the end of round 7. Let's go.
6'2", 190 pounder. So he's a pretty big guy.
So he sounds some corner experience. Oh, yeah.
Okay, this is what we want to do.
Yes.
I want everyone on social media right now.
All 1,000 of you watching. You got to go on there, and you just got to, go find, you're pulling it up, right?
Here's the Twitter profile. We need your help.
we do all 1,000 people's help.
Marquand McCall. His Twitter account is McCall Marquand. We need a campaign. I need everybody to go to McCall Marquand. I will tweet out come to KC Marquand McCall. We need to get everybody to flood his social media and tell him to come to Kansas City. I don't know if the Chiefs are in on him. I don't know if they want him. I don't know if they're negotiating with him. But we're gonna try. We are gonna do everything we can to try to get Marquand McCall to come to Kansas City. So, please, let's see if we can get some people to convince Marquand McCall to come to Kansas City.
We want more. There it is.
We want. Yes. No, guys, please. We are going to make this happen. This is now the goal. This is now what we are trying to pull off because, listen, we need it. We need it here. This is what. All right. So, corner Najee Johnson. The Chiefs go 2 corners here in round 7. Bigger, longer guy, probably another guy that kind of fits, this mold that we've been looking at with Jalen Watson, with Joshua Williams. So we're pulling in here. We're seeing what he's done. We got some grades on him here. We're pulling up. 435 40-yard, 4.35 40-yard dash, 42-inch vertical jump at his pro day. It's going to be interesting.
It's a height, weight, speed projection. 6'2", 190, that kind of athletic profile.
It sounds like he played some corner and some safety. So you're kind of getting that L'Jarius Sneed type of profile where he bounced around between both positions. You're getting this long, probably long-limbed. I have not seen the arm length on here yet, but you're getting a tall, at least, probably a guy that you want to put in those roles that fits what they're kind of going for. So interesting pick here at the end. I'm excited to actually go try to dig up some photos. He's a guy that I have not watched yet, despite watching quite a few corners. So the Chiefs.
Hey, getting to Marquand McCall's mentions. You can go to my Twitter profile at _Swanson. Go find Marquand McCall's mentions. Go hit him up. Come on, everybody. Just flood his mentions. We're going to have some fun here. We're going to try to get Marquand McCall to KC. Because
that's the goal.
Our man, hey, look, we need some Marquand McCall in our life. Xander Horvath has been
has been drafted by the Los Angeles Chargers, a fullback. Interesting guy. I believe we confused his 3-cone with George Karlaftis's at one point from his pro day because we thought George Karlaftis ran a sub-7 3-cone. It turns out he didn't run the 3-cone at all.
Yes.
So yes, please hit up McCall Marquand on social media and tell him to come to the Chiefs.
Yeah,
we are going to start doing the recruiting right now for Marquand McCall, our guy. Marquand McCall. I'm reading through them right now, and you guys are doing an incredible job. I so hope this works.
All right.
Dude, there are so many of you hitting him up right now.
This is amazing.
I got some Nasee Johnson, just some measurables and stuff while we let these roll in. 5'10", 199 pounds, 30-inch arms. So you're maybe getting a slot type profile here out of him with 30-inch arms, played some safety, played some corner, 4.35 40, 1.52 10-yard split. That's quick. That's ridiculous. Almost an 11-foot broad jump, over a 42-inch vertical, under 7 seconds. They're going 16 reps of the bench press is good. I'm highly intrigued actually when we can get a hold of Craig just to see what this falls on the CBAT list. I don't think it's a CBAT 1, but you might be getting a pretty high number 2. This seems like a very good special teams player that's going to be a good gunner in the NFL with that speed, and just kind of it seems like he plays some very physical.
100% feels like a Dave Tobe pick.
That could be that too.
A team captain where coaches use phrases like unselfish dude and tough as dirt coming from Dane Brugler's The Beast. Yeah, this is a special teams guy that's going to play a gunner for your team and maybe develop into a corner.
There's the recruiting effort you guys have put together is unbelievable. I desperately need this to happen.
Oh man, this is.
Oh, Marquand, if you're listening to this right now, come through, man. Hey, Marquand, if you want to jump on with us right now, if you're listening, we'd love to have you on. Find me on Twitter at @Kent_Swanson. We're rooting for you, buddy. We hope you come through to KC. There's a full-on recruiting effort. You should see the flooding of his time.
Oh man, my poor guy is going to be sitting there trying to figure out what team he's going to go to, fielding all these calls. He's going to look at his phone. We appreciate it. Please keep doing it. But please keep doing it. But he's going to feel so wanted. Like, I hope we can make this happen.
Yeah, we're rooting for Marquand. We're rooting for Marquand McCall right now to KC. So the NFL.
Oh my God! All right, so now everybody go get in the Chiefs mentions and tell them to trade. No, we don't need to go that route. We're just gonna keep going after Marquand McCall.
There's 2 picks left in the draft at 261. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock, so there's only 2 selections left. There's still 700 of you hanging out. There's like 100 mentions of joining Chiefs Kingdom. On Twitter, Marquand McCall.
All right, it looks like the last pick in the draft. The pick is in for Mr. Irrelevant heading to the 49ers or 33ers. Is that the joke?
Not anymore. Shut up, Joel.
No, we got to come up with
Stick
something
to Bobby Witt.
Now we got to come up
to Witt.
All right, cool.
We got to come up with something for the Dolphins now. Now we're coming to the Dolphins.
No, it's Dolphins with a capital L.
Okay, I'm good with that. That's cool. That's cool.
That's going to work so well on an audio platform.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody that's watched this coverage here today. AJ Arcuri, the offensive tackle out of Michigan State, is 261. Now we have to wait for the pop and circumstance of pick 262 to happen. So they're going to make us be on air for another 10 minutes.
We're
probably.
already getting UDFA announcements.
Really?
Yeah, not for the Chiefs.
Where's Marquand McCall going?
Oh man, okay, no, guys, if we hadn't been going for 7 hours, I'd sit here and say I'll sit for the first 10, 15 minutes of UDFA signings, but I think that's where we got to draw the line.
No, I'm taking a nap on this couch that I've Maddie. This is a little TMI. Maddie's been sweating over here. My man has been sweating over here on this couch.
Yeah. And we got a lot of lights. Look, it's stressful to get all these picks correct, kids.
There are. What an outstanding draft for the Kansas City Chiefs. What an outstanding weekend it's been. It's been so much fun. I thank you all for supporting our Marquand to KC attempt here.
Okay. I do know the last pick.
Okay. Why don't you?
The 49ers have selected with Mr. Relevant Iowa State quarterback Brock Purdy
Okay, good
Watch
for Brock
out, Trey
Purdy.
Lance.
Congratulations to Brock Purdy. Yet another East-West Shrine Bowl participant.
Good old back foot Brock.
They go from pretty Jimmy G to Brock Purdy.
Well, we gotta go. I think we gotta end it on that. That is gonna do it for day 3 coverage.
Yo, get in Marquand McCall's mentions. Keep
Continue.
recruiting him. Everybody, keep recruiting him.
We are holding.
Oh my God, no!
Shut up, BJ. BJ said we're staying on until Marquand McCall is picked, and we are absolutely not, because we're leaving right now.
Oh.
Day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft is complete. Brock Purdy is the final pick of this draft. Thank you all.
Whoa! Wait a second. I don't know if this is Odell Beckham Jr. trolling or not, but he's saying that Deebo Samuel's going to the Patriots. Now, this could be a troll. It's not true. Okay. Not true. That's why I wanted to preface it with that.
What?
I wanted to preface it that way. Okay, so we're good.
Listen, I've been doing shows with Matthew Lane for 5 years now, and there's not one show he won't let me end cleanly. He just always interrupts.
Bully ball
McCall, come to KC. That is going to do it for the coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. Day 3 is complete, and so are we. Shout out Brett Veach and company for putting together an unbelievable draft. Can't wait to see all these guys out at training camp here in a couple months. Yeah, please hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. Please hit the subscribe button on our podcast links that are down below in the description. You're going to get all kinds of coverage from us. 15 shows every single week during Chiefs season we will have for you. A lot of great stuff going on. Shout out to Scotty Ward for doing a wonderful job all week. Shout out to Tucker Franklin, who's halfway to the Bahamas right now. And shout out to BJ Kissel for putting KC Sports Network together, celebrating over 1 million downloads on our podcasts in year 1, celebrating a lot of really cool milestones here at this sports network. We've hit every goal that we had for year 1. We've got to do some really cool stuff for our community. We've got to do some really cool stuff even today to raise money to support Terez Paylor's foundations, and we raised over $5,600 this weekend for that. Thank you to Maddie.
Yeah.
Thank you to Joel Penfield for coming in.
Thank you to Jeff Allen for joining us.
Thank you for Jeff Allen.
Campbell
Yeah.
for joining us here.
And
DJ behind the sticks. I don't know if you shouted him out yet.
Huh?
Yeah,
and thank you to Marlia.
Thank you, Marlia. Yep.
And most importantly, thank you to Marquand McCall. That is going to do it for KCSN draft coverage. We love you. We appreciate you, and we'll catch you later.
Oh, man.